Renegades by Marissa Meyer. Read for you by Rebecca Soler and Dan Bittner. We were all villains in the beginning. For hundreds of years, prodigies were feared by the rest of the world. We became hunted, tormented, feared and oppressed. We were believed to be witches and demons, freaks and abominations. We were stoned and hanged and set afire while crowds gathered to watch with cruel eyes, proud to be ridding the world of one more pariah. They were right to be afraid. Hundreds of years. Who would have stood for it? Ace Anarchy changed everything. He united the most powerful prodigies he could find, and together they rebelled. He started with the infrastructure. Government buildings torn from their foundations, banks and stock exchanges turned to rubble, bridges ripped from the sky, entire freeways reduced to rocky wastelands. When the military sent jets, he plucked them from the air like moths. When they sent tanks, he crushed them like aluminum cans. Then he went after the people who had failed him. Failed, all of them. Whole governments gone. Law enforcement disbanded. Those fancy bureaucrats who had bought their way into power and influence, all dead. And all in a matter of weeks. The anarchists cared little for what would come next once the old world crumbled. They cared only for change. And they got it. Soon a number of villain gangs began to crawl out from society's ashes, each hungry for their own slice of power. And it wasn't long before Ace Anarchy's influence spread across the globe. Prodigies banded together for the first time in history, some full of wrath and resentment, others desperate for acceptance that never came. They demanded fair treatment and human rights and protection under the law, and in some countries, the panicking governments hastened to cater to them. But in other countries, the rebellions turned violent, and the violence dissolved into anarchy. Chaos rose up to fill the void that civilized society had left behind. Trade and manufacturing ground to a halt. Civil wars erupted on every continent. Gatlin City was largely cut off from the world, and the fear and distrust that prevailed would go on to rule for 20 years. They call it the Age of Anarchy. Looking back now, people talk about the anarchists and the other gangs like they were the worst part of those 20 years. But they weren't. Sure, everyone was terrified of them, but they mostly left you alone, as long as you paid up when it was your due and didn't cause them any trouble. But the people, the normal people, they were far worse. With no rule and no law, it became every man, woman, and child for themselves. There were no repercussions for crime or violence. No one to run to if you were beaten or robbed. No police, no prisons, not legitimate ones anyway. Neighbors stole from neighbors. Stores were looted and supplies were hoarded, leaving children to starve in the gutters. It became the strong against the weak. And as it turns out, the strong were usually jerks. Humanity loses faith in times like that. With no one to look up to, no one to believe in. We all became rats scrounging in the sewers. Maybe Ace really was a villain. Or maybe he was a visionary. maybe there's not much of a difference. Either way, the gangs ruled Gatlin City for 20 years, while crime and vice spread like sewage around a backed-up pipe. And the age of anarchy might have gone on for another 20 years, 50 years, an eternity. But then, seemingly overnight, hope. Bright and sparkling hope, dressed up in capes and masks. Beautiful and joyous hope, promising to solve all your problems, rain justice down upon your foes, and probably give a stern talking to a few jaywalkers along the way. Warm and promising hope, encouraging the normal folks to stay inside where it was safe while they fixed everything. Don't worry about helping yourselves. You've got enough on your plate. What with all the hiding and moping you've been doing lately? You take a day off. We're superheroes. We've got this. Hope called themselves the Renegades. Prologue. Nova had been collecting syringes from the alleyway behind the apartment for weeks. She knew her parents would take them away if they found out, so she'd been hiding them in an old shoebox, along with an assortment of screws, zip ties, copper wires, cotton balls, and anything else she thought might come in handy for her inventions. At 6, going on 7 years old, she'd already become aware of how important it was to be resourceful and thrifty. She couldn't exactly make a list and send her dad to the store for supplies, after all. The syringes would come in handy. She'd known it from the start. She attached a thin plastic tube to the end of one and stuck the opposite end of the tube into a glass of water she'd filled up in the bathroom sink. She pulled up the plunger, drawing water into the tube. Tongue sticking out through the gap where she'd recently lost her first tooth, she grabbed a second syringe and affixed it to the opposite end of the tube. Then, dug through her toolbox for a strip of wire long enough to secure it to the pulley system she'd built at the top of her dollhouse. It had taken all day, but finally she was ready to test it. She tucked some of the dollhouse furniture onto the elevator's platform, picked up the syringe, and pressed in the plunger. Water moved through the tube, extending the second plunger upward and setting the complicated series of pulleys into action. The elevator rose. Nova sat back with a grin. Hydraulic-powered elevator success! A cry from the next room intruded on the moment, followed by her mother's cooing voice. Nova looked up at her closed bedroom door. Evie was sick again. It seemed she was always running a fever these days, and they'd run out of medicine for her days ago. Uncle Alec was supposed to be bringing more, but it might be hours still. When Nova had overheard her father asking Uncle Alec if he might be able to find a children's ibuprofen for the baby's fever, she'd considered asking for more of the fruit-flavored gummies he'd given her on her birthday last year, too. Or maybe a pack of rechargeable batteries. She could do a lot with rechargeable batteries. But Papa must have seen the request brewing in her eyes and had given her a look that silenced her. Nova wasn't sure what it meant. Uncle Alec had always been good to them, bringing food and clothes and sometimes even toys from his weekly spoils. But her parents never wanted to ask for anything special, no matter how much they needed it. When there was something specific, they had to go into the markets and offer up trades, usually the things her father made. The last time her dad had gone to the markets, he'd come back with a bag of reusable diapers for Evie and a jagged cut above his eyebrow. Her mom stitched it up herself. Nova watched, fascinated to see that it was exactly like her mother sewed up Dolly Bear when her seams came open. Nova turned back to the hydraulic system. The lift was just shy of being level with the dollhouse's second floor. if she could increase the capacity of the syringe, or make some adjustments to the lever system. Beyond her door, the crying went on and on. The floorboards were squeaking now as her parents took turns trying to comfort Evie, pacing back and forth through the apartment. The neighbors would start to complain soon. Sighing, Nova set down the syringe and stood. Papa was holding Evie in the front room, bouncing her up and down and trying to press a cool washcloth against her flushed brow. But it only made her wail louder as she tried to shove it away. Through the doorway into their tiny kitchen, Nova saw her mom digging through cabinets, muttering about misplaced apple juice, though they all knew there wasn't any. "Want me to help?" said Nova. Papa turned to her, distress shadowing his eyes. Evie screamed louder as he forgot to bounce her for 2 whole seconds. "I'm sorry, Nova," he said, bouncing again. "It's not fair to ask you to do it. But if she could just sleep for another hour or 2, rest would be good for her, and Alec might be here by then." "I don't mind," said Nova, reaching for the baby. "It's easy." Papa frowned. Sometimes Nova thought he didn't like her gift, though she didn't know why. All it had ever done was make the apartment more peaceful. He crouched down and settled Evie into Nova's arms, making sure her hold was secure. Evie was getting so heavy, nothing like the tiny infant she'd been not quite a year ago. Now she was all chubby thighs and flailing arms. She'd be walking any day now, her parents kept saying. Nova sat down on the mattress in the corner of the room and stroked her fingers through Evie's baby-soft curls. Evie had worked herself into a tizzy, big tears rolling down her plump cheeks. She was so feverish that holding her felt like holding a miniature furnace. Nova sank into the tossed blankets and pillows and placed her thumb against her sister's cheek, scooping away one of the warm tears. She let her power roll through her, an easy, gentle pulse. The crying stopped. Evie's eyes fluttered, her eyelids growing heavy. Her mouth fell open in a shuddering O. Just like that, she was asleep. Nova looked up to see her dad's shoulders sink in relief. Mom appeared in the doorway, surprised and curious, until she spotted Nova with the baby tucked against her. "This is my favorite," Nova whispered to them. "When she's all soft and cuddly and quiet." Mom's face softened. "Thank you, Nova. Maybe she'll feel better when she wakes up." "And we won't have to start looking for another place to live," Papa muttered. "Charlie's kicked people out for less than a crying baby." Mom shook her head. "He wouldn't risk angering your brother like that." "I don't know," Papa frowned. "I don't know what anyone would or wouldn't do anymore. Besides, I don't want to be in Alec's debt any more than we already are." Mom retreated into the kitchen to start putting away the cans and boxes she'd scattered across the linoleum, while Papa sank into a chair at the apartment's only table. Nova watched him massage his temple for a moment, before he squared his shoulders and started to work on some new project. Nova wasn't sure what he was making, but she loved to watch him work. His gift was so much more interesting than hers. The way he could pull threads of energy out of the air, bending and sculpting them like golden filigree. It was beautiful to watch, mesmerizing even, as the glowing strips emerged from nothing, making the air in the apartment hum, then quieting and darkening as her father let them harden into something tangible and real. "What are you making, Papa?" He glanced over at her, and a shadow passed over his face, even as he smiled at her. "I'm not sure yet," he said, his fingers tracing the delicate metalwork. Something I hope will put to right some of the great injuries I've caused this world. He sighed then, a weighted sound that brought a frown to Nova's face. She knew there were things her parents didn't talk to her about, things they tried to shelter her from, and she hated it. Sometimes she would overhear conversations between them. Words passed through the long hours of night when they thought she was asleep. They whispered about falling buildings and entire neighborhoods being burned to the ground. They murmured about power struggles and how there didn't seem to be any safe place left, and how they might flee the city, but that the violence seemed to have consumed the whole world now. And besides, where would they go? Only a week ago, Nova had heard her mother say, "They'll destroy us all if no one stops them." Nova had wanted to ask about it, but she knew she would get only vague answers and sad smiles and be told that it wasn't for her to worry about. "Papa?" she started again, after watching him work for a while. "Are we going to be okay?" A figment of copper energy spluttered and disintegrated in the air. Her father fixed her with a devastated look. "Of course, sweetheart, we're going to be fine." "Then why do you always look so worried?" He set down his work and leaned back in his chair. For a moment, she thought he might be on the verge of crying. But then he blinked and the look was gone. "Listen to me, Nova," he said, slipping off the chair and crouching in front of her. "There are many dangerous people in this world, but there are also many good people, brave people. No matter how bad things get, we have to remember that. So long as there are heroes in this world, there's hope that tomorrow might be better." "The Renegades," she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of awe. A wisp of a smile crossed her father's features. "The Renegades," he confirmed. Nova pressed her cheek against Evie's soft curls. The Renegades did seem to be helping everyone these days. One had chased down a mugger who tried to take Mrs. Ogilvy's purse, and she'd heard that a group of renegades had broken into one of the gang's storehouses and taken all the food to a private children's home. "And they're going to help us?" she said. "Maybe we can ask them for medicine next time." Her father shook his head. "We don't need that sort of help as much as some other people in this city do." Nova's brow furrowed. She couldn't imagine anyone needing that sort of help more than they did. "But," her father said, "when we need them, when we really need them, they'll be here, all right?" He swallowed and sounded more hopeful than convincing when he added, "They'll protect us." Nova didn't question it. They were superheroes. They were the good guys. Everyone knew that. She found Evie's pudgy fingers and started to count off each knuckle, while running through all the stories she'd heard. Renegades pulling a driver from an overturned delivery truck. Renegades breaking up a gunfight in a nearby shopping district. Renegades rescuing a child who had fallen into Harrow Bay. They were always helping, always showing up at just the right moment. That's what they did. Maybe, she thought, as her father turned back to his work. Maybe they were just waiting for the right moment to swoop in and help them, too. Her gaze lingered on her father's hands, watching them mold, sculpt, tug more threads of energy from the air. Nova's own eyelids started to droop. Even in her dreams, she could see her father's hands. Only now, he was pulling falling stars out of the sky, stringing them together like glowing golden beads. A door slammed. Nova awoke with a start. Evie huffed and rolled away from her. Groggy and disoriented, Nova sat up and shook out her arm, which had fallen asleep beneath Evie's head. The shadows in the room had shifted. There were low voices in the hallway. Papa, sounding tense. Her mom murmuring, "Please, please." She pushed off the blanket that had been draped over her and tucked it around Evie, then crept past the table where a delicate copper-colored bracelet sat abandoned, an empty space in the filigree waiting to be filled with a precious stone. When she reached the front door, she turned the knob as slowly as she could, prying the door open just enough that she could peer out into the dim hall. A man stood on the landing, stubble on his chin and light hair pulled into a sleek tail. He wore a heavy jacket, though it wasn't cold outside. He was holding a gun. His indifferent gaze darted to Nova and she shrank back, but his attention slid back to her father as if he hadn't even seen her. "It's a misunderstanding," said Papa. He had put himself between the man and Nova's mom. "Let me talk to him. I'm sure I can explain." "There's been no misunderstanding," the man said. His voice was low and cold. "You have betrayed his trust, Mr. Artino. He does not like that." "Please," said her mom. "The children are here. Please, have mercy." He cocked his head, his eyes shifting between them. Fear tightened in Nova's stomach. "Let me talk to him," Papa repeated. "We haven't done anything. I'm loyal, I swear. I always have been. And my family. Please, don't hurt my family." There was a moment in which it looked like the man might smile, but then it passed. "My orders were quite clear. It is not my job to ask questions, or to have mercy." Her father took a step back. "Tala, get the girls, go!" "David," her mother whimpered, moving toward the door. She had barely gone a step when the stranger lifted his arm. A gunshot. Nova gasped. Blood arced across the door, a few drops scattering across her brow. She stared, unable to move. Papa screamed and grabbed his wife. He turned her over in his arms. He was trembling while her mom wheezed and choked. "No survivors," the man said in his even, quiet voice. "Those were my orders, Mr. Artino. You only have yourself to blame for this." Nova's father caught sight of her on the other side of the door. His eyes widened, full of panic. "Nova, run!" Another gunshot. This time, Nova screamed. Her father collapsed over her mom's body, so close she could have reached out and touched them both. She turned and stumbled into the apartment, past the kitchen into her bedroom. She slammed the door shut and thrust open her closet. Climbed over the books and tools and boxes that littered the floor. She yanked the door shut and crouched down in the corner, gasping for breath. The vision of her parents burned into her thoughts every time she shut her eyes. Too late, she thought that she should have gone for the fire escape. Too late. Too late, she remembered. Evie. She'd left Evie out there. She'd left Evie. A shuddering gasp was met with a horrified cry, though she tried to swallow both of them back. Her hand fell on the closet door and she tried to gauge how fast she could get out to the living room and back, if there was any chance of snatching the baby up without being seen. The front door creaked, paralyzing her. She pulled her hand back against her mouth. Maybe he wouldn't notice Evie. Maybe she would go on sleeping. She listened to slow, heavy footsteps, squealing floorboards. Nova was shaking so hard she worried the noise of her clattering bones would give her away. She also knew it wouldn't matter. It was a small apartment, and there was nowhere for her to run. The renegades will come, she whispered, her voice little more than a breath in the darkness. The words came unbidden into her head, but they were there all the same. Something solid, something to cling to. Bang. Her mother's blood on the door. She whimpered, "The renegades will come." A truth, inspired by countless news stories heard on the radio. A certainty, patched together from the words of gossiping neighbors. They always came. Bang, her father's body crumpling in the hall. Nova squeezed her eyes shut as hot tears spilled down her cheeks. "The renegades! The renegades will come!" Evie's shrill cry started up in the main room. Nova's eyes snapped open. A sob scratched at the inside of her throat, and she could no longer say the words out loud. "Please, please let them come." A third gunshot. The air caught in Nova's lungs. Her world stilled. Her mind went blank. She sank into the mess at the bottom of the closet. Evie had stopped crying. Evie had stopped. Distantly, she heard the man moving through the apartment, checking the cabinets and behind the doors. Slow, methodical. By the time he found her, Nova had stopped shaking. She couldn't feel anything anymore. Couldn't think. The words still echoed in her head, having lost all meaning. The renegades will come." Doused in the stark lights from her bedroom, Nova lifted her eyes. The man stood over her. There was blood on his shirt. Later, she would remember how there had been no regret, no apology, no remorse. Nothing at all as he lifted the gun. The metal pressed against her forehead, where her mother's blood had cooled. Nova reached up and grabbed his wrist, unleashing her power with more force than she ever had. The man's jaw slackened, his eyes dulled and rolled up into his head. He fell backward, landing with a resounding thud on her bedroom floor, crushing her dollhouse beneath his weight. The whole building seemed to shake from his fall. Seconds later, deep, peaceful breathing filled the apartment. Nova's lungs contracted again. Air moved through her throat, shuddering, in and out. She forced herself to stand and rub the tears and snot from her face. She picked up the gun, though it felt awkward and heavy in her hand, and slipped her finger over the trigger. She took a step closer, one hand gripping the doorframe as she left the sanctuary of the closet. She wasn't sure where she should aim. His head, his chest, his stomach. She settled on his heart. Got so close to him she could feel his shirt brushing against her bare toes. Bang! Her mother was dead. Bang! Her father. Bang! Evie. The renegades had not come. They weren't going to come. "Pull the trigger," she whispered into the empty room. "Pull the trigger, Nova." But she didn't. "Pull the trigger." She couldn't. Minutes, maybe hours later, her uncle found her. She was still standing over the stranger's sleeping form, ordering herself to pull the trigger. Hearing those gunshots over and over every time she dared to close her eyes. "Nova?" A plastic bag dropped to the floor, taking a plastic medicine bottle with it. Nova startled and turned the gun on him. Uncle Alec didn't even flinch as he crouched before her. He was dressed as he always was. The black and gold uniform, his dark eyes barely visible through the copper-toned helmet that disguised most of his face. "Nova, Your parents. Your sister. He looked down and reached for the gun. Nova didn't resist as he took it from her. His attention turned to the man. I'd always thought you might be one of us, but your father wouldn't tell me what it was you could do. He met Nova's eyes again. Pity and perhaps admiration. With that look, Nova fell apart, throwing herself into his arms. Uncle Alec, she wailed, sobbing into his chest. He shot them! He killed! He picked her up, cradling her against his chest. I know, he murmured into her hair. I know, sweet, dangerous child, but you're safe now. I'll protect you. She barely heard him over the noise in her head. The tumult pressing against the inside of her skull. Bang, bang, bang. But you can't call me Alec anymore. Not out there. All right, my little nightmare? He smoothed her hair. The handle of the gun bumped against her ear. To the rest of the world, I'm Ace. You understand? Uncle Ace. But she wasn't listening. And maybe he knew that. In the midst of her cries, he squeezed her tight, aimed the gun at the sleeping man, and fired. Chapter 1. 10 years later. The streets of downtown Gatlin were overflowing with fake superheroes. Kids ran amok in orange capes, screeching and waving black light-branded sparklers over their heads, or shooting one another with tsunami-themed squirt guns. Grown men had squeezed themselves into blue leggings and painted shoulder pads to look like the captain's armor, and now sat clinking glasses together inside the roped-off beer gardens that dotted the main street. Gender swapping was a big thing this year, too, with countless women having shown up in risque versions of the Dread Warden's signature bodysuit, and plenty of men having strapped cheap replicas of Thunderbird's black feathered wings to their backs. Oh, how Nova despised the Renegade parade. The street vendors weren't any better, hawking everything from cheesy light-up wands to tiny plush versions of the famous Renegade Quintet. Even the food trucks were celebrating the day's theme, with Captain Chromium funnel cakes and Tsunami's fish and chips baskets and one sign advertising, Dread Warden's favorite popcorn chicken. Get some now before it disappears. If Nova had had an appetite to start with, she was sure she would have lost it by now. A great cheer rose up through the crowd, and the noise of a marching band broke through the din. Trumpets and drums and the steady thumping of hundreds of synchronized musicians moved through the street. The music grew louder, bearing down on them now. Cannons blasted overhead, dousing the crowd with confetti. The children went nuts. The adults weren't much better. Nova shook her head, mildly disappointed in humanity. She stood at the back of the crowd, unable to see much of the actual parade, which was fine by her. Arms crossed defensively over her chest, fingers drumming an impatient rhythm against her elbow. Already it felt like she'd been standing there for an eternity. The cheering turned suddenly to loud, exuberant boos, which could only mean one thing. The first floats had come into view. It was tradition for the villain floats to go first, to really get the crowd riled up, and to remind everyone what it was they were celebrating. Today was the 9th anniversary of the Battle for Gatlin, when the Renegades had taken on the anarchists and the other villain gangs in a bloody fight that had ended with dozens of deaths on both sides. The Renegades had won, of course, Ace's revolutionaries were defeated, and the few villains who didn't perish that day either crawled away into hiding or left the city entirely. And Ace Anarchy was dead, destroyed in the explosion that leveled half of the cathedral he had made his home. That day officially marked the end of the Age of Anarchy and the start of the Council's rule. They called it the Day of Triumph. Nova looked up to see an enormous balloon spanning nearly the width of the street as it floated between the high-rises. It was a cartoon-like replica of the Atomic Brain, who had been one of Ace's closest allies before the Renegades had killed him nearly 15 years ago. Nova hadn't known him personally, but she still felt a spark of resentment to see the balloon's treatment of him. The bloated head and grotesquely disfigured face. The crowd laughed and laughed. The tiny transmitter crackled inside her ear. "And so it begins," came Ingrid's voice, wry and unamused. "Let them laugh," Phobia responded. "They won't be laughing for much longer. Nightmare, are you in position?" "Roger," Nova said, careful to move her lips as little as possible, though she doubted anyone in the crowd was paying attention to her. "Just need to know which rooftop you want me on." "The council hasn't left the warehouse yet," said Phobia. "I will alert you once they do." Nova glanced across the street to the second-level window of an office building, where she could barely see Ingrid, or the detonator as the public knew her, peering out through the blinds. The booing of the crowd started up again, more enthusiastic than before. Over the heads of the spectators, Nova caught glimpses of an elaborate parade float. On it was a miniature-scale version of the Gatlin skyline, and standing among the buildings were actors wearing over-stylized costumes meant to resemble some of the most well-known members of Ace's gang. Nova recognized Rat and Brimstone, both killed at the hands of renegades. But before she could be offended on their behalf, she spotted a dark figure near the top of the float. A surprised laugh escaped her, easing some of the anxiety that had been building all morning. "Phobia," she said. "Did you know they were going to put you on the villain floats this year?" A hiss came back to her through the earpiece. "We are not here to admire the parade, Nightmare." "Don't worry, you look good up there," she said, eyeing the actor. He had donned a long black cloak and was carrying an enormous plastic scythe with a bunch of rubber snakes glued to the handle. But when he opened his cloak, rather than being consumed by shadows, the actor revealed a pale, skinny physique wearing nothing but lime green swimming briefs. The crowd went berserk. Even Nova's cheek twitched. They may have taken a few liberties. "I think I like it better," said Ingrid with a snort, watching the parade from the window. "It certainly inspires terror," agreed Nova. Phobia said nothing. "Is that?" started Ingrid. "Oh, my holy bomb squad. They have a queen bee this year." Nova looked again. At first the actress was concealed on the other side of the cityscape, but then she moved into view and Nova's eyebrows shot upward. The woman's blonde wig was twice the size of her head, and her sequined black and yellow dress could not have been any gaudier as it sparkled in the afternoon sunlight. She had black mascara running down her cheeks and was embracing a large stuffed bumblebee to her bosom, wailing about the unfair treatment of her little honeymakers. "Wow," said Nova. "That's actually not a bad impersonation." "I can't wait to tell Honey," said Ingrid. "We should be recording this." Nova's eyes darted around the crowd for what might have been the 1,000th time. Standing still made her edgy. She was wired for movement. "Are you offended they don't have a detonator?" she asked. There was a long pause before Ingrid said, "Well, I am now." Nova turned back to the parade. She stood on her tiptoes, trying to make out if any of their other comrades were among the costumes, when a loud crash startled the crowd. The top of the tallest building on the float, a replica of Merchant Tower, had just blown upward, and a new figure was emerging, laughing madly as he raised his hands toward the sky. Nova clamped her jaw shut, the moment's amusement doused beneath a rush of fury. The Ace Anarchy costume was the closest to reality. The familiar black and gold suit, the bold, iconic helmet. The audience's surprise passed quickly. For many, this was the highlight of the parade, even more of a draw than seeing their beloved council. Within seconds, people had started to reach for their rotten fruits and wilted cabbages they'd brought with them for just this purpose. They started pummeling the villain float, shouting obscenities and mocking the villains on board. The actors took it with remarkable resilience, ducking down behind the buildings and screeching in feigned horror. The Ace Anarchy impersonator took the brunt of the attack, but he never dropped character, shaking his fist and calling the children at the front of the crowd stinking rascals and little nightmares, before he finally ducked down into the hollow building and pulled the top back over himself, setting up the surprise for the next street of onlookers. Nova swallowed, feeling the knot in her stomach loosen only once the villain float had passed. My little nightmare. He had called her that too, all those years ago. The floats were followed by a band of acrobats and a Thunderbird balloon gliding overhead. Nova spotted a banner being propped up on tall poles, advertising the upcoming Renegade trials. Bold, valiant, just. Do you have what it takes to be a hero? She faked a loud, gagging sound, and an elderly woman nearby gave her a sour look. A body crashed into her, and Nova stumbled backward, her hands instinctively landing on the kid's shoulders and righting her before she fell onto the pavement. "Watch it," said Nova. The girl looked up, a domino mask over her eyes, making her look like a smaller, scrawnier, girlier version of the Dread Warden. "What was that, Nightmare?" Ingrid said into her ear. Nova ignored her. The girl pulled away with a muttered sorry, then turned and wove her way back into the teeming crowd. Nova adjusted her shirt and was just about to turn back to the parade when she saw the kid crash into someone else. Only, rather than set her right as Nova had done, the stranger stooped low, grabbed the girl's ankle, and turned her upside down in one swift motion. Nova gaped as the stranger hauled the girl, screaming and swatting his chest, back in Nova's direction. He was roughly her age, but much taller, with dark skin, close-cut hair, and thick-framed eyeglasses. The way he strolled through the crowd made it seem more like he was carrying one of those cheesy Captain Chromium plush dolls rather than a ferocious, flailing child. He stopped in front of Nova, a patient smile on his face. "Give it back," he said. "Put me down," the girl yelled. "Let me go!" Nova looked from the boy to the child, then took a quick scan of the nearby crowd. Far too many people were watching them. Watching her. That wasn't good. "What are you doing?" she said, turning back to the boy. "Put her down." His smile became even more serene, and Nova's heart stammered. Not just because he had one of those easy smiles that made other girls swoon, but because there was something unsettlingly familiar about him. And Nova immediately began racking her brain to figure out where she knew him from, and whether or not he was a threat. "All right, Mini Magpie," he said somewhat patronizingly. "You've got 3 seconds before I send in a request to put you on probation. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure the janitorial crew has been needing some help lately." The girl huffed and stopped struggling. Her mask had begun to slip and was close to sliding off her brow. "I hate you," she growled, then reached into a pocket. She pulled out her hand and held it toward Nova, who uncertainly extended her own. A bracelet. Her bracelet dropped into her palm. Nova looked at her wrist, where a faint tan line showed where the bracelet had been worn every day for years. Ingrid's voice rattled in her head. "What's happening down there, Nightmare?" Nova didn't respond. Tightening her fist around the bracelet, she fixed a glare on the child, who only glared back. The boy dropped her with little ceremony, but the girl rolled easily when she hit the pavement and had sprung back to her feet before Nova could blink. "I'm not going to report this," said the boy, "because I believe you are going to make better choices after this. Right, Magpie?" The girl shot him a disgusted look. "You're not my dad, Sketch," she yelled, then turned and stomped off around the nearest corner. Nova squinted at the boy. "She's just going to rob someone else, you know." Ingrid's voice buzzed in her ear. "Nightmare, who are you talking to? Who's getting robbed?" "Can hope it will make her rethink her options," the boy was saying. His eyes met hers briefly, then dropped down to her closed fist. "Do you want help with that?" Her fingers clenched tighter. "With what, the bracelet?" He nodded and, before Nova realized what was happening, he had taken her hand and started peeling open her fingers. She was so stunned by the action that he had freed the bracelet from her grip before she thought to stop him. "When I was a kid," he said, taking the copper-colored filigree into his fingers, "my mom used to always ask me to help with her brace." He paused. "Oh, the clasp is broken." Nova, who had been scrutinizing his face with wary bewilderment, looked down at the bracelet. Her pulse skipped. "That little brat!" "Nova!" crackled Ingrid's voice. "Have you been compromised?" Nova ignored her. "It's okay," said the boy. "I can fix it." "Fix it?" She tried to snatch the bracelet away from him, but he pulled back. "You don't understand. That bracelet, it isn't... It's... No, trust me," he said, reaching into his back pocket and pulling out a fine-tipped black marker. "This wrist, right?" He wrapped the bracelet around Nova's wrist, and again, the sensation of such a rare, unexpected touch made her freeze. Holding the bracelet with one hand, he uncapped the marker with his teeth and bent over her wrist. He began to draw onto her skin, in the space between the two ends of the broken bracelet. Nova stared at the drawing, two small links connecting the filigree and, between them, a delicate clasp, surprisingly ornate for a drawing made in marker, and perfectly matched to the style of the bracelet. When he had finished, the boy capped the pen using his teeth again, then brought her wrist up closer to his face. He blew, a soft, barely there breath across the inside of her wrist that sent goosebumps racing up her arm. The drawing came to life, rising up out of her skin and taking physical shape. The links merged with the ends of the bracelet until Nova could not tell where the real bracelet ended and the forged clasp began. No, that wasn't entirely true. On closer inspection, she could see that the clasp he'd made was not quite the same coppery gold color, but had a hint of rosiness to it, and even a faint line of blue where the drawing had crossed over one of the veins beneath her skin. "What about the stone?" the boy said, turning her hand over and tapping his marker against the empty spot once intended for a precious gem. "That was already missing," stammered Nova. "Want me to draw one anyway?" "No," she said, yanking her hand away. Her eyes lifted just in time to catch a flash of surprise, and she hastily added, "No, thank you." The boy looked about ready to insist, but then he stopped himself and smiled. "Okay," he said, tucking his marker into his back pocket again. Nova twisted her hand back and forth. The clasp held. The boy's smile took on a subtle edge of pride. Obviously a prodigy. But was he also... "Renegade?" she asked, making little effort to keep the suspicion from her tone. "Renegade?" cried Ingrid. "Who are you talking to, Nova? Why aren't you—" The crowd burst into a new frenzy of hollers and applause, drowning out Ingrid's voice. A series of fireworks shot upward from the parade float that had just emerged, exploding and shimmering to furious cheers from the people below. "Looks like the headliners have arrived," said the boy, somewhat disinterested as he glanced over his shoulder toward the float. Phobia's voice crackled. "West Station, Nightmare. West Station." Purpose jolted down Nova's spine. "Roger." The boy turned back to her, a small wrinkle forming over the bridge of his glasses. "Adrian, actually." She took a step back. "I have to go." She turned on her heel and pushed her way through a group of costumed Renegade supporters. "Renegade trials, next week," one of them said, shoving a piece of paper at her. "Open to the public. Come one, come all." Nova crumpled the flyer in her hand without looking at it and crammed it into her pocket. Behind her, she heard the boy yelling, "You're welcome!" She didn't look back. "Target now passing Alt Corp," said Phobia as Nova ducked into the shadows of an alleyway. "What's your status, Nightmare?" Nova checked that the alley was empty before lifting the lid of a dumpster and hauling herself up onto its edge. Her duffel bag greeted her, resting at the top of the heap. "Just grabbing my things," she said, snatching up the bag. She dropped back to the ground. The dumpster lid crashed shut. "I'll be on the roof in 2 minutes." "Make it 1, said Phobia. "You have a superhero to kill." Chapter 2. Nova slung the bag over her shoulder and reached for one of the weighted ropes she'd set up in the alley the night before. She wrapped her arm around the rope and untied the sailor's knot from the weights, holding it to the ground. The weights attached to the opposite end dropped, dragging it through the pulley on the rooftop above. Nova jerked upward, holding tight as the rope whistled past the building's concrete wall. The second set of weights crashed into the ground below. She stopped with a shudder, her hand only a few inches shy of the pulley, her body swinging 6 stories in the air. Nova threw her bag onto the rooftop, then grabbed the ledge and hauled herself over. She dropped down into a crouch and rifled through the bag, pulling out the uniform she had designed with Queen Bee's help. She slung the weaponry belt across her hips, where it hung comfortably, outfitted with specifically crafted pockets and hooks for all of her favorite inventions. Next, the snug black hooded jacket, waterproof and flame retardant, yet lightweight enough to keep from inhibiting her movements. She zipped it up to her neck and tugged the sleeves past her knuckles before pulling up the hood, where a couple of small weights stitched into the hem held it in place over her brow. The mask came last. A hard metallic shell, perfectly molded to the bridge of her nose, that disappeared into the high collar of the jacket, disguising the lower half of her face. Transformation complete, she stooped and pulled the rifle and a single poisoned dart from the bag. "Where are you, Nightmare?" Phobia rasped. "I'm here, almost in position." She approached the edge of the building and looked down onto the celebration below. It was quieter up here. The noise of the crowd dulled beneath the whistle of the wind and the hum of the rooftop generators. The street was a mess of confetti and color, balloons and costumes, laughter and music and cheers. Nova loaded the dart into the gun's chamber. Ingrid had concocted the plan. And it was beautiful in its simplicity. When she'd told the group, Winston had griped about not being included, but Phobia had sagely pointed out that Winston, who most people knew as the puppeteer, wasn't capable of keeping anything simple. So, it was only the three of them on the field today. They didn't need the others. Nova had one dart handcrafted by Leroy Flynn, their own poison's master. She only needed one. If she missed, she wouldn't get a second chance. But she wouldn't miss. She would kill the captain. Once he was hit, Ingrid, the detonator, would emerge from hiding and hit the council's parade float with as many of her signature bombs, made from a fusion of gases in the air, as she could launch. Phobia would focus on Thunderbird, as she usually took to the air during a battle, giving her a frustratingly unfair advantage. They'd heard that Thunderbird was deathly afraid of snakes, which was one of his specialties. They were banking on the rumors to be true. Worst-case scenario, Phobia startled her long enough for Nova or Ingrid to take her down. Best case, he gave her a mid-flight heart attack. And that was it. The council, the 5 original renegades, all eradicated at once. But it started with Nova getting past Captain Chromium's supposed invincibility. Say, nightmare? I'm here, Detonator, relax. Yeah, I can see you up there. But I'm pretty sure Phobia wanted you at the West Station. Nova froze. She glanced at the rooftop behind her, then across the gap to the apartment building on the other side of the alleyway, where her second weighted rope sat waiting, unused. She squinted up into the midday sun and cursed. Phobia drawled in her ear. Tell me she didn't get on the wrong building. I was distracted, she said through gritted teeth. Phobia sighed heavily. She can't hit the target from the west rooftop? Asked Detonator. After a brief silence, Phobia said, She might have a fair shot at Tsunami or Blacklight, but not Captain Chromium. The parade route will have them turning before she's in alignment. He hummed thoughtfully. She can end one council member, and we shall have to concern ourselves with the others at a later date. Our priority was the captain, said Ingrid. This entire mission was built around taking out the captain. One renegade is better than none. It still makes this mission a failure. Licking her lips, Nova looked across at the opposite rooftop, estimating the distance over the alley. Everyone calm down. I can get to the other side. Phobia, how much time do I have? Not enough. How much? 10 seconds before the float enters your prime target area. Then perhaps 45 to make the shot. Nova picked up the duffel bag and heaved it across the gap. It landed with a thud on the other rooftop. Phobia's voice crackled. This seems inadvisable. Let her try, said Ingrid. It will be her own fault if she falls. I won't fall, Nova muttered. She slung the rifle onto her back and released a pair of gloves from a hoop on her belt. She shoved her hands into them and buckled the cuffs, securing them in place, then pressed her thumbs into the switches on her wrists. A jolt of electricity shot through the black fabric, forming pressurized suction cups on her fingertips and palms. She reviewed the distance one more time, paced back to the far edge of the building, inhaled, and ran. Her boots thudded. Air whistled past her ears, knocking back her hood. She planted her right foot and leaped. Her stomach hit the ledge of the brick wall on the other side of the alley. Pain jolted through her bones. She groaned and pressed her palms against the concrete to secure herself in place before she started to slip. Ingrid whooped shrilly in her ear. Phobia said nothing until Nova had hefted her body onto the east rooftop, and then merely 4 seconds to visual. Nova switched the pressure on her gloves, letting the suction cups recede into the fabric, and pulled her hood over her face again. She slung the gun off her back as she walked past the building's utility elevator, coming to stand at the edge as her pulse thrummed through her veins. Though she couldn't see the council's float, she could tell from the increased excitement in the crowd that it was close. Ignoring the throbbing pain where her stomach had hit the wall, she knelt onto one knee and propped the barrel of the gun on the rooftop ledge. She checked the loaded dart. "Ready." "Well done, Nightmare," said Detonator. "She hasn't done anything yet," said Phobia. "I know, but isn't it nice to have a shooter on the team again?" "She hasn't shot anything yet, either." "Would you both zip it?" Nova growled, peeling off the gloves and shoving them back through the hoop on her belt. Below, the council's parade float rolled into view. It was an enormous tiered structure with 5 pedestals rising from a dark storm cloud. A literal thunder and lightning-filled storm cloud. Like they thought they were gods or something. Strike that. They definitely thought they were gods. Thunderbird, the inimitable Tamaya Ray, stood on the first pedestal, her enormous black wings spanning the full width of the parade float and the wind catching in her long, dark hair, making her look like the proud mascot on the mast of a ship. She occasionally sent bolts of lightning to further ignite the cloud at her feet. Not to be overshadowed, Blacklight was on the second tier, shooting fireworks and flashing strobe lights into the air as the crowd gasped and squealed. With his red beard and tightly curled mustache, Nova had always thought Evander Wade looked more like a 6-foot-tall leprechaun than a superhero. But supposedly he had a dedicated fan following, and the giddy shrieks from the crowd seemed to support the theory. Above him, Kasumi Hasegawa might not have been aware she was in the middle of a parade at all. That's how Tsunami always looked, though. Caught up in her own world, a cool, secretive smile on her lips. While she stood barely moving with her arms extended, the stream of fish-filled water she was manipulating moved around her like a ribbon in a mesmerizing dance. A jet of foam and spray and angelfish spinning, twirling, spiraling in all directions. The 4th pedestal appeared at first glance to be empty, which meant that's where Simon Westwood was standing. And sure enough, as Nova watched, the Dread Warden flickered into view, posing like the thinking man. A second later, he vanished again, only to reappear posed in a handstand, which then turned into a one-handed handstand. A second later, he went invisible again. The crowd roared in laughter when he reappeared, not on his own pedestal, but on the 5th and tallest platform on the float, using his fingers to give bunny ears to Captain Chromium. Beside each other, they were like night and day. Simon Westwood had olive-toned skin, a close-trimmed beard and dark, wavy hair, while Hugh Everhart, the city's beloved captain, was the picture of boyish charm, complete with golden hair and dimples. Captain Chromium rolled his eyes and glanced at the Dread Warden over his shoulder. They shared a look that was disgustingly endearing. Nova had been too young to notice if there was any shock or scandal when 2 of the original Renegades announced they were in love, or if there had been any announcement at all. Maybe they just were from the start. Either way, she suspected the world had been dealing with too much devastation to really care back then. And these days, Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden were practically the world's favorite sweethearts. The tabloids were forever going on about whether or not they were planning to adopt another child, or if they were going to retire from the council and move to the tropics, or if a dark hidden secret from the past was threatening to tear them apart. From their smiles, though, Nova highly doubted there was much substance to those rumors, and it made her teeth grind. Why should they have such happiness? She eased herself into position, calculating the distance and angle as the gun warmed in her hand. The dread warden disappeared again and returned to his own pedestal, leaving the captain alone, a king before his doting subjects. He was as familiar to Nova as her own reflection. Yellow-blonde hair curling against his forehead, blue shoulder pads jutting out from a broad, muscled chest, a winning smile with teeth so white they gleamed in the sun. Then, as the crowd's cheers reached a deafening crescendo, he reached for the display stand at his side. His hand wrapped around a tall metal pike, and he lifted it overhead. One of Blacklight's fireworks burst then, lighting them all in a hue of coppery gold. Nova's stomach dropped. Is that? Don't dwell on it, said Phobia. Dwell on what? Asked Ingrid. Nova swallowed around the lump in her throat, unable to respond. Captain Chromium, beloved superhero and adored renegade, had Ace Anarchy's helmet skewered at the top of his pike. It had been driven through the skull, fracturing the bronze-tinted material that had once been dragged from the air by her own father's fingertips, years before Nova was born. The detonator's voice came through the headset again, an understanding "oh," as the parade float entered her view. Nova barely heard her. She was 6 years old again, afraid, devastated, staring up into the eyes behind that helmet, throwing herself into his arms. The Renegades had not come, but he had. Maybe not soon enough to save her family, but still, he had come. He had saved her. "You're dwelling," said Phobia, his voice almost a taunt. Nova squared her shoulders. "Am not." Phobia didn't respond, but she could feel a haughty response in his silence. "It's all right, Nightmare," said Detonator. "We're doing this for Ace, aren't we? Use that anger. Use it to avenge him." Nova didn't respond. The world became still, serene, black and white. She looked through the scope, lining up the sights. It had to be in the eye. Anywhere else on his body, and the tip of the dart would snap on the layer of chrome beneath his skin, and the poison would never make its way into his system. Her aim had to be perfect. And it would be. She'd been preparing for this moment for years. Use that anger. It wasn't just to avenge Ace, though that might have been enough all on its own. It was to avenge her family, too, who the Council could have saved, but hadn't. It was to revitalize Ace's vision, his dream of freedom for all prodigies, not just those who were willing to pander to the self-appointed Council and their autocratic laws. It was because Nova knew that the Council was failing the people, was failing them even now, but no one was brave enough to say it. Society would be better off without them. The street below seemed to fall silent, blanketed by the purpose drumming inside her head. The captain's eye came into focus, shocking blue and bearing faint wrinkles in the corner as he smiled. He wasn't young anymore, like when he'd first formed the Renegades. The Council were getting older, passing their legacy on to a new generation. "Pull the trigger," she whispered to herself. "Inhale." The trigger pressed against her finger. They were getting older, but they still held all the power, all the control. More, perhaps, than they ever had when they'd prowled the streets at night, searching for criminals and villains. more than when he'd taken that helmet from its rightful owner. Exhale. Pull the trigger, Nova. The renegades will come. Nova flinched. What's wrong? Asked Detonator. Nothing. Nova licked her lips, lined up the sights again. The float was turning the corner now. Soon it would pass out of sight. Soon he would turn away from her. His smile and charm greeted the next street of worshippers. This was the best opportunity they would have to take down the captain, and soon the rest of the council would follow. While the renegades scrambled to replace the council, the anarchists would rise again. Without the villain gangs interfering this time, they would show the people of the city what anarchy was meant to look like. True freedom, true independence, for everyone. All she had to do was pull the trigger. A bug fluttered in the corner of her vision. Nova shooed it away. She found her target again. The captain shifted, turning his head slightly in her direction. It was the best shot she would have. Nova started to squeeze. Something landed on the end of the rifle. Nova lifted her eyes, focusing on the gold and black butterfly, its wings opening and closing as it perched on the barrel. Nova's gaze lifted skyward. A swarm of monarch butterflies clouded overhead, hundreds, perhaps thousands of vibrant wings fluttering as they clustered above her. We have company. A beat of silence was followed by, Renegades? She didn't respond. The float was turning. 5 seconds, maybe less. Nova looked through the sights and found the captain, found his perfect hair, his perfect smile, his perfect blue eyes. A bundle of balloons passed between them, each emblazoned with the iconic Renegade R. She waited, frozen in time, sweat dripping down her neck. The balloons passed. Captain Chromium shifted his gaze upward, looking almost right at her. She fired. The captain turned, just a hair. The dart struck him in the temple. The needle tip snapped off. Captain Chromium jerked to attention, searching the rooftops, signaling the others. Nova let out a stream of curses as she ducked behind the ledge. A red hook flew from the side of her vision, attached to a thin wire. It wrapped around the gun and snatched it away. Nova leaped to her feet. A teenage girl, pale and freckled, stood at the corner of the roof, holding Nova's gun in one hand and the glittering hook in the other. She wore the renegade uniform, form-fitting charcoal gray lycra from her neck to her boots, piped in red and emblazoned with a small R over her heart. Her hair was a mix of bleached white and pitch black, pulled into a shaggy ponytail. The butterflies swarmed beside her, cycloning until their wings became a blur, then solidified into the body of a second girl, wearing an identical gray bodysuit, with long blonde dreadlocks framing her face. Red Assassin and Monarch. Nova had met them once before, when they tried to stop her from robbing a small pharmacy for supplies Leroy needed. But there were more of them that time. Nova lifted an eyebrow. Where's everyone else? Living it up in the beer garden? As soon as she said it, she heard a ding, and the metal grate over the utility elevator squealed open. A third renegade emerged from the elevator, a boy with light brown skin and thick, dark hair. He walked with a slight limp and a cane, faint tendrils of smoke following in his wake. Smokescreen. The corner of Nova's mouth curled upward. That's a bit more like it. Detonator's voice crackled in her ear. What's happening up there? Nova ignored her. Nightmare, said Smokescreen with a subtle incline of his head. Long time no see. You're about to wish it had been longer. Nova reached for her belt and unclipped 2 of her heat-seeking throwing stars, an invention she had worked all last summer to perfect. She threw them both at Red Assassin, knowing how dangerous she could be with that hook of hers. Red dodged. Monarch burst again into a swarm of butterflies. A bolt of black smoke struck Nova in the face. She stumbled back, blinded. "Nightmare, report," said Ingrid. Snarling, Nova reached for the transmitter behind her earlobe and shut it off. She forced her burning eyes open and saw a blur of yellow. Then Monarch was beside her. A knee collided with Nova's side, and she fell to the concrete, rolling from the force of the blow. Nova used the momentum to jump back to her feet, shutting out the pain in her ribs, blinking through the stinging tears that blurred her vision. Something hooked beneath her chin, pulling tight against her throat. Smokescreen's cane. He yanked her against him. Though he wasn't a big guy by any means, his arms felt like iron as his cheek pressed against the side of her hood. "Your days of villainy are over, Nightmare." She scoffed. "You sound like you've read too many comics." "You sound like you think that's a bad thing," he retorted. She felt around for his hands on either end of the cane, but the gloves of his uniform overlapped with his sleeves, leaving no vulnerable skin exposed. Smokescreen's hold on her tightened. "Are you working alone?" In front of her, Red Assassin caught one of the throwing stars on her wire, flinging it at a heat vent. It stuck with a metallic clang. The second star boomeranged over the alleyway and zipped back toward her. She pinwheeled the ruby hook in front of her and stabbed the star into the concrete with the gem's point before it could rise again. Red Assassin wrenched her gem free and turned to face Nova and Smokescreen, panting. She started to twirl the wire-tethered ruby like a lasso over her head. Nova scowled. So much work wasted. Monarch formed again, arms crossed over her chest. "I believe Smokescreen asked you a question." "Oh, I'm sorry," said Nova. "I was busy daydreaming about your funerals." She grabbed the cane and kicked back her hips, launching Smokescreen over her head. He landed on his back with a grunt. Snagging the cane from his hands, Nova struck the backs of Monarch's knees, knocking her off her feet. Red Assassin threw the gem at Nova. The wire wound around her ankle, yanking her to the ground and dragging her across the gritty rooftop. Nova tried to dislodge another throwing star from her belt, but before she could get a hold of it, Red pulled a dagger cut from the same red crystal as her hook and pressed her knee on top of Nova's chest. She dug the point of the dagger against Nova's jugular. "Who," said Red Assassin with careful enunciation, "are you working for?" Sensing her own heartbeat against the gemstone, Nova couldn't help smiling behind her mask. "Your worst nightmare," she said, jamming her fingertips into the cuff of Red's boot and finding the skin of her ankle. Her power rolled through her. The blade dug into her throat, but then Red Assassin's eyes closed and she collapsed beside her. A wave of hazy white mist rolled across the rooftop. Nova looked around, but the mist was already too thick to see Smokescreen. Sitting up, she unwound the wire from her leg and grabbed the dagger. It was lighter than any knife she'd ever held and looked like it had been cut from a single ruby, though she knew a real gemstone would have been much heavier. Whatever material Red Assassin used for her specialized weaponry, it was sharp, and that's all Nova cared about. On her feet again, she peered into the shroud of odorless smoke, listening for any sign of Smokescreen or Monarch. Her senses felt dulled in the fog. Infrared goggles would have helped. She would have to work on those next. She spotted a dark shape. Her duffel bag. With one more glance around, she bolted for the bag and threaded her elbow through the handles. Monarch appeared from nowhere, her dreadlocks whipping behind her as she aimed a jab for Nova's head. Nova ducked and rammed her shoulder into Monarch's abdomen. The renegade bent forward, and Nova stabbed upward with the dagger. But the moment she felt the blade pierce the flesh of her upper leg, Monarch exploded into fluttering wings. The smoke was beginning to clear, and Nova spotted a rickety fire escape on the next building. Tucking the dagger into her belt, she sprinted toward the edge of the roof and jumped. Catching the fire escape rail, she vaulted herself over it and onto metal stairs that shuddered and clanged beneath her. Smokescreen's voice cut through the fog. "Monarch!" Nova paused long enough to look back and see Monarch reappear, though she immediately collapsed and pressed a palm over the cut in her thigh. The gray fabric of her uniform was darkening with blood. Nova swung the duffel bag over her shoulder and hauled herself up the winding stairs, taking the risers 2 at a time. She reached the roof and ran for the far side. She was halfway across when a large figure leaped up from the street below, clearing the rooftop by a good 20 feet. Nova skidded to a stop, her panting breaths warming the inside of her mask. The form landed in front of her with a clang. Rather than a charcoal gray bodysuit, he was dressed in something akin to armor, every limb protected, every muscle sculpted into the rigid shell, his face disguised behind a helmet and dark-tinted visor. The Renegade R was emblazoned on his chest, but the armor wasn't like any Renegade uniform she'd ever seen. Though she couldn't see his eyes, she could feel them watching her. Nova took a step back, scanning the figure from head to toe. There was no skin to be seen, only narrow seams between the armored plates that might be vulnerable to more traditional attacks. "You must be new around here," she said. His head tilted. "I've been around long enough to know who you are, Nightmare." Nova's fingers skimmed along the top of her belt, though she wasn't confident any of her weapons would be effective. "Should I be flattered?" Before the figure could answer, a bout of high-pitched laughter echoed off the high-rise buildings, pealing through the streets and alleys of downtown Gatlin. The sound was grating, shrill, and far too familiar. Nova grimaced. "What is that idiot doing here?" Chapter 3. The armored stranger turned his head toward the laughter, just as the curve of a hot air balloon rose into view over the parade. The balloon was decorated in black and white harlequin, with an enormous acid green anarchist symbol painted over it. Its wicker basket carried one occupant, a man with wild orange hair, painted red cheeks, and deep lines drawn from the corners of his mouth down his chin in mimicry of a marionette. The puppeteer stood on the rim of the basket in a checkered suit, gripping the upright bars as it bounced and swayed beneath him. "Oh, renegades," he shouted in a sing-song voice. "Doesn't anyone want to play with me?" The cheers below turned to screams of fright as he cackled again, holding one hand out over the crowd, tilting so far forward it seemed he would topple from the basket. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo." 8 shimmering gold strings cascaded from his fingertips into the crowd, and though Nova couldn't see where they landed, she knew he would be seeking out children in the chaos below. Those who were touched by his strings would turn into puppets he could control. After all these years, she still wasn't sure if his powers only worked on children, or if he just preferred them because a mindless, rabid 4-year-old was so damn creepy. "Tag!" the puppeteer bellowed. "You're it!" The screams grew louder. "Friend of yours?" Nova glanced sideways at the armored figure. "Not exactly." The puppeteer laughed again, and the stranger's fists tightened. Nova couldn't fault him for his irritation. She wasn't exactly Winston Pratt's biggest fan either, and she'd been technically on the same side as him since she was 6. In one movement, Nova pulled the duffel bag around to her front and reached inside for the netting gun she'd engineered from a toy bazooka when she was 11. The figure turned toward her at the same moment she lifted the gun and pulled the trigger, sending a net of nylon ropes soaring toward him. Its 8 points spread out like an octopus. The stranger stumbled back in surprise, lifting a hand to defend himself as the net descended. He dropped to one knee. The net wrapped around him, tangling around his limbs. The helmet twisted from side to side as he struggled to pull the ropes away, but every movement only drew them tighter. "It was nice to meet you," said Nova, tossing the bazooka back into the bag. She jogged past him, scouting out the next rooftop before making the easy jump. "We're not done." She glanced back. The stranger's shoulders were hunched. He wrapped his gloved fingers around the knotted ropes, and smoke started to wisp between his fingertips. The ropes caught fire. Flames licked along the nylon, blackening the net until whole portions of it crumbled away into ash. When enough of the netting had been burned off, he tore a hole in it and stepped out of the bindings, leaving the rest to smolder on the concrete roof. He walked to the edge and peered down at Nova. She smirked, unimpressed. "Another fire elemental. How quaint. Not exactly a rare breed, but it's hard to criticize a classic." He bent his knees, lowering himself into a slight crouch, then sprang upward, lobbing his body clean over her head. Nova followed his trajectory through the air, a full arc that carried him onto the rooftop behind her. Though his landing was graceful, the weight of his armor made the floor shake beneath them. Nova's smile faded. A fire elemental with a fancy anti-gravity suit? Or a prodigy with superior speed and strength who just happened to also be able to burn things? Or a superhero with both powers? She'd never heard of such a combination before. "You can't escape me, Nightmare," he said. "I'm taking you into custody, and you will answer for your crimes." Lovely as that sounds, I actually had other plans for this afternoon. A shadow passed over them, monarch butterflies slowly merging into a girl's shape. As Monarch took form, Nova looked between her and the stranger. She was trapped between them. She didn't like being trapped. Monarch frowned at the armored man. A hasty bandage had been wrapped around the wound in her thigh, cut from gray cloth. "Who are you?" The stranger didn't speak for a moment, and Nova was sure his voice deepened when he responded, taking on an air of righteousness. "I am the Sentinel." Nova laughed. "Seriously?" The Sentinel angled his head in her direction, and she couldn't tell whether she imagined the way his chest expanded defensively. "Friend of yours?" Monarch said, glancing at Nova. She tightened her hands around the strap of the duffel bag. "I'm really not that friendly. Besides, he's wearing your trademark." Monarch's eyes narrowed as she took in the R on the Sentinel's chest. Losing interest in Monarch's confusion, Nova heaved the bag at the Sentinel's head, then reached behind her for the red dagger. She swung the blade toward Monarch's abdomen, but hit only air as she dispersed again into the swarm. Snarling in frustration, Nova swung again and again, finally slicing a single butterfly in half. She let out a breath and glanced down at the faint brush of wing dust on the blade. Two arms wrapped around her, securing her elbows at her sides. If Smokescreen had been strong, this guy was iron and steel. Or perhaps it was the suit. Nova clenched her jaw and pushed backward. He yelped but didn't release her as his foot hit the low rail along the building's ledge. With one more shove, Nova sent them both plummeting over the side. For a moment, they were airborne, his arms locked around her. They hit the next roof with a jolt that reverberated through Nova's bones. Something beneath them crunched and shattered. Though her body ached, she forced herself to roll off him, shoving his arms away from her as she collapsed, trembling onto a rattan mat. Nova looked around. They were in a small rooftop garden surrounded by wicker furniture and potted plants, one of which was now pinned beneath the Sentinel. A water fountain gurgled against the wall they had just fallen from. She caught a glimpse of the puppeteer's balloon drifting along the street. There were flashes of strobing red lights brightening the sides of the buildings along the main avenue. Black light, perhaps, trying to distract the puppeteer with fireworks and flashes. Or maybe Thunderbird throwing one of her lightning bolts in an attempt to take down the balloon? Or electrocute the villain? Maybe both. The butterflies returned, forming a dark cloud overhead. The sentinel had rolled onto his side and was attempting to push himself up. "Hey, Sentinel," Nova said, tightening her grip on the dagger. He glanced up. She plunged the knife into the space between his chest and shoulder plates. The sentinel roared and shoved her away. He crumpled, planting one palm on the ground, while the other lit up, suddenly engulfed in orange flames. He hauled the hand back. Nova ducked, pulling her hood down as a column of flames rushed over her back. She knew adding a flame-resistant coating to her uniform had been a good idea. A cry of pain hit her ears. Nova peered up from the shadow of her hood as the swarming butterflies converged back into the body of Monarch. The flames had hit a cluster of the orange insects, and the remaining wisps of ash seemed to melt into the girl's left side, from her ribs to her hip. Her uniform was blackened and smoking, and the stench of burned flesh permeated the air. The fire escape rattled and clanked off the side of the building. Smokescreen appeared on the ladder, hooking his cane over the rooftop edge to help pull himself up. He was breathing heavily, his dark hair matted to his brow as he took in the scene. His eyes widened. "Monarch?" Something clattered at Nova's feet. The ruby dagger, its blade darkened with blood. Nova didn't bother to look back at any of them as she turned and ran again, scaling the burbling stone fountain and hauling herself back to the rooftop they had fallen from. Behind her, she could hear the sentinel ordering Smokescreen to help Monarch, and an incredulous Smokescreen demanding, "Who the hell are you?" The puppeteer's wicker basket drifted back into view. "Catch!" Nova yelled. The puppeteer glanced in her direction, but made no effort to catch the duffel bag as Nova tossed it into his basket. "Good afternoon, tiny nightmare," said Winston. "What a delightful surprise this is. I was just out for a little float." He tossed his head back and started to laugh, the marionette lines on his face making it even creepier than it already was. His hands were still held out over the crowd, golden gossamer strings toying with the helpless children below. Nova glanced down long enough to see a pigtailed girl chomp hard on the ankle of a gray-haired man, possibly her own grandfather. Grimacing, Nova climbed onto the ledge of the roof. "Toss me a rope!" The puppeteer fell silent and peered at her with emotionless eyes. "You have a tag-along." A hand grabbed her elbow, spinning her around. Fingers closed over her throat, tilting her backward, squeezing just tight enough to keep her from plummeting to the street below. "You tried to assassinate Captain Chromium," the sentinel growled. "Why? Who put you up to it? What else are they planning?" The visor of his helmet was a blank canvas, but his voice was furious. Nova imagined she could still feel the heat from his flames seeping through his glove. "You renegades sure ask a lot of questions," she said, white spots flashing in her eyes. He moved so close that his visor almost clicked against her own face mask. "You'd better start answering them." "You think I'm afraid of a pompous neophyte in a toy suit?" The fingers at her throat seemed to loosen just a bit. "Neophyte? It means amateur. You're obviously new to this game." "I know what it—" The sentinel made an annoyed sound. "Look, I don't really care whether or not you're afraid of me, but I'm willing to bet you're at least a little bit afraid of dying, like we all are." The fingers tightened again, and Nova felt herself being forced backward. The change was minimal, but just enough so she could feel the shift in her balance, the slight pull of gravity. She fought off the need for air and forced out a laugh, though it came out more like a wheeze. "You know what they say. One cannot be brave who has no fear." He jerked back as if she'd struck him. In the same moment, Nova reached forward and pressed her hand against his chest, digging her fingers into the sliced fabric where the knife had penetrated. It was hot and sticky with blood, and it was all she needed. Flesh and tissue and a heartbeat that thundered underneath. "What did you just—" She drove her power into him, a sledgehammer into his chest. His breath hitched, and he stood immovable for a moment. Then, the grip loosened around her throat. Nova cried out and grabbed his forearm, pulling her center of balance toward him as he fell backward, landing with a bone-jolting crash. Nova's heart ricocheted inside her chest as she stared down at him, still feeling the drop in her stomach when, for a split second, she'd thought she was falling. "Nightmare." Rubbing her throat, she turned in time to catch the shimmering gold thread the puppeteer tossed to her. Though her legs had begun to shake, Nova forced herself to gather together any last shreds of strength. She wrapped the strings around her wrist and leaped, swinging out over the street, where people had scattered and a parade float had crashed into the side of a hair salon. She hauled herself up the ropes and into the basket, landing in a heap on its floor. "Thanks, Winston," she gasped. He didn't respond. Already he was focused again on his puppets, his mad laughter shrieking over the noise of the propane burner above them. Once Nova had caught her breath, she wrapped her hands around the edge of the basket and forced herself to stand. The street below was in chaos. The puppeteer's gossamer strings littered the pavement, some still wrapped around children's throats and wrists, though many of his puppets had been discarded and were crumpled against the buildings or in the middle of the street. A number of onlookers were injured, their bodies sprawled out on the sidewalks and streaks of blood trailing behind them as they attempted to crawl to safety. Winston had 4 children still enthralled, the strings like nooses around their necks as they threw marching band instruments through shop windows, ripped parade floats to pieces, and hurled street food at the council members who were trying to stop them without actually hurting them. The dread warden, of course, had gone invisible, while Tsunami kept trying to trap the puppets in a frothy tidal wave, except the spellbound children didn't seem to care that they might drown as they plunged into the wall of water. Nova searched for Captain Chromium, but couldn't find him in the uproar. All the while, Winston's grating cackle echoed through the city. He could have been at a circus for all his apparent glee. Nova reached behind her ear and turned on the transmitter. "Nightmare checking in. Detonator, Phobia, where are you?" Phobia's voice came back to her, even and dry. "Where have you been?" Nova glanced back to the rooftop, now half a block away as the balloon drifted along the street, but she could no longer see the Renegades or the Sentinel. "I made some new friends," she said. A roar dragged Nova's attention upward in time to see Thunderbird's enormous black wings spread out against the blue sky. Her face was twisted with fury, one hand gripping a crackling white lightning bolt. Nova cursed. Winston giggled. "Hello, birdie bird." Thunderbolt lifted her free hand and thrust her palm toward the balloon. The air boomed, shoving the balloon backward. The basket crashed into an office building. Nova ricocheted off the side and landed on the floor again. Winston hoisted himself up, one hand gripping the upright bar as he pulled on the golden threads around his fingers, making the children below do who knew what. He said with a childish titter. "It isn't polite to hit. You should say you're sorry." "Release those children now, puppeteer," growled Thunderbird, lifting the lightning bolt over her shoulder. Nova pulled open the duffel bag and grabbed the netting gun. Exhaling, she popped up over the edge, using the basket's side to steady her aim, and fired. The ropes entwined around Thunderbird's body. One side tangled around her left wing, and she cried out in surprise. The lightning bolt struck a rope, and the whole net lit up, crackling with electricity. Thunderbird screamed. Then she was falling, toward the street, toward the pavement, right into Captain Chromium's waiting arms. He set her down, then turned his blue eyes skyward. No longer was he smiling. No longer did he look like an overhyped imbecile on a gaudy parade float. His eyes met Nova's, and she swallowed. "What's happening down there, Detonator?" she said. "We could use some assistance." "Puppeteer wasn't part of this operation," came the dry response. "He wants to act on his own? He can die on his own." Down below, the captain grabbed the metal pike he'd been holding earlier. Nova watched as he ripped Ace Anarchy's helmet from the top and tossed it away. The helmet rolled across the street, coming to rest in a storm drain. "It's not just the puppeteer now," she said. "I'm up here too." "Good luck, Nightmare. This mission is over." The faint crackle over the earpiece went silent. Captain Chromium hefted the pike over his head, holding it like a javelin, and threw. Though the balloon was hundreds of feet in the air, the pike did not waver as it soared straight for her. Nova ducked. The javelin struck the balloon's heater with a deafening clang, disconnecting the propane line. The flames sputtered and went out. The pike ricocheted off the metal and fell back down to the street. The effect was instant. Though the balloon continued to drift from momentum, its upward course began to slow. Nova looked around. They would have cleared the next set of buildings easily, but with the change of propulsion, she doubted they could make it now. Without the heater warming the air in the balloon, they would soon be sinking, and then crashing right into the hands of the Renegades. Winston cocked his head and peered down at Nova. "Uh-oh." Nova held his gaze, considering. If they could lose some weight, they might still be able to clear the next block, gaining enough distance to make a getaway before the Renegades caught up with them. She turned her attention to the duffel bag, and all her weapons and inventions, all her efforts, all her work. Winston whined in sympathy. "Sacrifices must be made sometimes, mini-anarchist." Nova sighed. "You're absolutely right." Then she hooked her arm around Winston's ankles and pulled. He yelped, arms flailing, and toppled over the edge. Nova didn't wait for his screams to fade as she hauled herself up onto the uprights and inspected the heater. The balloon barely cleared the rooftop, giving her just enough time to reaffix the propane line. She toggled the lighter switch a few times, and the flame burst to life. The balloon drifted into the sky. Nova released a weary, relieved groan and dared to look down at the street. The puppeteer had landed on a parade float. He was covered in confetti and flowers as Captain Chromium hauled him to the ground. Winston didn't fight. His gaze lingered on Nova the whole time. His expression contorted into that same delirious grin. Nova lifted her arm and waved.
Chapter 4. Adrian woke up feeling like his head had been stuffed with wool. He groaned and tried to roll onto his side, only then remembering that he was still wearing the armored bodysuit. The hard material dug painfully into his back. Everything ached, but it was his shoulder that hurt the worst, throbbing and burning and sticky with blood. He couldn't believe she had actually stabbed him. He wasn't sure why it was so surprising, except that just wasn't how prodigies fought. They fought with superpowers and extraordinary skills, but that had been a plain old dirty attack. He would have to remember for next time. Nightmare didn't follow the same rules as the rest of them. But then, he supposed, neither did he. Not anymore. Not when he was the Sentinel. He managed to sit up. Though it was still daylight, the sky was darkening and the shadows from the next building had eclipsed the rooftop. He must have been unconscious for 5 or 6 hours. He was lucky she'd knocked him out up here where it was unlikely anyone would find him. Though it was clear he'd been undisturbed, it made him uncomfortable to think of himself lying prone and vulnerable for such a long time. prone and vulnerable and useless. Why hadn't Oscar come looking for him? No, that was a stupid question. Why would he have? Oscar didn't know Adrian was beneath the Sentinel's armor, and besides, Dana had been injured, and maybe Ruby too. Oscar had other matters to deal with. They would have gone straight back to headquarters. Were probably there still. Adrian checked to be sure no one was peering down from any nearby windows, then pressed his fingers into the center of the suit's chest piece. The armor clunked and hissed, folding in on itself like origami, rolling inward along his limbs until the suit was no bigger than a crushed aluminum can. He tucked it into the skin over his sternum and pulled up the zipper tattoo he had inked there more than a month ago. He started to button the front of his shirt, but his shoulders screamed at him to stop. He looked down. His shirt had a gash through the fabric, and though the compression of the suit seemed to have slowed the bleeding, one glance told him he had lost a lot of blood. His entire side was damp, the fabric of his shirt nearly black where the blood had congealed. He wondered if that was why his brain seemed to be struggling to function, or if it was the result of being knocked out by Nightmare. Perhaps it was a combination of both. He cursed her every way he could think of as he peeled the fabric away from his skin, then cursed himself as he pulled the shirt over his head. That girl had a bunch of low-tech gadgets and a power that only worked through skin-to-skin contact. How had she beaten him? He grimaced, recognizing his own pathetic attempts to defend his pride. But who was he kidding? He had underestimated an opponent who should not have been underestimated. She was strong. She was clever, and most of the low-tech gadgets he'd seen her use were actually pretty impressive. Shaking his head, he started to laugh, wryly at first, but it quickly grew with real humor, even if it was at his own expense. So much for being the city's next great superhero. Next time, he whispered to himself, a promise. He would keep training, he would get better, and there would be a next time. Pulling the marker from the back pocket of his jeans, he sketched a water faucet on the rooftop's concrete ledge and pulled the drawing into 3 dimensions. With a twist of the knob, cool water gushed forward. He used the clean half of his shirt as a rag to wipe away as much of his blood as he could. The injury didn't look quite so devastating once it was clean. His heart was still beating and his arm was working, so she couldn't have hit anything too important. After close inspection of the wound, he placed the tip of the marker against his skin and drew a series of stitches, gathering the skin together. Once he was finished, he capped the marker and tucked it away, turning off the water, then sat, tracking his thumb around the tattoo on his left forearm. A spiral of flame and bold black ink, its edges fading away into his own dark skin. Fire manipulation. Perhaps it wasn't rare, but it still remained one of the most coveted powers among prodigies. Between that and the armored suit and the springs he'd inked into the soles of his feet, he'd been confident he could do anything, stop anyone. But Nightmare had barely bat an eye. Not just that, she'd mocked him. With a groan, he climbed to his feet and rallied the courage to look down onto the street where the parade had passed that morning. The celebration had been replaced with a sullen quiet as cleanup crews swept away the confetti and the food wrappers along with the broken glass and destroyed parade floats and looted merchandise left behind from the puppeteer's attack. Nightmare had asked the puppeteer to throw her a rope. Were they working together? Was she an anarchist? It made sense, in a way. They were one of the few villain gangs who hadn't vanished completely over the past decade, and they despised the Renegades more than anyone, especially the Council. And that's why she'd been up here, wasn't it? She'd been going after the Council. She'd been going after the captain. Adrian pressed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. On the street below, a little girl was being dragged from beneath a tour bus, where she must have been hiding all afternoon. She was sobbing hysterically, and even from so high above, Adrian could see a string of gold thread still tied around her throat. He wondered what the puppeteer had made her do. His jaw clenched. Most of the anarchists' identities had been known for years. Winston Pratt, Ingrid Thompson, Honey Harper, Leroy Flynn. But Nightmare? She was new. A mystery and a threat. When he closed his eyes, he could see her, the slightest glint of her eyes visible in the shadow of her hood, without expression, without remorse, without fear, even as she'd said those words, the words that had haunted him for years. Even now, he couldn't be sure whether he'd imagined her saying them, that it hadn't been part of a dream played out while he'd been unconscious. One cannot be brave who has no fear. He released a shuddering breath. It hadn't been a dream. She had said them. It couldn't be coincidence. Nightmare, he whispered, and it felt like the first time he said it. The first time he said the name and it meant something to him. She was no longer just another villain to be stopped, another blight on their city to be dealt with. Now she was someone who might have answers. Who are you, really? The dullness of his thoughts had mostly evaporated by the time Adrian made his way back to Renegade headquarters. He had drawn a new shirt for himself with long sleeves to hide the tattoos, his chest and shoulder still throbbing and tender beneath the fabric. He pushed his way through the rotating door of the main entrance and paused on the landing that looked out over the expansive lobby. It was a vast gathering space that was forever humming with activity and chatter and heavy boots thudding across the enormous R inset into the center of the floor. Renegades in gray and red uniforms passed doctors in lab coats and mingled with administrators in crisp suits. People rushed between the various departments, gathered in groups, stared at the screens that lined the walls as they replayed scenes from the puppeteer's attack again and again. Hugh and Simon sometimes joked about how all this had started in the Dread Warden's basement. They'd been teenagers, friends since childhood, both with extraordinary powers, both sick of watching their city being run by anarchists and criminals. Until one night, when they decided to do something about it. As their escapades grew in boldness and publicity, 4 more prodigies joined the crew of vigilantes: Kasumi, Evander, Tamaya, and Adrian's own mother, Georgia Rawls. The incomparable Lady Indomitable. It was Evander who gave them the name that would solidify their place in history: the Renegades. Back then, as Adrian understood, they'd had no money, no headquarters, no influence, nothing but a profound determination to change the world for the better. And they had done it all while subsisting on boxed macaroni and cheese and wearing cheap homemade costumes and taking turns sleeping on one another's moth-eaten couches. Though the original 6 were still considered the core group that had started the Renegades, their numbers continued to grow. More vigilantes joined the cause. More prodigies dared to fight against the villains who had torn their world apart. Seeing headquarters now, it was almost impossible to imagine how it started in that basement all those years ago. A couple of teenagers and a desire to change the world for the better. And now, this. 82 stories and 8 sublevels of the world's most comprehensive government and law enforcement facilities. Okay, most of those floors actually didn't have anything on them, but Hugh often talked about how glad they would be for all the extra space when they needed to expand. The tower had been built to be the main office building for an international bank or something equally dull, but now it held high-tech facilities and virtual reality simulators where renegades could train both physically and mentally inside a variety of programmable situations. There was a full armory where an assortment of weapons was kept behind a series of ever-increasingly impenetrable defenses, plus an entire floor dedicated to the storage and preservation of superpowered tools and artifacts. There were 2 floors dedicated to city surveillance and investigative work, the always busy call center, prison cells for housing prodigy criminals who were too dangerous to be put into the regular city prison, lounge areas for off-duty renegades, research laboratories, a full-service medical wing, and, their crowning glory, the council hall on the highest floor, where the council passed laws and made decrees designed to strengthen the society they'd liberated from anarchy and protect the world from another collapse. The council acted like the only direction society could move was forward, away from those terrible years of chaos and crime. But Adrian sometimes had the feeling that the foundation of order the Renegades had built was more precarious than anyone wanted to admit. Straightening his spine, he started down the grand staircase to the main floor and cut across to the elevators, heading for the medical wing. A few of the overhead screens switched to an image of Nightmare, waving down to the crowd from the basket of the hot air balloon, her face eclipsed by the hood. Renewed determination surged through Adrian at the sight of her. His mind started to replay the moment when Nightmare had stabbed him, with Ruby's own blade, no less. He'd lost control. He'd thrown that flame, intending it for Nightmare, but he'd been blinded by rage, and he hadn't been thinking about what might be behind her. She called him a neophyte, and she was right. It was an amateur mistake. From the moment he heard Monarch's scream, he knew she was badly hurt. He hadn't been holding back, and much as he wanted to blame Nightmare for it, he couldn't. The flames had been from his hands, the result of a power he'd barely explored. He had been cocky and careless, and Dana was suffering for it. When he reached the medical wing, he spotted Tamaya Ray, Thunderbird, through the windows of the first room. She was sitting on the edge of a bed while a healer tended to one of her black feathered wings. She looked enraged, though all he caught were the words puppeteer and balloon and pathetic fishing net. He found Dana in the third room, lying on her side unconscious. Much of her uniform had been cut away, revealing extensive burns along her left arm and torso. A mask was over her nose and mouth, probably filling her lungs with an elixir that would keep her body from transforming while she was unconscious, as sometimes happened when her brain went into fight or flight mode. She once told him that it happened to her a lot when she'd had nightmares growing up. Nightmares. Oh, the irony. Adrian's gut sank. He hadn't had time to stop and see how bad her burns were during the fight, and now he was struck with the full weight of guilt from what he'd done. Oscar and Ruby were there too, sitting on a bench in the corner. Ruby's head was resting on Oscar's shoulder, and for a moment Adrian thought she might be asleep, but then her eyes peeled dazedly open. She spotted Adrian and sat up. The briefest flash of disappointment crossed Oscar's face, but it was gone so fast Adrian thought he might have imagined it. "Oh, now he shows up," said Oscar, standing. "Dude, where were you?" "I'm sorry," said Adrian, feeling the apology down to his core. "I got your message about Nightmare, and I was making my way to you guys when the puppeteer showed up, and I was stuck trying to get this group of kids to safety. There must have been 100 of them there on a field trip. It was chaos." He lightly scratched his wounded shoulder through his shirt, surprised by how easily the lie had come. "But I still should have been there with you. I'm so sorry. Is Dana—" Oscar blew out a frustrated sigh. "She got burned really bad in the fight." On the bed, Dana inhaled a shuddering breath. A machine on the wall beeped faster for a second, then fell again into a steady rhythm. Adrian walked closer, forcing himself to lift one of the cold compresses that had been draped over her burn wounds, forcing himself to take in the damage he had done. How much pain had she been in? Or had her body immediately gone into shock? Setting the compress back over her burns, he rubbed the flame tattoo through his sleeve. Though it had been healed for weeks now, he imagined for a moment that he could feel it, like the flame was alive, like it was burning his skin. He turned back to Oscar and Ruby. "Have the healers been to see her yet?" Oscar nodded. "Yeah, they say she's going to be okay, but it'll take some time. It's really bad." "Dana is our eyes when we're on patrol," said Adrian, scratching the back of his neck. "We'll be at a huge disadvantage without her." "The really weird thing," said Ruby, "is that wasn't even Nightmare's doing. That," she pointed at Dana, then drew quotes in the air, "was the Sentinel." Adrian flinched at the venom in her tone. The small part of him that wanted to tell his team that he was, in fact, on the roof with them that day quickly evaporated. "Who?" "Some guy who showed up mid-combat," said Oscar. "Faced off against Nightmare. He had an R on his suit, but—" He shrugged. "None of us have ever seen him before." Adrian kept his brow tight with confusion. "The Sentinel?" "That's what Monarch said before they put her under. He was a fire elemental, I think." Oscar frowned. "But it definitely wasn't wildfire." Wildfire was the only fire elemental they currently had on the Renegades, at least in the Gatland City branch. Adrian had gotten most of his ideas for how to handle fire manipulation from watching him in the training halls. Ruby yawned.
I don't think it was that Islander prodigy either. The one who trained here last year. Magma, was it? This Sentinel guy was fully covered, head to toe. Someone caught a photo of him from street level, so they're starting to circulate it to see if anyone knows anything.
He also had superior jumping, said Oscar. And this suit, like something straight out of a comic book. Honestly, I think he might be from research and development, like maybe some sort of new super soldier they've been working on down there, and it's too classified for them to admit it yet. Ruby gasped and leaned forward excitedly, like she'd just uncovered a clue. Or he could be a villain masquerading as a renegade. Maybe he's trying to hurt our reputation. Maybe it's all part of some complicated scheme that will lead to our ultimate downfall. Adrian and Oscar stared at her. Ruby shrugged.
Maybe?
Maybe, Oscar agreed. Collapsing back onto the bench, Ruby threw an arm over her eyes as if this outburst had sapped her last bits of energy. The bloodstone on her wrist reflected the room's light, turning her cheek a rosy red.
That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
But he was fighting Nightmare at first, said Oscar, before he attacked Monarch. Or maybe that was a mistake. Who knows? Was anyone else hurt? Asked Adrian.
Nope,
said Ruby with a hint of defensiveness.
We're grand, positively stellar.
Nightmare got to her, explained Oscar. Put her to sleep. He reached down and pet Ruby on the head. It was one of the most awkward gestures Adrian could recall him ever making, and Oscar could be a pretty awkward guy at times.
Tattletale,
Ruby grumbled, swatting him away.
In case anyone's wondering, I currently feel like someone's filled my head with concrete.
Adrian bit back the impulse to say he knew exactly how she felt. That makes the 4th time this year a renegade team has come in contact with Nightmare. She can't be working alone.
She escaped on the puppeteer's balloon, said Oscar.
Could be a new anarchist.
But,
said Ruby, thrusting a finger into the air,
she threw the puppeteer overboard. That's not exactly a friendly greeting.
That's their thing, though, isn't it? Said Adrian. Even when they're supposed to be working together, they still believe in trampling the weak to make way for the strong. Oscar shrugged.
Makes no sense to me, but then they are villains. Who knows how they think? On the bright side,
Ruby said, opening her eyes and flashing a mischievous grin.
I got Nightmare's gun.
Adrian lifted an eyebrow. They took it upstairs to have it inspected, said Oscar. She fired off one dart at the captain, came this close to hitting him in the eye. He pinched his fingers together. That dart is being looked at, too. Maybe they'll be able to trace it back to wherever she got it from. Adrian looked away. He didn't know how much information they could garner from the gun or the dart she'd used, but it was something. It was a start. That morning, he had cared only about proving his abilities as the Sentinel. He had been excited to show them all what he could do. He had fantasized about taking off the Sentinel's helmet and revealing himself to his team and the rest of the Renegades. But he hardly cared about any of that anymore. One sentence from Nightmare had changed everything. He had to find out who she was. He had to find out what she knew. He had to find her. Chapter 5. Adrian was becoming anxious, though he wasn't sure why. Thunderbird had been brought to headquarters hours ago to be treated for her injuries, but the rest of the council still wasn't back. He would have known by now if they were hurt, so that wasn't it. Maybe he was curious if they'd heard about the Sentinel, what they thought, if they were able to see right through him. He spent some time making his way around the medical wing, checking on others who had been hurt in the fight against the puppeteer, before heading upstairs to visit Max, who was probably feeling cut off from all the activity like usual. Max's quarantine was built into a sky bridge that extended over the main floor of the lobby. It was quite possibly the fanciest room in the place, practically a luxury suite with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the river, and private quarters tucked out of sight with a master bedroom and bathroom complete with a soaking tub, though Adrian had the feeling Max didn't use it all that often. Max didn't seem to spend much time back there at all. He was always out in the main space of his enclosure, always working on the glass city he'd been painstakingly constructing over the last 4 years. When Adrian approached the quarantine, he spotted Max sitting cross-legged inside his model of City Park, one of the few spots of empty floor he could comfortably sit down on anymore. His eyes were glued to the screens outside his enclosure, watching the footage from the parade. His fingers were toying with one of the little glass figurines Adrian had made years ago, a horse-drawn carriage like those that took tourists through the park. It had started as a game. Max was still a toddler when the quarantine was built for him, and Adrian was determined to try to make him feel as comfortable as possible. He'd seen how much Max loved building with a set of interlocking blocks the captain brought for him, so he started making blocks himself, using his marker to draw new designs onto the glass and pushing them through to Max's side. As he got older, Max started making requests. He wanted blocks that mimicked tall spires and domed ceilings, or cables he could use to construct a bridge. Before Adrian realized what the kid was trying to accomplish, he saw the familiar skyline evolving before his eyes. Max was 10 years old now, and the miniature city was mostly complete. It was a marvel, taking up the entire floor of the circular room, a nearly exact replica of Gatlin, created entirely of shimmering, clear glass. But just like the real city, it was always changing, being torn down, rebuilt, edited, and refined as the kid worked to make it authentic to the real Gatlin, a city he could only imagine being a part of. Max caught sight of Adrian approaching and held up a pad of paper for Adrian to see. He had done his best to draw the council's parade float.
"Can you make that?"
Max said, his voice muffled by the glass. "What, no hello? No glad to see you weren't killed by a psychotic villain today?" Max lowered the sketch pad.
"Reports have been circulating all afternoon, with most of the focus on Thunderbird. Though I know Monarch and a few others also sustained injuries. The news is also providing updated reports on civilian casualties every few minutes."
He paused before adding for clarity's sake,
"Obviously, I would have known if you were hurt."
Adrian grunted and lowered himself to the floor. "In that case, yeah, sure, I can make that. But the cloud's not going to have actual lightning coming out of it. You'll just have to use your imagination. You want some street food vendors, too?" Max's eyes lit up.
"Yeah, and the villain float, and the marching band."
"What do I look like, a figurine factory?" He took out his marker and began to sketch the float, making it as detailed as he could recall from memory, though he'd been distracted when it had first come into view, caught up in trying to fix that girl's bracelet. He paused, the float half finished. With everything that had come after, he'd nearly forgotten about the girl and the way she'd looked at Adrian when he'd fixed the clasp. Not like his handiwork was the most amazing thing she'd ever seen in her life, but like she was trying to figure out if this was a con artist's trick she needed to be wary of. Maybe there were too many prodigies flooding into the city these days. The novelty of seeing someone with superpowers must be wearing off. He finished drawing the float, adding wheels beneath it so Max could push it around the streets if he wanted to. "Here you go," he said, pressing his hand against the drawing and forcing his will into the glass. The drawing emerged on Max's side of the window, a crystal-clear replica of the parade float, complete with rotating wheels. The glass wall itself was left unchanged, the drawing wiped clean in the transition. Max held his hand out, his face tensing in concentration. The miniature float began to tremble, then lifted and hovered in the air. It bobbed slowly but steadily through the city along Rakes Avenue, around the corner onto Park Way, before clunking down beside him. He exhaled and opened his eyes.
"Thanks."
"I think you're getting stronger," said Adrian. "That was steadier than usual, I'm pretty sure."
No, I'm not, said Max in a matter-of-fact tone that would have disguised his disappointment from just about anyone else.
Well, some telekinesis is still better than none, right?
Adrian scratched his temple with the capped end of the marker.
Did you want figurines of the council to go on top?
Max shook his head. I still have the ones you made last year. He glanced around. Somewhere. His expression darkened as he turned back to Adrian. Did someone really try to assassinate the captain?
Adrian hesitated, but there was no reason to keep Max from the truth. He was a smart kid and too observant for his own good. He watched the news more than he ever watched movies or cartoons, and even being stuck in this glass prison, he always seemed to know more about what was happening in the world than Adrian did. Yeah, he said. A villain who goes by Nightmare.
You fought her before.
Not me. Oscar and the others had a run-in with her a few months back, and some of the other teams have seen her before too.
Why would she want to hurt the council?
Adrian started doodling marching band characters onto the glass. A drummer and a tuba player. A whole line of trombones. Some people liked the way things were before the Renegades took over.
Back when everyone was always stealing things and stabbing each other?
I don't get it either, but I guess the people in power back then would have been living pretty good, right? His brow knit together as he tried to picture the intricate coils on a French horn. Giving up, he gave the musician a trumpet instead.
Do you think this new guy wants that too? To give the city back to the villains?
New guy? Max pointed at the screens.
Adrian followed the look and a chill swept down his spine. The news was showing a photo of the Sentinel.
It was a grainy image of him lobbing himself between rooftops, taken from the ground 100 feet below. Captured in that moment, it almost looked as though he could fly. Though the picture quality was terrible, it was the first time he'd seen himself in the suit, and it was both eerie and comforting. There was no way to tell it was him. There couldn't be. No one had to know that he was the one who had failed to catch Nightmare. He was the one who had hurt Monarch. I don't think... Adrian hesitated. We don't know that he's a villain. He might have been trying to help. He fought Nightmare, and they say he wears an R on his chest.
But he's not one of us, is he?
Adrian started pushing the marching band through to Max, one musician at a time. I don't know. Oscar thinks maybe he's some secret weapon they've been developing upstairs. A commotion on the main floor drew Adrian's attention to the bright entryway. The council had finally returned, dragging the puppeteer between them, wrapped in chromium chains. The captain pushed the villain off to one of the waiting teams, giving orders for him to be taken up to the prison block. Tsunami went with them, holding a wall of water at the ready, should Winston Pratt try anything. He seemed to be in too much giddy awe being inside Renegade headquarters to formulate an attack, though. Black light slapped both the captain and the dread warden on their backs, and even from up here, Adrian could hear his boisterous voice saying something about Thunderbird as he too made his way toward the elevators. Adrian stood. Captain Chromium glanced up toward him, and his face softened, perhaps with relief, though there hadn't been much reason for him to be concerned. As far as he knew, as far as anyone knew, Adrian had been down in the crowd watching the parade the whole time, and he could hold his own against a handful of brainwashed kids. Still, he couldn't help but smile back as he lifted one hand in a welcome-back salute. He turned and knocked twice on Max's window. Max waved goodbye without looking up, already organizing the band in front of the parade float. Adrian made his way to the ground floor. The captain weaved through the crowd that had gathered around him, everyone shouting questions about the attempted assassination, the puppeteer, Nightmare, the Sentinel, but they all went ignored. The captain met Adrian at the bottom of the steps and wrapped him in a quick hug before pulling away and gripping Adrian's shoulders. Adrian grimaced as he felt his stitches pull against the wound, but did his best to cover it with a smile. "We weren't sure if you were at the parade when it started," said Captain Chromium. The dread warden appeared beside them and gave Adrian a sideways embrace. "We're glad you made it back safely." To the world, they were Hugh Everhart and Simon Westwood, superheroes, councilmen, founding members of the Renegades. But to Adrian, they were mostly just his dads. He rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. "Knock it off. You guys are embarrassing me." "Not for the last time, I'm sure," said Simon. "Were you involved in the fight?" Adrian shook his head. "I was a few blocks away when it started. Spent most of my time playing traffic controller to a few busloads of children." "It's a tough job," said Hugh, "but someone has to do it." "Has an investigation started yet?" asked Adrian. The puppeteer wasn't acting alone. More anarchists might have been there too, and Nightmare was on the rooftops. He frowned at Hugh. "She was after you." "I'm fine," said Hugh, scratching his temple. Adrian knew that's where the dart had struck him, but there wasn't even a mark. "I can see that," he said. "But still, she tried to assassinate you today, and she almost succeeded. And she took down Thunderbird. This girl, she keeps cropping up, and I really don't think she's working alone." "Neither do we," said Simon. "We're looking into it, but so far there's no solid evidence that Nightmare is with the anarchists or any other gang affiliation, new or old. She could have just gotten lucky to be able to use Winston's balloon for a convenient getaway. And without evidence," Adrian muttered dully, "it's against the code to go after them." "If we don't mind the rules, then we'll be just like them," said Hugh. Adrian didn't respond. Back when the Renegades had first formed, they didn't have to play by any rules. There were no rules to play by. They were more like vigilantes than law enforcers, and they certainly weren't lawmakers. They did what needed to be done in order to make the world a better, safer place, even if that meant blackmailing someone for information or infiltrating a hideout because they thought there was something suspicious going on, with or without hard evidence. There were days when Adrian thought things were better that way, when superheroes were left to be superheroes, not leaders. Maybe that's why the idea of the Sentinel appealed to him. There was a freedom in anonymity. There was power in not having to answer to anyone. Except as today had shown, that didn't mean there weren't consequences. "Try not to worry so much," said Simon, and Adrian realized he'd been scowling. "We had Nightmare's weapons sent over earlier for examination. We'll see if it turns up anything useful." "She's just a newbie villain, trying to earn herself some credibility," added Hugh. "We've handled a lot worse." Adrian couldn't argue with that. They'd taken down Ace Anarchy himself, among countless others. Still, something told him that Nightmare wasn't to be ignored. As far as he knew, that one dart had come closer to killing Captain Chromium than anything had before. Simon looked up at the wall of screens flashing between images of the puppeteer, Nightmare waving from the basket of the hot air balloon, and, every once in a while, the Sentinel. Hugh followed Simon's gaze, frowning at the image of the armored prodigy. "Speaking of investigations, what do we know about him?" Though they were surrounded by reporters, assistants, and patrol teams, no one answered. Adrian scratched his chest where the zipper tattoo was hidden, where the Sentinel was tucked safely away. "My team saw him when they were facing off against Nightmare. The Sentinel was after her, too." Hugh glanced at him. "Did they see him use any abilities?" "I think so, yeah," he swallowed. "Oscar thought maybe he's a product out of research and development?" "Would be news to me," Simon muttered. "I'll talk to Oscar and Ruby, see what we can figure out." A sudden clarity entered his eyes. "I heard about Dana. Is she all right?" Adrian stiffened. He could still feel the warmth of his own fire, could still see those butterflies blackening and disintegrating before his eyes. "The healers say she will be." Simon squeezed Adrian's shoulder, and he knew it was meant to be fatherly and comforting, but something about it made him feel worse. Not only about Dana, but also because he had already decided he couldn't tell them that he was the Sentinel. Not yet. Hugh turned away, facing the crowd. "Listen up," he said in that deep, heroic voice that could have made an earthworm stand at attention. "If anyone knows anything about this prodigy who calls himself the Sentinel, bring that information to the council. As far as we know, he isn't one of us." He paused, his steely blue eyes cutting across the room just in case anyone wanted to step forward and confess right then that, by golly, it was me all along. Avoiding his father's gaze, Adrian glanced up at Max, who was watching them from the quarantine. Hugh continued. But he is using our symbol and our name. I want to know his motives. If he's an enemy, I want to know who he's working with. If he's an ally, I want to know why he's not working with us. He turned to Adrian and flashed his signature Captain Chromium smile, the one that, even after all these years, still made Adrian feel like he was looking at a picture on a cereal box. Who knows? Maybe he'll be at the trials.
Mr. Everhart? Mr. Westwood? A woman in a white lab coat and sneakers made her way across the lobby carrying a clipboard. May I have a moment? We've finished our preliminary tests on the chemical solution that was inside that projectile dart.
Hugh and Simon joined her and started heading back in the direction she'd come from. Adrian followed, pretending he'd been invited as the rest of the crowd dispersed.
We don't have a run yet on the physical casing of the projectile, said the woman, flipping a page on her clipboard. But the solution was nearly identical to poisons that have been traced to cyanide in the past.
Cyanide, said Hugh. Leroy Flynn? The woman nodded. An anarchist, said Adrian. They paused and turned back, and all three seemed surprised that he was still there. Sighing, Hugh turned back to the technician. Nothing on the gun yet? She started to shake her head, but hesitated.
This isn't confirmed, but it carried manufacturing marks similar to some we've apprehended from non-affiliated criminals. Black market, if I had to guess.
Could be a new dealer in the city, said Hugh, stroking his chin. Or an old dealer, added Simon, getting back into the business.
Who cares where the gun came from, said Adrian. Cyanide made the poison, and we know he's an anarchist. Between him and the puppeteer, that's gotta be who Nightmare is working for. Or with.
Simon shoved the edges of his cape back from his shoulders. The anarchists have been inactive for 9 years. More likely the girl's just some prodigy miscreant trying to make a name for herself on the streets.
You don't know that, said Adrian. And what does it matter? They attacked us today, the puppeteer and Nightmare both. That has to be enough cause to go after the anarchists, even under the Code Authority.
It isn't enough to confirm that Nightmare really is one of them. Hugh smiled then, and there was something so warm and kind about it that Adrian bristled, like his dad was trying to comfort him after a rough day at softball practice. But maybe you're right. We'll send someone to investigate the anarchists, ask a few questions, see what they can find out.
Adrian's left eyelid began to twitch. Why not send me? Us? Oscar and Ruby were on the ground today. They know more about Nightmare than anyone at this point. Let my team go.
Your team is excellent at patrol work, said Simon. But you're not investigators. We'll find someone with more experience to handle it. Adrian massaged his brow.
I just wonder if another team is going to take this as seriously as they should. Nightmare showed herself to be a real threat today, and if the anarchists were involved, then we have to stop thinking of them as harmless tunnel rats. Even without Ace, they're still villains. We can't be sure what they're capable of.
Hugh laughed. You forget who you're talking to, Sketch, he said, using Adrian's Renegade name, and Adrian couldn't tell if it was endearing or insulting. Let the anarchists try to reclaim power of the city. They would never stand a chance, with or without this Nightmare. We are still superheroes, you know. They turned and followed the woman into the elevator bank, and already Adrian could hear them moving on to other topics of council business. How they would reassure the people after today's attacks, and what to do about Winston Pratt, and how best to track down this alleged black market weapons distributor. Adrian watched them go, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. He couldn't help but feel that Hugh Everhart was mistaken. They weren't superheroes anymore, not in the way they used to be. It wasn't because they were getting older or because they hadn't been out on the field so much since they'd assembled the council and left most of the crime fighting to the younger recruits. It was because they had rules now, rules that they themselves had created, but that kept their hands tied nonetheless. The solution seemed so simple to him, so obvious. They knew where the anarchists lived. Renegade teams raided their stronghold every few months to make sure they weren't harboring illegal weaponry or building bombs or concocting fatal poisons exactly like the one found in that dart. All they had to do was go there and demand that Nightmare be handed over. Instead, they were going to send in some team who would do what? Ask a few inane questions, then politely apologize for taking up their time? The puppeteer and Cyanide were both anarchists who had been loyal to Ace from the start. The odds that Winston Pratt had been working alone today struck Adrian as unlikely, and the idea that Nightmare's usage of his balloon and the fact that her dart had Cyanide's poison in it might be coincidences seemed naive. If the anarchists were growing active again, recruiting new members, plotting against the council, this might be their best opportunity to stop them before they were allowed to get out of control. Because they could not get out of control. Not again. 9 years had passed, yet the world still bore too many scars from the rule of Ace Anarchy. Adrian wasn't sure they would be able to recover a second time.
Chapter 6. The balloon had crashed into an apartment building just south of Bracken Way. Nova jumped from the basket before it hit the pavement and disappeared into the shadows of a connecting street. Knowing the Renegades would be tracking the balloon and searching for her, she forced her legs to carry her almost 2 miles through back alleys and empty courtyards before she finally collapsed behind a laundromat and a restaurant that advertised both teriyaki and cheeseburgers. She lay on the concrete, staring up through the grates of the fire escape, through the clotheslines strung with underpants and towels, at the faintest glimpse of sky between the brick facades. Grit dug into her back, and every muscle ached. But it felt good to remove the hood and face mask, to breathe in the air, even if it smelled of old grease and garlic and, occasionally, a whiff of wet dog. Only when a real wet dog came sniffing around her head did she shove its nose away, peel herself off the pavement, and start to make her way back home. Back to the shadows and squalor of everyday life. She walked for more than an hour before she made it to one of the defunct subway entrances that connected to the network of tunnels that the anarchists had seized after the Renegades' victory had sent them into hiding. For the last 8 years, the council had been saying they were going to get the subway system up and running again. But as far as Nova could tell, there'd been exactly 0 progress made. She had serious doubts it would happen anytime soon. She squeezed past the plywood board and slipped inside. Darkness engulfed her as she made her way down the stairs. Only when she reached the first landing and turned to face the second did she take the small flashlight from her belt and flick it on. The light danced over familiar scrawls of graffiti and signs advertising books long out of print, and stage shows that hadn't toured in Gatlin in more than 30 years. The subway system had fallen with the government, back at the start of Ace's revolution, and the tunnels had become a refuge for those seeking solace from the upheaval above. They offered shelter and anonymity, at least, and that wasn't nothing. Now the abandoned tunnels belonged to the anarchists, at least this corner of the labyrinth, with its broken-down train cars, trash-littered tracks, and a darkness that seemed to permeate the very walls. They weren't exactly in hiding. The Renegades knew where to find them. But years ago, after the Battle of Gatlin, Leroy had offered a truce to the council. That's what he called it. A truce. Though Ingrid said it had been little better than groveling. Still, the council had accepted his terms. The few surviving anarchists would be permitted this tiny bit of autonomy, this pathetic little life underground, so long as they never again used their abilities against the Renegades or the people. Nova wasn't sure what had possessed the council to accept the offer, when they could have easily rounded them up and put them in prison that day. Maybe whatever sense of righteousness driving them had faded as soon as they watched Captain Chromium emerge from the ruins of the cathedral with Ace Anarchy's helmet on his pike. Maybe they pitied the anarchists who had lost everything so suddenly. The battle, their leader, their home. Or perhaps they simply figured that without Ace, the anarchists were no longer a threat. The Renegades still visited them on occasion, raiding the tunnels to ensure they weren't harboring illegal weaponry or causing trouble. But otherwise, they were more or less left alone. Nova wondered how long that would last now, after Winston's debacle at the parade. If it had just been her, the Renegades might never have traced the assault back to their group. She could have been working alone for all they knew. Of course, once Phobia and Ingrid had announced themselves, they would have given the anarchists away. But by that point, the council would have been dead, and it wouldn't have mattered. But the council wasn't dead. And while Nightmare's alliances might still be a mystery, the puppeteer's involvement would lead the Renegades straight to them. She shouldn't have gotten into that balloon. That choice was just one more piece of evidence linking them together. If it hadn't been for that new guy, the Sentinel, things might have ended very differently. Nova hit the bottom level of the subway station and made her way across the platform. Rats scuttered nearby as she jumped down to the tracks and headed into the tunnel. She sent the beam of her flashlight over the walls until she found the switch that she'd helped Ingrid install a few years ago. With a flick, a string of dim bulbs brightened and flickered along the ceiling, guiding her home. Nova clicked off the flashlight and tossed it into her bag, which felt 50 pounds heavier than it had that morning. Her arms burned from exertion. Every muscle in her body was making itself known, each one sore and tired and voicing its complaints. A few hundred feet down the tunnel, she found Ingrid on their central platform, loading crates of food and supplies into a rusty shopping cart. Nova dropped the duffel bag on the rails. Ingrid spun around, eyes wide, but relaxed when she spotted Nova. "You left me there," said Nova, fisting a hand on her hip. Ingrid flurried a hand toward her and turned back to their shelves, grabbing packs of sardines and cans of chili. "Help me load these up, will you?" "Like you helped me?" Groaning, Ingrid turned back and fixed a scowl on Nova. She was still wearing her detonator uniform. Tall boots, slim khaki pants, a blue crop top, and those metallic blue armbands that spiraled across her dark brown skin, from shoulders to wrists. The only difference from her usual tough, villainous look was that she'd tied back her coiled black hair beneath a rhinestone headband, no doubt stolen from Honey. "Time to build a bridge and get over it, Nightmare," said Ingrid. "You knew the risks of this mission. You knew there'd be no rescue attempts if things went haywire. But look, you're fine, I'm fine. Phobias," she gave an exaggerated eye roll. "I don't know. Hosting a seance or something, the creepy deadbeat. But whatever. He's fine too. We're all fine." "Winston's not fine." "Winston deserves what he got. To stage an attack like that right in the middle of downtown? He almost got us killed. He's the one you should be mad at right now." Nova's lip curled. She was mad at Winston, too, but it was overshadowed by her guilt, knowing he was caught in part because of her. "And now we have more pressing things to deal with than that cretin," said Ingrid. "So stop sulking and take this cart down to the storeroom under the yellow line." She started throwing goods into the cart again. Nova hopped up onto the platform and tossed the duffel bag on top of the goods. "You think there'll be a raid tonight?" "Bet on it. The Renegades will be looking for trouble." She set a few boxes of instant rice on the bottom rack of the cart. "There. They could light up the tunnels, but at least we won't starve." A faint wailing reverberated off the walls. Nova turned her head. "Honey?" Ingrid huffed. Been like that since we got back. Not sure what she's got to be so upset about. Maybe a drone died. I don't know. Ignore her. Here, I'll help you lower the cart down to the tracks. She nudged the cart toward the edge of the platform, its tired, uneven wheels squealing in their ears. I swear, there are days when I wonder what I'm still doing here with you has-beens. Honey's a lost cause. Leroy's killed off one too many brain cells with all those chemicals he's always sniffing at. And Phobia? He gets weirder by the day. Have you noticed that? She hopped down onto the tracks and held up the front of the cart as Nova eased it toward her. Maybe, said Nova once the cart was secured below. You stay here for me. Ingrid guffawed. Oh, sweetie. You took a shot at the captain himself today. She clicked her tongue, but for the first time since Nova had come across her on the platform, her eyes did take on a hint of warmth. You might just be the craziest of all of us. It was your idea. Exactly. By the time Nova had dropped off the cart of supplies in the storehouse beneath the yellow line, which was overrun with cockroaches and usually went ignored during the Renegades' visits, her arms were vibrating from pushing the cart's wheels over the bumpy tracks. She was glad to finally make it to her own abandoned train car and drop off the duffel bag. She took a moment to prepare a cup of tea with a small electric kettle. It was one of the rituals that regulated her days. Though the tea never put her to sleep or even seemed to do much to calm her mind, like it was supposed to, it still signaled to her body that the day was over and nighttime was about to begin. It gave her a suggestion of normalcy, something as simple and comforting as a bedtime routine, even if she skipped over the going to bed part. With the mug in one hand, she headed back into the tunnels. Honey's wails grew louder as Nova approached her utility room, the crying offset only by the buzzing of her hives. Honey? Nova said, nudging open the heavy steel door with her shoulder. Honey Harper, the infamous queen bee, was in one of her moods. She had dolled herself up like she did when things got really bad, with thick, sparkling black eyeliner and blonde curls teased into a gravity-defying bob. She was in a slinky dress that cascaded over her generous curves as she stood in front of a full-length mirror, alternating between admiring herself appreciatively and sobbing into her hands. She would have been a picture-perfect reflection of a long-ago movie starlet, all dramatic and flashy, bordering on the ridiculous, except for the bees. Besides the room's sparse furniture, a messy bed, vanity, antique wardrobe, every spare inch of space was taken up with hives and nests and the little creatures whose cumulative buzzing could be louder than a chainsaw. Sweet, chubby bumblebees and efficient, hard-working honeybees and hornets and wasps and yellow jackets, some as big as Nova's thumb. Though they came and went from the tunnels, there were always thousands of them in here, working, building, producing. A few dozen were crawling along Honey's dress and skin, and Nova could see that 2 had gotten caught in the sticky, hair-sprayed strands of her hair. Nova had once pointed out to Honey that, scientifically speaking, hornets and wasps weren't bees at all, and how was it that she could have dominion over them if her power was supposed to be all about bees? But Honey had just smiled and pet her cheek, murmuring, "It's good to be queen." Nova had been only a child then. That was before they'd been run down into the tunnels. When the Renegades had defeated them, Honey had taken it the hardest, feeling that it was a personal assault to force her and her precious subjects into these dark, sunless caves. She truly had lived like a queen in those days, and often pretended she still did. Nova was fairly certain her adamant denial of their new reality had turned her delusional. "Honey?" she asked again, louder now, to be heard over the buzzing. Honey spun toward her, cheeks flushing. "What?" she snapped. Her eye makeup was running, leaving dark tracks along her cheeks. But it didn't make her less beautiful so much as it made her look like a distraught mess that needed fixing. The sort of woman that a lot of guys probably would attempt to fix if it wasn't for the black wasp wandering above her cleavage. Seeing Nova, she drew herself up to full height so she could peer down her nose as she gathered herself. A phantom smile crossed her shiny lips. She never wore lipstick, only slathered them with honey. Nature's best moisturizer, she reminded Nova again and again, not so subtly suggesting that maybe Nova could use some herself. "Apologies, darling," Honey said with a sigh. She reached for a martini glass on her vanity, ignoring the bumblebee on the rim as she took a sip. "I didn't hear you come in." "It's all right. Could I borrow—" "I thought you were out. It's been quiet around here today. Where has everyone gone?" Nova pressed both hands into the sides of the mug. It was cold in the tunnels, and the warmth coming through the clay felt good on her fingers. "The parade?" One heavily penciled eyebrow shot upward. "Was that today? How did it go?" Nova opened her mouth to tell Honey what a failure the mission had been. She hesitated, though, and instead told her, "They had an actress portraying you on the villain float." Honey started. The bumblebee slipped into her drink, and she reached in and plucked it out without looking, dropping the sodden creature onto the vanity. "She was really pretty," Nova added. "I mean, not quite on par with—" she gestured at Honey's gown. "But still, she did a good job. Very classy. I don't even think she got hit with any fruit." Honey looked down into her glass, her long, fake eyelashes brushing against her cheek, and for that moment, she looked like a portrait, sad and forlorn, a queen divided from her kingdom. "Perhaps they haven't forgotten me after all." "Oh, come on," said Nova, bobbing the bag of tea in the mug. "How could they forget about you?" A faint smile climbed up Honey's glistening lips, just as a yellow jacket made its way over them. "On another note," Nova held up the steaming mug, "could I borrow some honey?" Honey looked at her, eyes shining, and sighed. The tea was already cooling when she left Honey's room and headed for the fork in the tunnels. Nova passed another abandoned platform, a mural of chipped and grungy tiles marking the stop for Blackmire Station. And again she paused, considering. The platform was set with 3 children's-sized circus tents, each one barely big enough to stand up in. Their wide stripes done in once vibrant primary colors had been dulled with years of dirt and grime. The tents were connected through flaps torn into the fabric and stitched together with shreds of old sleeping bags and bed sheets, forming a sort of miniature tent palace. The most striking change, though, was that their pennant flags had been replaced with skewered doll heads, one to each tent, their dull black eyes watching anyone who dared approach. Nova set down the cup of tea and hauled herself up onto the platform. She peeled back the front flap of the tent and spent a moment letting her eyes adjust to the dimness, and her wrinkled nose adjust to the stark odor of Winston Pratt, who had never been particularly adept at self-hygiene. Holding her breath, she stepped over the scattered remains of broken wind-up toys and dried-out paint sets, making her way to the second tent, where a child's wooden kitchenette greeted her, overflowing with food both real and plastic. She rummaged through the fake refrigerator and cabinets until she found a bag of kettle corn and a candy bar. She stuffed them both into her pockets. Winston wouldn't be back for them anytime soon. By the time she reached Leroy's train car, where a lantern was glinting in the window, the tea was lukewarm. Things never stayed hot for long in the damp tunnels. Nova stepped up to the side door and knocked. "Enter at your own risk," came the familiar greeting. Nova pried open the glass door, which had long ago been painted black, and stepped into the car. Leroy, or Cyanide as the world knew him, was at his work table, measuring a spoonful of green powder and dumping it into a vial full of yellowish liquid. The concoction crackled and hissed inside the tube. He looked up at Nova and smiled, pushing his goggles to the top of his head. "You look terrible." "Just what I needed to hear, thanks." She threw herself into a brown recliner. Though the cushion had once been home to a family of mice and the fake leather upholstery was torn in multiple spots, it still remained one of the most comfortable seats on the entire westbound line. "What are you working on?" "Just a little experiment," said Leroy. He was a pudgy man, with brown hair that was always matted to his forehead, and a face that was a patchwork of scars and discolorations from a multitude of botched experiments over the years. He was missing 3 teeth and both eyebrows, and always smelled of chemicals. But of all the anarchists, he had always been Nova's favorite. "How was the parade?" She shrugged. "We didn't kill the council, or any renegades for that matter." "Shame." "I think I might have broken one of Thunderbird's wings, though." Leroy's eyes brightened, impressed, as he lifted the vial. The mixture inside had stopped bubbling. "Were you able to use the dart?" Her frown deepened. "I tried. I missed." He hummed, unconcerned. "Maybe next time." Nova leaned back, and the footrest jutted upward. Winston showed up. "Oh? He wasn't supposed to." "I didn't think so." Nova stared up at the metal bars stretching down the length of the car. The aged yellow maps of the city, the ceiling that had started to crack on one side. He was captured by the Renegades. She took a sip of tea. "It might have been my fault." Leroy didn't respond. Nova listened to the sounds of his work, measuring, pouring, mixing. She set her tea down on the floor, then reached an arm upward and folded it behind her head, trying to stretch out the muscles. "I probably could have saved us both, if I'd really tried." Leroy stoppered one of the vials and wrote out a label for it. "If he'd been stronger than the Renegades, he wouldn't have fallen to them." It was logical. Anarchist logic. Comfortable, blameless logic. "Anyway," said Nova, switching to the other arm, "Ingrid thinks the Renegades will raid us tonight in retaliation, or maybe to find out if any of us were involved." "I trust you'll be well hidden when they arrive." "Yeah, but maybe you should put some of this stuff away." Leroy's lips quirked to one side, making half of his face go slack with disuse. "Believe it or not, everything I do here is perfectly legal." Nova couldn't tell if he was joking. "Yeah, well, don't say I didn't warn you." "Warning duly noted, with my heartfelt appreciation." He pulled an empty jar and a funnel from a nearby cabinet. "Were they advertising the trials at the parade?" "Like it's a national holiday," Nova grumbled, then added mockingly, "Do you have what it takes to be a hero? Ugh, stab me with an egg beater." She took the kettle corn from her pocket, the bag crinkling and squealing as she pried it open. She held it out to Leroy, but he just shook his head. "The world needs heroes," he said, lowering the goggles again to transfer the concoction into the bottle. They made his eyes look 3 times bigger. "That's what they keep telling us." Nova popped a handful of popcorn into her mouth. "But we both know the world would be better off without heroes. Without villains. Without any of us getting in the way of normal, happy people and their normal, happy lives." Leroy's lips lifted in a subtle smile. "Have you ever considered trying out?" She laughed. "What, to be a renegade?" "They don't know who you are, what you look like." He turned the flame of a burner to low and set a glass jar on top. You would make a promising spy. Except there's no way I could pretend to respect those righteous, arrogant, pretentious heroes long enough to learn anything useful. Leroy shrugged. You could if you wanted to. Not to mention getting through their background check, she continued. Not just anyone gets to join their clique, you know. You really think they'd let in a girl with the last name Artino? He waved a hand at her. Minor obstacles. It's easy enough to get forged paperwork in this city. Are we villains or not? You've given this some thought. He glanced up. Only since they started promoting the trials again. Ace always used to say that knowledge is power, and he was right. Unfortunately, these days the Renegades have all the knowledge and the power. Nova picked up her near-empty mug and stood. In that case, sending me to the trials would be a perfect plan. If only I had a death wish. Give yourself more credit, little nightmare, said Leroy. I know I do. Nova grunted. I'll think about it, she said, shoving open the door. And don't call me that. Leroy only smiled.
Chapter 7. Adrian tossed his feet onto the coffee table, a bowl of cereal cradled in his lap. It was his standard fare when his dads worked late, which happened more often than not, and after the day they'd had, he didn't expect them home anytime soon. Grabbing the remote, he turned on the late-night news. Shaky footage of the parade appeared on the TV screen, a video of the puppeteer's Harlequin balloon drifting through the streets of downtown Gatlin while crowds screamed and stampeded to try to get away. The voice from an off-screen reporter was quoting the statistics. The numbers had grown since he heard them that afternoon, and now they were saying there were 68 casualties, with 51 civilians still receiving treatment at Gatlin City Hospital, and 2 renegades, including Councilmember Tamaya Ray, being treated for injuries at Renegade headquarters. Luckily, there were no fatalities. The perpetrator, anarchist Winston Pratt, known to most as the Puppeteer, was in custody. Adrian turned his gaze away from the footage and settled his hand on the sketchbook beside him. He opened the cover and used his thumb to flip through the pages until he found his most recent batch of drawings. Those he doodled hastily as soon as he got home, while the idea was still fresh. Crunching his way through a mouthful of cereal, he lifted the sketchbook to eye level, inspecting the drawings. Concepts for a new tattoo. He hadn't planned on giving himself any more, but then he'd thought every tattoo would be the final one, and less than 2 months into this experiment, he already had 3 inked into his skin. But he'd learned a lot about his abilities up on those rooftops, facing off against Nightmare. Or he'd learned a lot about the Sentinel's abilities. There was potential there, great potential, he knew it. The armor had worked precisely how he'd hoped it would, offering both flexibility and protection, even if Nightmare had managed to find a vulnerability in the suit. And the springs on his feet had worked like a charm. The first time he'd launched himself from street level up to a ledge 3 stories high, he'd felt almost as if he'd taken flight. But the fire was problematic. It had seemed like a great idea when he'd done it, had in fact been the first tattoo he'd given himself, before he'd even known for sure that it would work, before he could be certain that the gift of his drawings could transfer into a permanent tattoo and imbue his body with a brand new, entirely real superpower. Everyone wanted fire manipulation. It was a classic, and it came with so many applications, from lighting birthday candles to torching an entire warehouse stocked with illegal narcotics. Not that he'd ever stumbled across such a warehouse, but if he did, he liked knowing he could do something about it. But fire was also unpredictable. It was a force of nature, wild and erratic. What Adrian needed was something clean and orderly, something that would be systematically aimed and fired even by him, who was admittedly not the best shot in the Renegades. He needed something that would be a lot less likely to strike one of his own teammates. His first thought had been some sort of gun appendage built into the armor, but then he'd remembered a girl who had come to be trained at headquarters a few years back, a prodigy who could shoot narrow beams of energy out of a node in the center of her forehead, hitting any target with percussive force. People had mostly referred to them as lasers, but that's not what they were. Adrian wasn't actually sure what they were, but he did know that they hit with enough force to stun an opponent and sometimes even knock them unconscious, without leaving any of the evidence a bullet might have left. No shell, no casing, no open wound. It was perfect. The trick was for him to figure out how to incorporate such an ability into the Sentinel's armor, and what sort of tattoo would convey such a power. He often found it ironic that he could make absolutely anything come to life when he drew it, if only he could first convince himself that it would make sense in reality. He had to be strategic, practical. Springs on the soles of his feet, a swirl of flame on his forearm, a zipper on the sternum that could be opened to release the armored suit. And now, a laser diode of sorts. A long, narrow cylinder, this time on his right forearm, that would emerge on the Sentinel's gauntlet, already charged and ready to fire. He set down the sketchbook and crunched through another spoonful of cereal. And yes, the puppeteer was caught in the end, but I just don't think it's acceptable that so many bystanders were harmed before he was stopped. Adrian's eyes skipped back to the television, where 2 men and 2 women, all finely coiffed, were sitting around a table inside the news studio. Exactly, said one of the men, leaning over the table and pointing an accusatory finger toward the woman who had spoken, even though he seemed to be in agreement with her. It's not acceptable. This was a heavily attended public event. Where was the security? And why did it take the council so long to respond to this threat? It's their job to protect us, but today they seem more concerned with bad publicity than they did with stopping this madman. Now, in the council's defense, said the second man, raising both hands in a calming gesture, we do have witness reports telling us that within the first few minutes of the attack, Captain Chromium managed to rescue 7 young children from the puppeteer's control, while the rest of the council and a number of off-duty renegades ushered literally hundreds of civilians to safety inside nearby buildings and parking garages. He lifted a silencing hand as the other man tried to interrupt. And this aligns with what the council has been telling us from the day the Renegades became an official entity, that they will always focus on protecting innocent lives first and engaging in an attack second. They followed their protocols today, and I have to admire them for it. It couldn't have been easy, especially when the puppeteer was making himself such an obvious target. Adrian lifted the bowl to his mouth, slurping at the pink-tinged milk. Yes, said one of the women, but how many injuries could have been prevented if they just stopped him? The man shrugged. And what if one of those civilians they took to safety had ended up dead? We'll never know. What we do know, said the first woman, is that, casualties aside, Winston Pratt probably would not have been captured today at all if it wasn't for that would-be assassin tossing him out of his own balloon. Can we please talk about the elephant in the room here? She spread her arms wide, her face contorted in disbelief. Nightmare! Who is she? Where did she come from? We don't know the first thing about her, except she almost assassinated Captain Chromium today. She took down Thunderbird, and she eluded a Renegade patrol unit in a 1-on-3 fight. Isn't anyone concerned about this? I am, said the man beside her. But what concerns me even more than this solo attack, if it was a solo attack, is that for all we know, this could be a sign that more prodigies are going to start coming out of the woodwork, bent on destruction and mayhem all over again. It shows that the Renegades may not have the city under control like they want us to think they do. That new, villainous prodigies are still going under the radar. And if that's the case, I'd like to hear from the council about what they plan on doing about these threats. Hopefully, said the woman beside him, they have a better plan going forward than they had today. Scowling, Adrian grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. He leaned back into the sofa cushions and took another bite of cereal. In the sudden silence, the crunching became absurdly loud, the demolition of small artificially flavored rice puffs filling the entire living room. It It was uncanny how much the news anchor's questions mirrored those that had been revolving through his head all day. Nightmare, the great mystery, and they didn't even know the greatest mystery of all, those words that he could not quiet. One cannot be brave who has no fear. Swinging his feet down to the carpet, Adrian set the bowl on the coffee table and grabbed his sketchbook. The wooden floorboards of the house creaked beneath him as he padded into the main foyer and up the oak staircase to the second floor. It was an old, stately home, had in fact been the mayor's mansion back when Gatlin City had a mayor. The mayor and his family and even some of the staff had been murdered in this very home in the early days of the Age of Anarchy. When he was younger, Adrian had been convinced their ghosts still haunted the upper floors, which was why he begged to be able to convert the basement into his bedroom. Though he no longer believed the spirits of the dead were still hanging around, he often felt a chill of apprehension when he went up to the second floor, where the master's suite and a series of guest rooms branched off a central hallway. He rarely had cause to come up here, though. The basement, the kitchen, the living room, those were his domains. But what he needed to see now was up here, in his dad's shared home office. Reaching the landing, he flicked on the hallway light, illuminating the dark wooden doors, the intricate crown moldings, the faded oriental carpets that ran the length of the narrow corridor. The house had been in terrible shape when his dads decided to move in. It had been a prime target for looters during the Age of Anarchy, but Simon felt it had too much history to be allowed to succumb to eternal abandonment. It was a symbol of a different time, a peaceful, civilized time when society had order and rules and leadership. So they'd all moved in and had been restoring it ever since. Adrian could hardly remember how bad it had been back in those early days, when he'd been mortified at the thought of actually living there, with its piles of trash and cigarette butts, stripped wires left dangling from punctured holes in the walls, thick cobwebs and scrawled graffiti on every surface. But before long, his dad's dream became his, too, and by now he'd done almost as much to restore the place as they had. At least his skills lent themselves easily to the project. When a shutter was broken or a balustrade destroyed, it was easier for Adrian to simply draw them a new one rather than track down an artisan who could mimic the work. The result was that Adrian felt as much pride in the house as he could imagine any of them did, even if he still found himself avoiding the rooms where the murders had taken place. With his sketchbook tucked beneath one arm, he placed his fingers against the door to the home office and nudged it open. The hinges creaked. The hall light cut through the thick shadows. Reaching into the room, Adrian pressed the top button of the vintage press-button light switch, one of the few that was still original to the home. The chandelier brightened, 5 small amber lampshades making the room glow in subtle shades of gold. The desk at the room's center was a mess, the bookshelves behind it equally chaotic. Organizing the room never seemed to become a priority when there was a city to run, and any free time his dads did stumble into was almost always dedicated toward working on the house. Adrian ignored the random stacks of paper, files and folders, mail and magazines and newspapers. He went straight to the bookshelf, where a series of dusty photo albums were sandwiched between an outdated geographical dictionary and a broken radio. He settled his hand on the spine of an album covered in a maroon slipcover and pulled it from the shelf. The rest of the albums tipped inward, thudding against one another as Adrian sat down on a large area rug. Stacking the album on top of his sketchbook, he flipped past the first few pages. Though it had been years since he'd looked through this album, he still had most of the photos memorized. A grainy image of his 3rd birthday party, where he sat in the midst of a pile of boxes and shredded newspapers that had been used as wrapping paper, his mom and Kasumi grinning in the background. A photo of him balanced on his mother's hip as she stood in front of a collection of bags and boxes overflowing with canned vegetables and boxes of dried pasta. The rest of the original Renegades were all there too, except for Simon, who had probably taken the photo. Adrian recalled the story of that day, how they had successfully liberated all that food from a warehouse run by one of the villain gangs, who were selling it to hungry civilians at egregious prices. His mother stopped appearing in the photos after that, and with just a few page turns later, Adrian himself went from a chubby-faced toddler to a skinny 8-year-old kid. His dad's standing behind him, hands on his shoulders, grinning proudly. He looked happy that day, though it was hard to recall just how he had felt. It was the day they'd officially adopted him, more than a year after his mother's death. The wounds hadn't healed, but something about completing the paperwork had left him feeling like he was no longer floating away, untethered to any family, detached from any sense of belonging. At the time, it had felt immeasurably important. In hindsight, Adrian recognized that there really weren't any official adoptions. Evander Wade was the one who drafted up the adoption certificate, as there was no legislation in place for that sort of thing. His dads were making up the laws as they went. But maybe they sensed Adrian's anxiety over not having a family to call his own, even if they had taken him in from the start. Maybe they'd known what a few signatures and an official-looking stamp would mean to him. Adrian flipped past the photos from the adoption celebration, past even that official-looking certificate tucked between the pages. A couple more birthdays, a few holiday celebrations, though photographic records became a lesser priority as Adrian aged, and there was virtually nothing from his teen years, which was fine by him. He wasn't really looking for a stroll down memory lane anyway. Finally, he found what he was looking for. A shred of newsprint folded up tight and tucked into a plastic page protector near the back of the album. He worked the page out from the sheet. The paper had the faintest hint of yellow to it, which struck him as peculiar. Certainly it hadn't been that long ago, long enough for age to take a toll on the scraps that had been saved. There were days when it felt like it had just happened, though there were also days when it felt an entire lifetime ago. Adrian nudged up his glasses and unfolded the square of paper cut from the Gatlin Gazette, the only local newspaper that had continued to operate through the age of anarchy, though there had been years in which journalists were pressured by the gangs to report on some activities in a not entirely honest manner. Nevertheless, this article Adrian had every reason to believe was full of truth. A black and white photo showed a picture of her in all her superhero glory, her white-booted feet hovering over the ground, her golden cape whipping in the air, her familiar bright smile as she gave the cameraman an A-OK sign, all in such drastic contrast to the headline at the top, printed in harsh block letters. Lady Indomitable found dead. Killer unknown. Adrian had not expected the words to affect him so strongly all these years later. He had read this article so many times, he didn't think it would still hurt to see it. He had come to terms with his mother's death. He had adjusted to life without her. He had accepted that whatever villain had murdered her had almost certainly been killed on the day of triumph, and he would have to be content with that small bit of justice, even if the mystery of her death was never solved. But that had all been before Nightmare had taunted him with those words. That phrase that meant so much more to him than to anyone else. Had she known? But how could she have? Adrian scanned the columns of the article until he found the paragraph he was looking for. An autopsy revealed broken bones and a fractured skull consistent with having fallen 7 stories to the concrete alleyway, and the coroner has stated that this is without doubt the cause of death. Though no additional signs of foul play on the body or at the crime scene have been found, the death being a potential suicide was quickly ruled out due to one piece of evidence. A plain white note card tucked into Lady Indomitable's belt and printed with the ambiguous phrase, "One cannot be brave who has no fear." Adrian peeled his attention from the page and stared blankly at the back of the desk. Someone had killed her, almost certainly a villain, someone who had managed to circumvent her own superpower, because how does one fall 7 stories to their death when they can fly? He shut his eyes, and though it had been years since he'd had nightmares about his mother's body, his imagination supplied the vision all over again. Broken bones, fractured skull. Though this article didn't mention it, he had heard rumors that when she'd been found, her eyes had been open, her face contorted in a silent scream. A chill swept down his back. One cannot be brave who has no fear. What did it mean that Nightmare knew those words? She herself seemed far too young to have been involved with the murder, but was it possible the murderer was still alive? Did Nightmare know who it was? Was she in league with them? But if she had really joined the anarchists, then didn't it make sense that his mother's murderer might be one of them? He shoved the album onto the floor and stood, rubbing the back of his head. His feet began to pace, his eyes unseeing as he padded back and forth across the office. He knew the council was sending someone to search the anarchists' stronghold for any signs that they were working with Nightmare, or that more of their members were involved in the attack on the parade. Maybe to arrest Cyanide as an accomplice. A patrol unit would be investigating them tonight, maybe even at this very moment. An experienced team. But he was the only one who knew about this connection to a cold case. The 10-year-old murder of Lady Indomitable, an original renegade. His mother. If her killer was still alive, was still out there, then Adrian had to know. And as far as he could tell, the only person who might have that answer was Nightmare. Swallowing, he brought his hand down to his sternum, where the zipper tattoo lived in secret beneath his t-shirt. His feet stilled. For Adrian Everhart to go against a direct order and investigate the anarchists on his own would tempt far too many consequences, for him and for his team. Sketch couldn't go by himself, and he wouldn't involve the others, not until he had something more substantial than a single uttered phrase that no one else had been around to hear. He knew it was dangerous, and maybe a little stupid. His first go-around as the Sentinel hadn't exactly gone as planned. But he'd already tried asking for permission once. He knew there was no point in trying again. He would tell the council everything, about the Sentinel and his newfound abilities, about Nightmare and what she had said. He would tell them soon. He would tell them the truth after he had some answers of his own.
Chapter 8. The one thing Nova liked most about the tunnels was that there was no night or day down here. Nighttime could be lonely on the surface, when all the storefronts were closed and even the most serious of night owls finally gave in to the lure of sleep as the clock edged its way toward morning. Nova didn't mind being alone, but she got bored sometimes, waiting for the world to wake up and return to its drab, miserable existence. In the tunnels, the only reminder that Nova had 8 more hours to spare than everyone else was whether or not she could hear Ingrid's snores coming from the defunct elevator shaft she called a bedroom. Everything about Ingrid was loud. Her bombs, her personality, and, evidently, even her dreams. Nova collected the darts from the target and walked back down the tunnel, setting herself up for practice again. She'd been at it all night. Usually she liked to divide her nighttime hours between tinkering with her newest batch of weaponry and inventions, or practicing meditation and martial arts, or going through a series of exercises to build up her strength and stamina, any skills she might need in her next encounter with the Renegades. But tonight, she couldn't shake the memory of the parade, those moments when she'd been on the rooftop, when Captain Chromium had been in her sights. She could have done it. She, Nightmare, Nova Jean Artino, could have been the one to take out the invincible Captain Chromium. But she'd hesitated. It had taken her too long to pull the trigger, and she'd blown it. Never again. She returned to the line she'd chalked across the tracks and loaded a dart back into the chamber of the gun. Not the gun she'd had on the rooftop that day. A red assassin snatched that one right out of her hands, and she never had a chance to recover it. But another found in Ingrid's collection. She lifted the gun into her arms, peered down the sights, lined up the first target. She fired, again and again and again, until each of the darts had been unloaded. She exhaled and went to collect them. Only when she'd gotten close enough to the targets could she evaluate how well she'd done. Bullseyes across the board. A dozen darts stuck into the pupils of a dozen magazine clippings, each one a glossy photograph of the captain's charming face. She didn't even smile as she yanked the darts out. This was just target practice. She'd failed when it had actually mattered, when she could have made a difference. All revolutions come with death. Some must die so that others might have life. It is a tragedy, but it is also a truth. She could still remember Ace telling her this when she was younger, when she'd asked him why so many had to die so they might have freedom. At the time, she couldn't fathom the hatred and violence that had been directed at prodigies in the centuries prior to the Age of Anarchy. But even then, even to her 6-year-old mind, Ace's passion had been contagious. So few people really understood what Ace had been trying to accomplish. He hadn't wanted the world to become what it did. Sure, there had been a lot of brutality and destruction when he first took over, but he was right. There always is during a revolution. Ultimately, he'd wanted a world in which prodigies were no longer oppressed and frightened, belittled and tormented. He'd wanted a world where they could all be free to live their own lives according to their own devices. It was all the other power-hungry people, villains and non-prodigies alike, who had started to vie for control, who had run amok in a world without rules. Nova didn't want to go back to the Age of Anarchy. She didn't want innocent people to be slaughtered like her family had been. She just wanted the freedom that Ace had envisioned for her and those like her. She wanted the Renegades and the Council to leave her alone, to leave all the anarchists alone. Hell, she wanted the Council to leave all of society alone. Maybe they thought they were doing the right thing by being the end-all, be-all of the ruling elite. But society was barely getting by, and they had too much pride to admit they weren't what the people needed. What the people needed was to learn to take care of themselves. But that would never happen so long as superheroes were running things. She was making her way back up the tracks when the ground shook beneath her. Nova stumbled, planting a hand on the wall to stabilize herself. Bits of dust and chunks of loose concrete tumbled down the sides of the tunnel in small rivulets. The tracks vibrated under her feet, and for a moment, Nova had the uncanny and horrifying thought that a train was coming, and she had nowhere to go. The trembling stopped. A few more shudders passed underfoot before the earth stilled and quieted again. Nova glanced down the tunnel, wondering whether it had been an earthquake, one buried deep underground, perhaps even 100 miles away. Nothing to be concerned with. Surely these ancient tunnels had withstood far worse. But then, the silence was again broken, this time by a crash. The acoustics of the tunnels made it impossible to guess how far away the sound had come from, but it filled Nova with one certainty. The Renegades were back. She grabbed the gun and loaded a dart into the chamber, stashing the others into a pouch at her belt. Though Leroy hadn't yet filled them with poison, she figured she could still find a way to make them useful. She raced back in the direction of the platforms and tunnels where their train cars dwelled. As she neared the main platform, she forced herself to slow. She didn't have her hood or mask to disguise herself as Nightmare, and she knew it would be foolish to give up her identity to the Renegades now. As she rounded a corner, the walls began to shake again, which was followed by another crash, louder and closer this time. Nova reached the back end of Cyanide's train car and paused. She could hear things scattering across the platform and dropping down onto the tracks. A moment later, a small can of baked beans came rolling toward her, striking the side of the tracks only a few steps away from Nova's feet. "Come on out, anarchists," trilled a chipper, feminine voice. "It's time for your performance review." Nova darted behind Leroy's train car and crept to the other side. Peering around the edge, she spotted 4 figures on the central platform, where many of their rations and supplies were stored. Or had been stored. Two of the massive industrial metal shelves had been thrown to the ground, leaving a mess of broken bottles, crushed boxes, and a thick stench of vinegar in the air. She recognized the Renegade team immediately. One of the most high-profile teams in the city, with a reputation for having taken countless criminals into custody. Their leader, the girl who had spoken, was Frostbite. A few years older than Nova, she was athletic and pretty, with a bob of silver-white hair and silver-white skin that was so translucent Nova could see hints of her blue veins even in the tunnel's dim lighting. Then there was Aftershock, a stocky man with a dark goatee who must have been the cause of the earthquakes. Beside him stood Stingray, a lanky, beady-eyed boy who moved with as much creepy, slithering grace as the animal he took his alias from, a sleek, barbed tail trailing behind him. Last was the giant, Gargoyle, who seemed to be permanently hunched from always having to stoop to fit into places, and whose limbs could shift from human flesh to solid stone in an instant. "Well," said Frostbite, planting her hands on her hips, "it looks like they're all too cowardly to come say hello." She nodded at Aftershock and Gargoyle. "Search the tunnels and see if you can't draw them out of hiding." While the two renegades lumbered down opposite tunnels, Aftershock passing an arm's distance from Nova's hiding spot, Stingray began picking through the scattered supplies. "Pickled okra," he said with a sneer, picking up a glass mason jar. "Sounds disgusting." Turning, he threw the jar at the wall, where a mosaic of small tiles spelled out the name of the street above. The glass shattered, spilling more vinegar and green vegetables across the platform. Nova's grip tightened on the gun. "And fruity rings," said Frostbite, kicking a box of breakfast cereal that was already crushed on one corner. "I haven't eaten this junk since I was 4. It's really better given to the rats." Stalking to the edge of the platform, she picked up the box, opened it, and dumped the chunks of colorful cereal onto the tracks. That box had actually been Winston's. It was his favorite kind of cereal, so it would be no great loss to the rest of them. Still, the waste of it made Nova's jaw clench. Anyone who remembered the Age of Anarchy at all knew that wastefulness was an unforgivable crime, no matter which side of the battle they fell on. On the opposite side of the train car, a door clunked open. Frostbite and Stingray spun toward the car. Nova ducked back into the shadows, listening to the sounds of Leroy's footsteps as he paced down the steps and onto the tracks. She caught a glimpse of Frostbite's disgusted look as she took in Leroy, with his scars and discolored skin. As Leroy passed into Nova's line of vision, she saw that he was wearing his worn bathrobe over tattered sweatpants and slippers. His feet crunched through the pile of cereal as he made his way to the steps beside the platform. "Oops," Frostbite said in a saccharine way. "Did we wake you?" "Oh, no," said Leroy, coming to stand a dozen paces from the Renegades. "We were expecting you, after what happened today. It is nice to see you still living up to expectations. Although," he sighed heavily and gestured toward the fallen shelves and the mess that took up a quarter of the platform, "I question the point of all this." Frostbite's face turned swiftly from arrogant to enraged. She closed the distance to Leroy, a long shard of crystalline ice forming in her fist. "The point is to remind you freaks that anything you have, whether it's food or water or even this pathetic little hovel in these cockroach-infested tunnels, is because we allow it." She lifted the shard, tucking the point beneath Leroy's chin and forcing him to lift his face. "And if we decide you don't deserve such charity, then we can take it away." "Charity?" said Leroy, his voice even despite the ice digging into his jaw. "The Renegades have given us nothing. Everything we have has been bought and paid for, or fairly scavenged, just like everyone else." "Scavenged," said Stingray, turning his head. He hacked up a glob of spit and sent it onto the platform. We wouldn't all still be scavenging for goods if it weren't for your lot now, would we? Leroy lifted an eyebrow, or the muscle where an eyebrow would have been, but had been burned off ages ago. If it wasn't for our lot, then the boy with the barbed tail almost certainly would have been slaughtered at birth, his remains stuffed into a jar of formaldehyde for further examination. Stingray's face contorted with anger, but Leroy went on. Your council has had domain over the city for almost 10 years. If they haven't managed to restore your economy, perhaps you should ask them what's taking so long, rather than wasting your time blaming us. Frostbite dragged the ice shard to the side, leaving a thin cut beneath Cyanide's chin. He flinched, but only slightly. Maybe if the council wasn't having to defend the people of the city from mindless attacks, they could focus on cleaning up the mess that villains like you made of this world. Maybe, said Leroy. With so many prodigies brainwashed by their tutelage, they could stand to update their security measures. The ground rumbled again, and aftershock appeared at the entrance to one of the tunnels, each step he took sending mild quakes into the earth. Nothing down that way but a bunch of moldy books. Planting one hand on the ledge of the platform, he vaulted himself up to stand beside Stingray. You must not have looked very hard, came a dry voice. Aftershock spun to see a dark form emerging from the tunnel he'd just left. Phobia's pitch-black cloak forming, as if made from the shadows themselves, the blade of his long scythe catching on the dim overhead lights. No loungewear for him, of course. Of their whole group, he was the only one Nova never saw outside of his uniform. The hooded cloak, the mask of shadows, the scythe that arced over his head. Also, unlike Ingrid and Honey, Winston and Leroy, Phobia was the only member of the anarchists whose given name remained a mystery. Sometimes Nova wondered if he had been born so terrifying from the start that his horrified parents had settled on Phobia even back then. They really are pathetically unobservant. Nova glanced up to where Ingrid was sitting on the narrow pedestrian bridge that crossed over the tracks to the opposite platform, her long legs dangling through the rails. I've been up here this whole time, and not once did they think to look up. Honestly, it's amazing this city is functioning at all with you people in charge. Frostbite snarled. Get her down! Aftershock lifted one knee and stomped. Hard. A fissure opened in the concrete, arcing toward the staircase. The ground split apart beneath the steps, a gap opening in the earth. The stairs slumped downward. The bridge tilted sharply. Ingrid leaped to her feet moments before the bolts holding the metal rails pulled free and the bridge careened to one side, half of it sinking into the chasm that Aftershock had made, the rest crashing down onto the tracks. Ingrid jumped clear of the bridge at the last moment, diving into a roll and coming to a crouch not far from Leroy's train car. That's better, Frostbite said breezily, one hip jutting to the side. Sparks flashed in Nova's eyes. Taking a step back, she lifted the rifle, turning the barrel toward Aftershock. But no sooner had she found him in the sights than a figure moved between them. She lowered the gun. Ingrid stood between her and the renegade, her back to Nova. She reached back with one hand, sweeping her fingers in Nova's direction. Nova glared, annoyed at being shooed away like a pestering child. She would have been even more annoyed, though, if a part of her didn't know that Ingrid was right. It would be careless to give herself away. And what was she going to do with this gun and a handful of darts? Without any poison, an offensive attack would serve only as a minor annoyance. I recommend caution, said Phobia, his raspy voice as patient as ever. These are old tunnels with old foundations. You wouldn't want all of us to be buried alive, would you? He spun his scythe overhead. I wouldn't mind so much, but I doubt that was your intention when you came to interrupt our repose. With Ingrid still blocking her view, Nova sank back between the wall and train car. She reached the metal rungs on the side of the car and, gripping the gun in one hand, scampered to the top. She stretched out on her stomach, inching forward until she could see the platform below. I think what Phoebe's saying, said Ingrid, blue sparks flickering at her fingertips, is that sometimes showing off can have negative effects. Frostbite smirked. I wouldn't know. Screams of hysteria echoed up from the far tunnel. Nova planted one hand on the rooftop of the car, craning her head upward. At first, Honey's wails were indistinct cries of panic, but as they grew nearer, they began to merge into desperate words. Put them back! Put them back! You don't know what you're doing! Moments later, Gargoyle lumbered out from the overhang of the tunnel, his arms cradling close to 24 beehives of various sizes and states of completion. The swarms of angry drones were buzzing all around him, creating a black, writhing mass that engulfed his torso. But he had turned his entire body to stone, and their vicious stings appeared to have no effect. Honey came marching after him, dressed in a pale pink negligee. Her hair rolled in curlers. You have no idea the work that goes into those, you giant chunk of rubble! When Gargoyle continued to ignore her, she started to run and launched herself at him, grasping for his thick arm. She dangled from his elbow, her pale legs kicking vainly at his side. Irritated, the Gargoyle gave one powerful shake of his arm, sending Honey skidding across the platform. She crashed into the pile of supplies, her shoulder smacking the toppled metal shelf. Though momentarily dazed, her eyes were vicious when she raised them again. Gargoyle came to stand before Frostbite, who seemed to tense, her eyes darting warily around the cloud of wasps and hornets, some of which had bodies as long and thick as Nova's thumb, and venom that could burn like hot pokers. Frostbite jutted a finger toward Honey. Call them off, she demanded, her voice dulled by the buzzing all around her. Send them away, or this will be treated as a use of prodigious abilities against an active renegade. Honey pushed herself up to sitting. I will as soon as he puts those back where he found them. Puts them back? Frostbite said, her tone laced with amusement. She turned to Gargoyle. Where did you find them? She's got a room a few 100 feet down that way, he said. An old storeroom of sorts, was brimming with these. Well, for a prodigy with control over bees, said Frostbite, cocking her head. That sounds like harboring deadly weapons to me. Honey let out an aghast cry. Those are my babies! And you've just taken their homes, the homes you have no right to. And I'm telling you to call off your babies now, said Frostbite, or else your next home will be a prison cell at Renegade headquarters. Honey fixed a glare on her, and Nova could see her shaking. Her eyes flashed, and the air seemed to hum around her, though perhaps that was the incessant buzzing as the bees continued to throw themselves at Gargoyle's impenetrable skin. Nova could see temptation written across Honey's face, coupled with indecision. Perhaps she couldn't harm Gargoyle, but Frostbite would be plenty vulnerable to the stingers of her most deadly wasps. Nova had to admit, seeing Frostbite writhing in pain from 100 venomous stings seemed very appealing at that moment. But it would last only seconds before Gargoyle reached Honey and either killed her or arrested her. This tiny revenge wasn't worth it, Nova knew, and Honey seemed to realize the same thing. Drawing herself up amid the toppled cans and boxes, she squared her shoulders and flung her arm wide. As one, the swarming insects cycloned into the air, then turned and retreated back into the tunnel. Once they had gone, Frostbite nodded at the gargoyle. "Destroy them!" Nova gasped, but the sound went unheard behind Honey's shriek. Gargoyle dumped the hives onto the ground and began stomping through them, crushing them one by one beneath his massive stone feet. Honey's cries turned from enraged to heartbroken as she watched the destruction being racked upon the hives, many with drones and worker bees still inside. Honey's body was ravaged by sobs as the destruction grew. Papery walls scattered across the platform, and the corpses and detached wings of bees smashed into the concrete. All the while, the gargoyle was grinning. It was the smile of a child who had just discovered the sadistic pleasure of crushing beetles beneath his heel. Nova ground her teeth until her jaw hurt. She swung her attention from Honey to Ingrid, Cyanide to Phobia. But no one moved to stop the gargoyle. Any attempt to stop him would be seen as an attack on a renegade and would be cause for arrest. The Renegades had made it quite clear when they accepted Cyanide's truce all those years ago that the anarchists would not be given any third chances. Finally, the gargoyle was finished. He kicked aside the remains of the last hive. It skidded across the platform and tumbled onto the tracks, not far from where Frostbite had dumped out Winston's cereal. "Well, now that we're all accounted for," said Frostbite sweetly, twirling the shard of ice like a baton, "we have some business to attend to." She turned and, before Nova could guess her intentions, heaved the ice like a javelin at Phobia. It struck him through the chest, and his body dispersed into black smoke, wisping back into the shadows of the tunnel. In the same moment, Stingray spun and lashed his barbed tail at Honey. The venomous spines caught her in the side, and her cry of surprise turned to one of pain as her body went rigid and collapsed. In almost the same motion, Stingray swung the tail back toward Leroy, stinging him in the shoulder as he tried to back away. Leroy froze, then tipped backward, landing hard on the concrete. Nova pulled the gun closer, this time targeting Stingray. But his attack had already ceased, leaving Honey slumped awkwardly over the fallen shelving unit, and Leroy motionless, except for his eyes, which were blinking rapidly as he gaped toward the low ceiling. Nova was not exactly sure what sort of venom Stingray had in his tail, but they both appeared paralyzed, motionless but for twitching limbs as the venom rushed through their veins. Ingrid roared and charged toward the platform, a sphere of blue energy swirling in her cupped palm. Frostbite thrust her hand toward Ingrid's feet, and a stream of ice shot out from her skin, forming a small glacier around Ingrid's legs. Ingrid cried out in surprise and barely caught herself, her momentum carrying her upper half forward while the ice held her feet cemented to the tracks. The bomb she'd been crafting evaporated as her focus transitioned from fury to bewilderment. "You seem to be the last anarchist standing," said Frostbite, nonchalantly popping off a few ice crystals that had formed on her knuckles and letting them fall to the ground. "For now, that is. Humor me. Is there any reason why we shouldn't kill you all after what happened at the parade today?" Ingrid snarled. Blue energy began to hum around her hands again. "I wasn't at your stupid parade," she said. And even though Nova knew it was a lie, she found it to be a shockingly convincing one. "I don't care," said Frostbite. "Winston Pratt led an attack against the innocent people of Gatlin City. And it's my job to make sure that's the last time our civilians will ever be terrorized by an anarchist." "Winston Pratt attacked your parade, and to my knowledge, you now have him in custody," said Ingrid. "So what do you want with us?" Frostbite snorted. "You expect me to believe that imbecile was working alone?" "That's exactly what I expect you to believe," Ingrid said. She seemed to relax, her snarl turning to a cool glare. And you and I both know you don't have any evidence to suggest otherwise, because if you did, we wouldn't be having this chat while you wait for me to say something that will incriminate myself or the others. She started to toss the glowing bomb into the air, catching it easily every time it came back down. I've seen your council's edicts. No one shall be found guilty by mere association, right? So don't threaten us, sweetheart. And good luck finding something that will connect us to the puppeteer's crimes. He was on his own today. We had nothing to do with it. Frostbite moved forward until the toes of her boots hung over the edge of the platform. I don't need to connect you to the attack on the parade, she said, waggling her fingers. A new stream of ice shot toward Ingrid. The block of ice around her legs grew larger, expanding over her thighs and hips. To attack a renegade is an offense of the highest order. With your temper, it won't be that hard to get you to lash out. Sort of like poking a rabid dog, now that I think about it. Ingrid hissed as the column of ice made its way over her abdomen. She had stopped tossing the bomb and was gripping it in one fist. I know what you're thinking, said Frostbite. You'll insist it was self-defense, except without anyone being here to witness it. Who's going to believe your word over mine? An anarchist versus a celebrated renegade. She clicked her tongue in feigned pity. It seems you have a decision to make. Attack me, and we'll arrest you. Or confess your involvement at the parade today, and we'll still arrest you. But we'll be a bit nicer about it, she shrugged. Or do nothing. What do you think will kill you first? The cold or suffocation? I'd bet on the latter myself. The ice made its way over Ingrid's chest and began to climb over her shoulders. Soon, she would have no use of her arms or her bombs at all. Nova squeezed her eyes shut, trying to think clearly despite the way her veins were pulsing hot and steady. These were the superheroes the world idolized? Maybe Ingrid wasn't wholly innocent. Maybe none of them were. But then, the Renegades weren't either. Here they were torturing Ingrid, trying to force a false confession. They had ruined Honey's hives, caused destruction in their tunnels, torn through the supplies they needed for survival, all in an effort to find a legitimate excuse to have them imprisoned. Her finger slipped over the trigger. She opened her eyes, and her vision seemed suddenly clear, her mind free of obstructions. She found Frostbite through the scope. Maybe the darts weren't poisoned, but that didn't mean a well-targeted shot couldn't do plenty of damage. She focused on Frostbite's eye, which was pale blue, lighter than Captain Chromium's, but not by much. The trigger pressed into her finger. She had just begun to squeeze when a cascade of fire, bright and blazing, roared across the tracks. Chapter 9. Nova gasped and pulled back, peering over the edge of the train car. The tracks were on fire. No, it was a column of flame shooting out from the shadows. In seconds, it had burned through the channel of ice between Ingrid and Frostbite. Frostbite cursed and drew back, spinning toward the tunnel as heavy footsteps clanged off the walls. Nova's jaw dropped as he came into view, his armored suit somehow more ominous emerging from the darkness than it had been beneath the sunshine on the city's rooftops. The Sentinel. Much as I would love to see each of these villains behind bars, he said, his voice steady and low. Something tells me the council wouldn't approve of your methods for arresting them. And who are you? Frostbite said, curling her fist and forming another long shard of ice. The council's lapdog? That's funny, said the Sentinel without humor. I've often thought the same of you. Nova relaxed her hold on the gun. She could see her suspicions mirrored on Frostbite's face. His words suggested that he knew her, and not in a generic has-seen-her-in-the-papers sort of way. "We are here on official renegade business," said Frostbite. "If you try to stop us, we'll be plenty happy to arrest you, too." A gauntlet of orange-tipped flames began to lick around the Sentinel's left hand. "You're not the only one on official renegade business. The difference is that I take my orders direct from the Council itself." Nova scooted forward, not wanting to miss a word. She found herself staring at the chest plate of his armor. Was it a trick of the dim lighting in the tunnels, or the angle from the top of the train car? From here, it appeared that the gash in his shoulder armor was gone. Her frown deepened. She'd stabbed him, right between the shoulder and the breastplate. Yet she couldn't see any sign of damage there. No blood dried onto the suit's exterior. He wasn't even acting wounded. Perhaps a little stiff in some of his movements, but not nearly as incapacitated as he should have been after a wound like that. It was yet one more mystery about the so-called Sentinel, and one more shred of evidence that he was not a normal renegade, that he was something new. A soldier? An assassin? A weapon created by the Council to be used for missions too nefarious to be assigned to a typical superhero? "Direct from the Council," said Frostbite, barking a laugh. "Do you think I'm an idiot? No one at headquarters has even heard of you. You're an imposter. And that," she lifted the shard of ice over her shoulder, "makes you an enemy." "Or it means you're too low on the pay scale to be told everything we've been working on," said the Sentinel. Frostbite seemed to hesitate, and Nova could see a tinge of doubt creep into her face. "Whereas I," continued the Sentinel, "know that you were sent here for 2 reasons. To determine whether or not any other member of the anarchists were involved with the puppeteer's attack, and to find out their connection to Nightmare." He tilted his head, and Nova had the impression he was glancing at Ingrid, who was still encapsulated in ice from the neck down. Her teeth were chattering. "I take it you haven't learned much." Frostbite's nostrils flared. The Sentinel suddenly sprang upward, smashing down on the platform feet away from Frostbite. She stumbled back a step, but quickly regained her balance. Behind her, Gargoyle, Aftershock, and Stingray all stood, defensive and ready to attack, though no one had moved. It was clear that the Sentinel's claim to be there on the Council's orders had given them all pause. "Release the detonator," he said, opening his fist, the flames extinguished. "Then you and your team are free to leave. I am taking over this investigation." Frostbite let out a disbelieving laugh. She twirled the ice shard once, but then let her arm fall, planting the shard like a walking stick into the cracked concrete. "If the Council wants to call us off, they can tell us themselves." "They did," said the Sentinel. "Too bad the reception down here is so horrible. You could have saved yourself this embarrassment." Frostbite only looked more suspicious, but Stingray and Aftershock glanced down at the identical black bands that snaked around their wrists. Nova bit her lip. She had often wondered about the bracelets that renegade patrol units wore. Were they some sort of communication device? "As it is," continued the Sentinel, "I'll refrain from informing your superiors about the many codes you've broken tonight, but not if you waste any more of my time." Fingers drumming against her shard of ice, Frostbite shifted her gaze from the visor to the red R imprinted on the Sentinel's chest. Her face turned sour, but no less haughty. "Fine," she spat. "There's nothing more to be learned here, anyway." She tossed the ice shard to the side. It shattered against a wall. Striding past the Sentinel, she gestured for her team to follow her. "Release the detonator," called the Sentinel. "Release her yourself," she retorted. And if she repays you by blowing a hole in that fancy suit, don't come crying to me about it. Nova watched the Sentinel as the 4 renegades disappeared into the tunnel that would lead them back to the surface. She desperately wished she could see his face, to know if he was relieved or angry, annoyed or grateful. But she could read nothing in his posture, which was the picture of comic book heroism. Tall and stoic, shoulders peeled back, hands clenched at his sides. Slowly, he shifted his head to look at Ingrid and let out a frustrated huff. He seemed to consider his options for a long, irritating moment, before he finally stretched his hand out and released a thin, steady stream of flames toward the block of ice. He aimed for the thickest parts around her feet, letting it slowly melt away. Nova's mind reeled. She couldn't help but feel just the tiniest bit grateful that he had come when he had. But still, despite his obvious dislike of Frostbite and her crew, she wasn't naive enough to think that he had suddenly become an ally. He was a renegade, and one working for the Council. A top-secret project that the rest of the organization was unaware of. Something told her they might have just traded one threat for an even bigger one. When enough ice had melted away, he pulled his arm back, extinguishing the flame. With a pained groan, Ingrid forced one knee to break through the thin layer that remained. A sheet of ice crashed onto the tracks, and she fell forward, landing on her hands and knees, shivering. When she could sit back on her heels, she started to rub her hands together, trying to return warmth to her extremities. The Sentinel said nothing, watching her, motionless. Nova had the distinct impression that he was debating about something, and every now and then would see a half-hearted flame sputter between his clenched fingers, like he was contemplating lighting a fire to warm Ingrid. But he never did. Instead, when the chattering of her teeth had quieted enough that it seemed she would be able to speak, the Sentinel paced to the edge of the platform. "I'm here for Nightmare," he said. "Where is she?" Ingrid fixed him with a look of utter contempt. Nightmare who? "Yatal," said the Sentinel, holding his hand at a level that was surely a mockery of her actual height. "Black Hood tried to kill Captain Chromium today?" Ingrid flexed her fingers, testing the blue sparks she could draw from the air, but forcing herself back to her feet. Nova could tell she was weak, though she was trying hard to hide it. "Oh, that Nightmare," she shrugged. "Haven't seen her." The Sentinel's voice darkened. "Perhaps you know where I can find her." Behind the Sentinel, Leroy groaned and rolled onto his side. The Sentinel spun around, flames bursting from his palm, but he seemed to relax when he spotted Leroy struggling to sit up. Leroy coughed into his elbow, then peered up into the Sentinel's mask. "She isn't one of us." His words were as evenly paced as if he were giving directions to City Park. "We have no affiliation with the girl who calls herself Nightmare. Therefore, we cannot possibly tell you where to find her." The Sentinel strode toward him, his steps measured and intimidating. "Then explain to me, Cyanide," he said, crouching so he was almost eye level with Leroy, "how one of your signature poisons came to be in the projectile she used to try to assassinate the captain." "One of my poisons?" said Leroy. "Truly, what a coincidence." The Sentinel grasped Leroy by his jaw, turning his face upward. Nova's fingers curled, recognizing how the tactic was so similar to the way he'd tried to intimidate her atop the rooftop. Top secret, high-tech renegade experiment or not, he was still nothing but a mindless bully, just another brainwashed minion for the Council. "You can't expect me to believe you aren't connected with her," he growled. "I don't care what you may or may not believe," countered Leroy. He had begun to sweat, his blackened skin glistening. As for my poison being found in her projectile, well, I've been selling practical poisons in this city for decades. He smiled, revealing chipped and missing teeth. There was an aura of pride in the look. He might have been bragging about being a world-renowned tulip grower. From pharmaceuticals to ridding one's home of vermin, there are 1,000 reasons one might have had one of my poisons, and not all of those reasons are nefarious or illegal. Have you considered that perhaps this nightmare, whoever she is, might have purchased that concoction from one of my distributors? This, Nova knew, was all true. The poisons that Leroy made were, by and large, legitimate and useful. His side business remained the primary source of income for the anarchists. A boon when it was getting harder and harder to scavenge or steal even basic necessities in this post-council world. Which was something Frostbite and her goons had undoubtedly known when they decided to go after their food supply. "This wasn't a mere pesticide," the Sentinel growled. "And how am I to know that? All you said was that it was one of my signature poisons, which hardly narrows it down." "Okay, Cyanide, try one of your signature poisons intended to—" The Sentinel pulled up short, interrupted by a quiet hissing sound. He recoiled, pulling back the hand that had been gripping Leroy's face. Nova clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle. Even without being able to see the Sentinel's expression, his disbelief was written clearly into his body language. His arm fully extended, his head pulled back as if trying to escape from his own limb, where the fingers of his right gauntlet were coated with a sticky, dark substance that had just oozed from Leroy's pores and was now eating away at the glove's metal surface. Climbing to his feet, Leroy tightened the belt of his robe and tucked his hands into his pockets. "You were saying—" "He was saying," said Honey, trying to shake off her lingering paralysis as she leaned against one of the fallen shelves, "that he has as much evidence of criminal activity as that irritating ice girl did, which is to say, none at all." She pulled one of the curlers from her hair and began rewrapping the blonde lock around it. "You're right," said the Sentinel. "We don't have any evidence. Yet. But I know you were involved with the attack today. I know the anarchists want to see the Renegades destroyed." "Of course we wish to see them destroyed," came Phobia's haunting voice, like a boom of thunder echoing from every corner of the tunnels. The Sentinel spun around, searching the darkened tunnels. "But wanting something is not a crime. Not even under their laws." The shadows behind the Sentinel solidified, and Phobia stepped out as if from nowhere, gripping the scythe in both hands. "We have tolerated this invasion of our home for long enough." "I concur," said Leroy. "If the council believes we are in violation of our agreement, let them make these accusations themselves. Until then, we demand to be given the privacy we were promised." Small flames began to crackle around the Sentinel's clenched hands. "You have been given privacy only so long as you adhere to the council's laws. When we have reason to believe otherwise, it is within our rights to investigate. Today, an anarchist was arrested for terrorism and assault. Today, an anarchist concoction was found to be involved in an attempted murder." "And if that were enough to arrest us all," said Ingrid, who was on her feet again, arms crossed defiantly over her chest, "we'd all be in custody right now." "But we aren't, are we?" said Honey. Standing, she gave a lithe stretch, reaching both arms overhead. "So you can waste your time all you want threatening us. But I am going to go comfort my poor, bereft children." She cast one tremulous look at the wrecked beehives, then lifted her chin and began picking her way, barefoot, through the broken bottles and toppled provisions. She had not taken 2 steps when the Sentinel leaped, landing directly in front of her. Honey reeled back, her breath hitching, her head tilting back to stare into the visor of the daunting figure. Honey's flash of surprise disappeared, and she set her jaw, planting her hands on her hips. The look was a reminder why she called herself the Queen Bee. Even in a negligee and curlers, even with her venomous insects having been sent away, she maintained a regal spirit. At least, in the face of opposition, she did. Nova couldn't help but notice how very different she looked now from her utter hopelessness mere hours before. Perhaps Honey only thrived when she had something to fight against. Perhaps they all did. "One more thing before you go," said the sentinel, his voice a thunderous rumble from inside the helmet. Nova tensed, gripping the gun at her side as she waited for him to reach out and wrap his fingers around Honey's throat or jaw, as he had done to her and Leroy. Nova began running through her options again. The dart wouldn't do anything against that armor, but perhaps she could use it to create some sort of diversion. She was not the only one who was preparing for an attack. Leroy had pulled a capsule from his robe pocket, one she knew contained a powerful acid. Ingrid opened her palms, forming a new sphere of crackling blue energy between them. Phobia's entire form started to grow, his body stretching upward, wrapping himself in shadows so thick it was hard to tell where he ended and the darkness began. Even the buzz of bees had returned, growing louder as they spilled back out from the tunnel, a writhing, furious swarm that hovered ominously overhead. The world stilled, but for those bees. The sentinel seemed to hesitate, the blank facade of his visor making him seem more like a statue than a human being, more like a robot than a hero. His fingers twitched, and Nova wondered if he really thought that suit could protect him from all of them at once. She doubted that armor would withstand even one of the detonator's bombs. Part of her hoped they were about to find out. But rather than grab Honey or lash out with another pillar of flame, the sentinel stooped and grabbed hold of one of the metal shelving units. He heaved it upward, slamming it back into place against the wall. Turning, he grabbed the second unit and, with one hand, set it to right as well. Nova's brow furrowed. "No matter what any of you have done with your lives since the day of triumph," he said, "you are all enemies of the Council and the Renegades. But right now, the only enemy I care about is Nightmare." He turned and faced the train car Nova was lying on. She ducked down against the roof as the sentinel sauntered in her direction and jumped onto the tracks. He passed by Ingrid without glancing at her or her sizzling bomb. "When you see Nightmare," he said, grabbing the remains of the concrete bridge that aftershock had brought crashing to the ground, "tell her that the next time she goes after the Council, I'll be there, waiting to destroy her. And I won't wait for the Council's permission to do it." He heaved the bridge against the side of the platform, clearing the tracks. He did not turn back to see how his message had been received, just continued on, stomping into the black opening of the tunnel. Soon the darkness swallowed him, and the steady ringing of his footsteps faded into silence. It took a long time for the tension to disperse. Eventually, Honey sent the bees buzzing back toward their solitary alcove. Eventually, Ingrid released the crackling energy, and Leroy tucked the acid bomb back into his pocket. And Phobia sank back to his normal stature. Then Ingrid lifted her hands to either side of her head and made a face at the tunnel where the sentinel had gone. "To be weak," Phobia rasped. "To be helpless." Ingrid cast him a sideways look. "Excuse me?" "That is his deepest fear," said Phobia, idly twirling the scythe blade overhead. "To be, in essence, without power." Honey huffed. How fitting for a self-righteous renegade. Perhaps, said Phobia, the hood of his cloak swaying with a slow nod. And yet, a difficult fear to exploit against one who has been given so very much of it. Are his abilities products of the armor? Leroy mused, taking out a handkerchief that had been tucked against his chest and dabbing his slick face with it. It would be beneficial to know if he represents a new evolution in prodigy strengths, or if his powers are the results of experimentation or engineering. And whether or not they can be replicated, said Ingrid, suspicion making her lip curl. Phobia did not have an answer. Releasing a slow breath, Nova rolled onto her back. Long ago, someone had spray-painted graffiti on the ceiling here, and she found herself staring up into an ugly, demonic face, its tongue lolling out. They were right. If the Sentinel was a creation of the Council, who was to say there wouldn't be more coming? That thought led to a host of concerns. If they could give someone super strength, super agility, and even the ability to make and control fire, who knew what else they could do? One Sentinel she could handle, but an entire army of them? It would leave the anarchists, well, powerless. She shifted and felt something crunch against her hip. Reaching into her pocket, she wrapped her hand around a piece of crumpled paper. We should have killed him, Ingrid said, and Nova heard the thuds and shuffles as they started to put their supplies back in order upon the shelves. We should have killed them all. And live the rest of our lives behind bars? Leroy clicked his tongue. That would be a short-sighted attempt at vengeance. At least it would avenge my poor darlings, said Honey. Nothing has changed, said Phobia. The Council is our enemy. The Renegades will fall easily once they are gone. Nova unfolded the paper in her hands. It was the flyer she'd been handed at the parade, advertising the Renegade trials. At the top was scrawled in bold letters, "Do you have what it takes?" Jaw twitching, she started to shred the paper to pieces. Phobia was wrong. Things had changed that day. Thanks to Winston's attack and her own botched assassination attempt, the Renegades would be on higher alert than ever. And now they had the Sentinel to contend with. Where 24 hours ago, she had felt optimistic about their chances. Now it felt as though any hope of someday reclaiming a real life for themselves was evaporating before her eyes. The existence of the Sentinel was proof that they didn't know enough about their enemies, while the Renegades knew so much about them, where they lived, the extent of their abilities. But they didn't know about her. And if that was the only advantage she had, then she was going to use it. Chapter 10. Of their group, Leroy was the only one who had ever learned how to drive. It wasn't necessary for most people in the city, who could walk to just about anywhere they really needed to go, and plenty of people still made their living carting others from place to place, especially after the collapse of the public transportation system. Still, though Leroy claimed to have gotten a legitimate driver's license before the age of anarchy started, Nova sometimes wondered if he just said that to imbue his passengers with a sense of confidence. In which case, it didn't really work. Perhaps it was partly due to the fact that he sat so low in the driver's seat she didn't think it was possible he could see clearly over the dashboard. Or perhaps it was because Leroy's pleasant, toad-like smile never faded when he was driving, no matter how many people honked or cursed as they passed, no matter what mystery item thumped beneath the wheels, no matter how many pedestrians screamed and lurched out of their path. "Where does this woman live, anyway?" she asked, glancing at Leroy from the passenger seat of his yellow sports car, a vehicle he claimed had been highly desirable back when he'd stolen it. According to Leroy, it had belonged to a lawyer who had famously defended a man who had beaten a prodigy nearly to death. The lawyer had gotten the man off with nothing but a steep fine and some community service to answer for his crime. So stealing his car was as much a matter of justice as greed. 30 years and exactly 0 car washes later, the car more resembled an over-ripened banana than anything remotely desirable. At least to Nova's eye. Rust was creeping around all its edges. There were countless dents and paint scratches on the exterior doors, and the ripped upholstery carried the distinct aroma of mildew. "By the marina," said Leroy, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. Nova scanned the buildings they passed. They'd left downtown and were making their way through the industrial district, where warehouses and storage yards had once been full of shipping crates ready to be loaded onto cargo ships or distributed to the rest of the country by endless trains and semi-trucks. Though international trade was gradually returning to the city, most of these buildings were still deserted, home only to rats and squatters who, for whatever reason, weren't eligible for council-sanctioned housing. That, or they preferred to make their own choices about where and how to live their lives, whatever the cost. Through gaps in the warehouses and defunct factories, she got glimpses of Harrow Bay, sparsely lit by a handful of boats on the water. Her eyes traveled to the horizon, which blended almost seamlessly with the black sky. Though they were still in the city, the light pollution was dimmed out here enough that she could see a scattered sprinkling of stars, and she found herself scanning for constellations she recognized. The fallen warrior, the great cypress, the hunter and the stag. As a child, Nova had been fascinated by the stars. She would make up entire stories about the celestial beings represented in those constellations. Back then, she'd even convinced herself that all prodigies, like herself and her dad and Uncle Ace, had in fact been born of the stars, and that's how they'd gotten their superpowers. She'd never figured out exactly how that had come to be, but it had seemed to make perfect sense in her youthful logic. She wasn't sure what was more amazing, her childhood theory on how prodigies came to be, or the truth that each of those stars was its own sun, thousands of light years away. That to look at a star was to look back in time to an age in which there were no prodigies at all. Leroy turned a corner, and the car passed over a series of train tracks before tipping down a long, steep hill toward the marina. "How do you know this woman again?" asked Nova. "Oh, I don't, not really. But then, how much do we really know anyone? Can we say with absolute certainty that we even truly know ourselves?" Nova rolled her eyes. "And again, how do you know her?" Leroy grinned and jerked the wheel to one side. Nova stiffened and glanced out the window, but couldn't see whatever it was he was swerving around. A second later, he had righted the car in his lane. "She was a member of the Ghouls," he said, citing one of the villain gangs who had risen to power during the Age of Anarchy, one that had formed an alliance of sorts with the anarchists. "I used to trade her disappearing inks for false documentation. Still do when it's needed." "She's a prodigy, then?" Leroy hummed his confirmation. "Any powers I should know about?" Even when meeting a supposed ally, Nova liked to be prepared. "Psychometry. Nothing dangerous." Psychometry? The ability to see into an object's past. "Well," Leroy added with a chuckle, "nothing dangerous so long as you don't get crushed beneath all her stuff. You'll see when we get there. She told me once that it's difficult to give things up, once you know what they've been through." "I'm not afraid of stuff," said Nova, "as long as we can trust her." "Oh, I didn't say that," said Leroy. "But outside of family, she's as close to trustworthy as we're going to get. And," he sighed, "I don't believe we have any other choice." Nova settled deeper into the seat, staring at the weathered boathouses that blurred past. Her mind settled on that one ephemeral word. Family. She had had a family once. Mom, Papa, Evie. When they were taken from her, she believed she'd lost everything. So much of her childhood was lost in a haze of pain and loss, mourning and anger, betrayal and a sadness so raw, there were entire days in which she couldn't summon the energy to eat, or even cry. Entire nights in which shadows terrorized her, becoming murderers and monsters. There had been but one source of light in those first months, the only real family she had left. Uncle Ace. He had held her close so she couldn't see the bodies of her family as he took her away from the apartment, stopping only to grab the unfinished bracelet her father had been working on. He hadn't let her go until they arrived at the cathedral, what he and the anarchists had called home in those days. It was the largest church in the city, which Ace had claimed long before Nova was born. At first, she found it haunting and eerie, with lofted ceilings that echoed every footstep, the bell tower that had long ago fallen to silence and cobwebs, the paintings of dead saints that watched her pass with condemning eyes. But Ace had done his best to make it feel like a home to her. She did not recall him talking very much, but he always seemed to be near when she needed a stable presence. Sometimes he held her hand or rubbed her back while she sobbed into his shoulder. Sometimes he would use his powers to distract her from her sorrow, making playful puppets out of the figures and statues that lined the sanctuary and chapel walls. And when her curiosity overcame her misery, he showed her every hidden alcove of the cathedral. The tombs beneath its foundation, full of bones and history. The massive organ where she was free to pound at the keys to her heart's content, filling the vast space with chilling chords that perfectly fit her mood. He had taken her to the belfry and let her tug on the ropes to make the smaller bells chime, then showed her how he could move the massive central bell with his thoughts. Their music had pealed across the rooftops of the surrounding city blocks. The pain did not go away, but when Ace was there, it seemed to lessen little by little. Then, one day, he told her the truth of what had happened to her family. Nova had been inspecting some reliquaries she'd found in one of the smaller chapels when Ace found her and sat her down on a worn wooden bench. He told her that one of the villain gangs, the Roaches, had demanded that her father craft them a collection of weapons using his gift. They had threatened David's wife and daughters if he didn't meet their expectations. When her papa began to fall behind on their requests, he went to the Renegades and begged for protection. Captain Chromium himself had promised that no harm would come to him or his family, but only so long as he stopped making weapons for their enemies. And so her dad did stop, and the Roaches, in retaliation, sent a hitman after him and his family. Only the Renegades hadn't kept their word. Captain Chromium hadn't kept his word. They were not there to protect David's family when they needed their protection the most. When Ace finished telling this story, he handed Nova a cup of cold milk and 2 vanilla wafer cookies taken from plastic packaging that crinkled deafeningly loud. Nova, 6 years old, and so small her feet didn't touch the stone floor as she sat on the bench, ate the cookies and drank the milk without comment. She remembered not crying. She remembered that, in that moment, she had not felt sad. She had felt only anger, blinding, breathless rage. As he stood up to leave so she could come to terms with the truth of her family's deaths, Ace had said simply, practically, "The Roaches were 47 members strong. Last night, I killed them all." That was the one and only time they spoke of her family's deaths. What was done was done. The gang had killed Nova's family. Ace had killed the gang. Justice was served. Except for the Renegades, who had failed to keep their promise. 2 months after that, Nova's life was overturned again. On the day of triumph, Nova had been told to stay in the tombs. She sat in the darkness, listening to the screams and thunder of the battle, feeling the rumble and crash of the earth and walls around her. It went on for hours, ages. Honey found her first, or her bees did, and they led Honey to her. They escaped into a secret passageway, small and damp, smelling of soil and musty air, lit only by the small flashlight Nova had brought with her into the tombs. Honey's distress kept Nova from talking for a long time. But when the passage finally spilled them into an abandoned subway station, Nova dared to ask what had happened. She received only 3 words in reply. The Renegades won. Here we are. Nova jolted from her thoughts. Goosebumps had erupted across her skin as her memory repeated that day. She sat up straighter and peered through the windshield. Leroy had parked on the shoulder of a quiet, narrow road just off the shore of Harrow Bay. Rocky outcroppings and foaming waves caught the light of a hesitant moon, and she could see a handful of docks stretching into the water. Most of them were bare, but a few had small fishing boats moored alongside them, their sides thunking hollowly against the pier. She turned in her seat. To her right was a tall cliff studded with scraggly plants that clung desperately to its side, and a burial ground of white driftwood at its base. Behind them, the dark road curved inland and disappeared. No houses, no apartments, no warehouses, no buildings at all. Charming, she said. Leroy killed the engine. He was turned away from her, gazing out toward the water. I don't much care for the ocean, he said solemnly. Seeing it always fills me with regret. Regret? Nova studied the choppy waves. Why? Because if I had learned to sail, then I could leave this place. In a boat. One could go anywhere. You have a car, said Nova, glancing sideways at him. You could drive away if you wanted to. It's not the same. Leroy turned, not to face her, but to stare at his own crooked fingers on the steering wheel. There's not a civilized place in this whole world where I wouldn't be recognized. And the others, too. Our reputations would precede us wherever we went. So long as anarchy is synonymous with chaos and despair, the anarchists will always be synonymous with villains. He cocked his head to the side, and this time, he did look at her. Though it was so dark in the car, she could only catch faint spots of moonlight reflected in his eyes. But not you, Nightmare. No one knows who you are. You could leave us, you know. You could go anywhere. She scoffed. Where would I go? Anywhere you like. That's the beauty of freedom. He smiled, but it was a sad look, one full of that regret he'd mentioned. Nova swallowed. Freedom. She knew he was right. The thought had, in fact, crossed her mind 1,000 times. No one knew what Nova Artino looked like, or even that she was still alive. No one knew that she had been raised by the anarchists. No one knew that she was Nightmare. What are you saying? We are here because you say you want to infiltrate the Renegades, so someday we might destroy them, said Leroy. And no one would be happier than I to see that come to fruition. But I cannot in good conscience go through with this without giving you an alternative. After tonight, you will have a new name, a new identity. You could leave Gatland City. Or you could stay, get a job and an apartment, start a real life like everyone else is trying to do. You would have plenty of company if you made that choice. Nova shifted in the seat, crossing her arms over her chest. And what? Leave you guys to defeat the Renegades without me? In your dreams. Leroy shook his head. There will be no defeating them without you. and what you might be able to learn, what you might be able to change. His voice quieted. I have little hope of ever seeing the freedom we once fought for, killed for. But you did not choose this life, Nova. Not like we did. You could still choose differently. Jaw clenching, Nova stared at one of the boats, swaying back and forth, a ceaseless, steady rocking. The anarchists are my family, she said. The only family I have left. I won't be free until you are. I won't rest until the renegades are punished. For how they treat you, for how they betrayed my family, for what they did to Ace. Leroy fixed her with a studious look. And if revenge does not bring you joy? It's not joy I'm looking for. Reaching around the steering column, Leroy switched off the headlights and pulled the key from the ignition. Then let's see if we can't find what you are looking for. Chapter 11. Her thoughts spun as she followed Leroy along the dark road's narrow shoulder. Their conversation in the car was still tumbling through her thoughts. Was she doing this for them? For Ace or Evie or herself? Or was she doing it for all of humanity? All the people who were too blind to see how they would be better off without the Council, without the Renegades. Maybe, she told herself, it can be both. She wasn't sure when she'd started to think of the anarchists as her family. Certainly not during those initial months when she had loved only Ace, and thought only of her parents and her sister and herself. Though they had all occupied the same spaces within the cathedral, she had seen the anarchists more like phantoms passing her in the nave or arguing in the cloister. There had been more of them then. Many died during the battle, some that she never even knew the names of. And by and large, they all ignored the foundling child Ace had dragged back with him. They were not mean to her. Ace would not have tolerated that. But they didn't go out of their way to be kind either. Once they were relocated to the tunnels, though, that began to change. There were so few of them left, all suffering the same defeat. It bonded them tighter than they had been before, even to little Nova. Suddenly, the remaining anarchists took an interest in her. Leroy learned about her interest in science and started to teach her chemistry, allowing her to play with his lab equipment and test out different concoctions. Ingrid trained her how to fight, with bare hands and whatever weaponry they could scrounge or barter for. Honey, afraid they were going to end up raising another savage like Winston, made it her purpose to guide Nova into being a lady. Or at least the sort of lady who knew how to mix a proper martini and apply eyeliner without stabbing herself with a pencil. As for Winston, for a while he became Nova's only playmate, telling her fairy tales with shadow puppets and teaching her the fine art of hide-and-seek, where their new home offered endless hiding places. And phobia was, well, phobia was phobia. He had never warmed to her, but then he never seemed to warm to anyone else either, so Nova learned even at a young age not to take his indifference personally. Leroy approached a small, weary-looking dock. Nova could see the water foaming beneath them as they made their way over the rickety boards, damp with ocean spray. The air smelled of salt and seaweed and dead creatures washed up on the shore. A single boat was moored at the end of the dock, 20 feet long, with nearly the full length of it taken up by an enclosed cabin. Its sides were speckled with barnacles, and its flat roof was loaded with wooden travel trunks and a single rusty bicycle. A plastic chair sat on the small deck at its bow beside an empty wine bottle and a withered tomato plant sticking up from a repurposed milk jug. There was no light coming from inside the boat, and Nova wondered if they were expected. Leroy reached over the edge of the dock and knocked on one of the dark windows. From inside the boat, Nova heard the sounds of footsteps and the creak of old timbers. The same window that Leroy had knocked at thunked open a few inches, letting a warm yellow glow spill out onto the dock. And Nova realized that no light had gotten through before because the windows were all painted opaque black. A pistol jutted out from the open window. "Who's out there?" "It's only me, Millie," said Leroy. "We've come for those papers." The gun shifted to the side and a woman's eye peered out through the opening, small and surrounded by wrinkles. She scrutinized them both. "Where was I the first time I ever met Leroy Flynn?" she said, her voice dripping with suspicion. Leroy did not hesitate. "Rummaging through the supplies in the art department at the university, searching for precision knives and laminate, if I'm not mistaken." The woman grumbled under her breath and slammed the window shut. Nova glanced at Leroy from the corner of her eye. "She had a run-in with a face-changer a while back," he whispered. "Almost put her out of business. She's been a bit paranoid about it ever since." The door at the end of the cabin swung open, and the light from inside cut across the water. "Come in, then," the woman said. "Quick now, before anyone sees you." Nova glanced around. There was nothing but cliffs and empty road and the ocean in every direction. Leroy's lone yellow car was the only sign of civilization in sight. Leroy stepped over the rail onto the deck and slipped into the cabin of the houseboat. Nova followed, shutting the door behind her as she looked around. The cabin was narrow and crammed so full of stuff that Leroy had to turn sideways to fit down the aisle, following the woman as she made her way to the back of the boat. Open shelving covered the walls, sporting everything from cleaning supplies to cans of food to more wine. A wood stove in the far corner was the source of light, and an encompassing warmth that tipped just slightly toward oppressive. To her left, the wall was lined with more shelving units and storage crates of all shapes and sizes, many stacked with dishes, pottery, and piles of neatly folded towels. To her right, an assembly of old printers and computer monitors, scanners and an office copy machine, a laminator, boxes of blue latex gloves, and stacks and stacks and stacks of paper of all different colors and thicknesses. A maze of string crisscrossed overhead, down the full length of the cabin, hung with drying laundry and a variety of paper documents. "Millie," said Leroy, pausing behind the woman as she set the gun down on top of a filing cabinet and started to remove a few sheets of paper from one of the lines. "I'd like you to meet Nova, Ace's niece." "I know who she is," said Millie, thunking the edges of the papers together to level them, then pulling an empty folder from a desk drawer and sliding them inside. "Welcome aboard, Nova McLean." Artino, actually." Millie peered around Leroy and held the packet toward her. "Not anymore." Taking the packet, Nova flipped open the folder and looked at the top sheet. It was a birth certificate, as simple and unembellished as those created during the Age of Anarchy tended to be. With few doctors' offices left to perform deliveries, many women gave birth at home with the help of a midwife, who may or may not have had professional training, who may or may not have cared to complete any sort of paperwork afterward, especially when there was no governmental departments expecting such paperwork to be submitted. Nova knew that both she and Evie had been delivered at home, but as far as she knew, her parents had never gotten a certificate for either of them. This document, though, looked as professional as the ones that came from the era. Stamped and signed by a one Janice Kendall, midwife. It included signatures from her imaginary parents, Robert and Joy McLean. It included her birthday, and it actually was her birthday, May 27th. Perhaps so Nova would be less likely to give the false date should anyone ask for it. And, printed in neat handwriting in the center of the page, was her name. Almost. Nova Jean McLean. Do I look Scottish? Your father was Scottish, said Millie, opening the bed of a scanner and pulling out a sheet of paper. You take after your mother. Nova opened her mouth to refute. Her dad was Italian, her mom Filipino, and she liked to think she was a strong mix of them both. But she stopped herself. What did it matter what the world thought her name was, or where she got her blue eyes or her black hair? What did it matter if anyone thought her parents were Robert and Joy, whoever they were? She couldn't walk into the Renegades' trials with the name Artino, and Nova Jean McLean was as good a secret identity as any. She lifted the birth certificate. The next page was the required application to participate in the Renegade trials. It had been filled out using an old typewriter. Name: Nova Jean McLean. Alias: Insomnia. Prodigious ability: superpower. Requires no sleep or rest. Maintains full wakefulness at all times without any decline in aptitude from sleep deprivation. Insomnia, Nova muttered. It wasn't exactly the sort of name that would strike fear in the hearts of her enemies. But it wasn't bad, either. She wondered if Leroy had come up with it, or Millie. There's a spot on the last page for your signature, said Millie, holding out a ballpoint pen. Don't sign the wrong name now. Nova took the pen without looking up. Outside, the waves drummed a steady, crashing melody against the side of the boat. I live on East 94th and Wallow Ridge? She frowned. Are there even habitable homes in that area? Would you rather I put subway tunnel off the defunct Mission Street station? Said Millie. Nova glanced up. I just don't want anyone to come investigating me and find out the residence in my paperwork is actually some convenience store that burned down 20 years ago or something. Millie cast an annoyed look at Leroy, who returned a placating smile. I'm not an amateur, she spat. Bending over a nearby desk, she started to sort the scattered pens, sticky notes, and razor blades into a collection of tin cans. Should anyone come looking for you, they will find a 2-bedroom row house that has been owned outright by Peter McLean for more than 40 years. Who's Peter McLean? Your uncle, she said. On page 3, you'll find a 200-word personal essay on how grateful you are that he took you in after your parents' untimely deaths. Okay, but who is he really? No one. A figment of my imagination. A phantom, existing only in paperwork. Don't worry. All the paperwork will match up. As far as anyone knows, the house really is owned and occupied by Mr. McLean. And now, his niece. Nova glanced at Leroy, but he was watching Millie. The application required personal references, I believe. What did you find for those? A grade school teacher who thought Nova was a delightful student to have in her class, said Millie, and an old boss who saw it as a horrible loss when Nova chose to leave his employment, but who is thrilled to see her pursuing her dream of becoming a renegade. An old boss? Nova flipped to the next page, where she saw that Nova Jean McLean had been working at Cosmopolis Amusement Park up until a month ago. I'm a ride operator? Come on, a chipmunk could do that job. Both references, continued Millie, as if Nova hadn't spoken, are legitimate sources. True working civilians in this community who have graciously agreed to praise Miss McLean quite highly should they receive further inquiry about her. Her gaze slipped toward Leroy. Of course, you'll be paying them for the honor. Naturally, said Leroy, looking down at the application. Winston used to operate a side business out of Cosmopolis Park. I think he might have known this gentleman. Millie nodded. His personal dealings fared much better under anarchy than the council. It was not difficult to persuade him to this cause. Nova's gut tightened as she read through the application, and she didn't think it was from the constant swaying of the houseboat. It felt like there were too many holes in this hastily constructed life. An uncle she'd never met, parents she felt no connection to, a teacher and an employer, a house and a job. And any one of them could be proved false if someone only bothered to dig a little deeper. She had to remind herself that everyone born in the age of anarchy had holes missing in their records. All those things that had kept society organized before had been stripped away, from medical records to school enrollment, tax forms to bank statements. There was none of that. Only people trying to survive, to go on with life as best they could. No one would think twice about where she lived or who she lived with, or whether or not her old teacher was lying when she called Nova a delight. The Renegades cared about finding the best prodigies to make their organization stronger, smarter, better. If she got in, all she would have to do was persuade them that she was worth keeping, and no one would care about her past or her connections. They wouldn't think to dig any deeper until it was too late. "I trust it's all to your satisfaction," said Millie, looking not at Nova, but Leroy. He nodded and pulled a roll of cash from an inside pocket. Millie took it and undid the rubber band, counting it out before rolling it back up. Nova watched it disappear in her fist with a new weight settling on her shoulders. She had not considered payment, or where that money would come from. But of course Millie would want something for her services. Seeing the transition made this whole scheme seem suddenly very real. That was money Leroy had worked for, whether by selling legal substances for killing off vermin and pests, or less legal drugs and poisons distributed into the underground markets. Either way, it was his toil and hardship, and she felt a twinge of responsibility to see how very little at all that money had gotten them. One false identity. A name, an address, a past. A single chance for Nova to enter the Renegade trials and become their spy. "Don't forget to sign the application," said Millie. Turning to the last page, Nova pressed the application against the top of the copy machine and clicked the ballpoint pen. "McLean," Millie reminded her. Inhaling deeply, she scrawled a signature across the bottom line. Nova Jean McLean. She held the pen back to her, but instead of taking it, Millie grasped Nova's forearm and yanked her closer. Nova's body tensed, readying for a fight, but the woman merely bent over her wrist, inspecting the bracelet. "David Artino's work," she murmured, her voice tinged with awe. She traced one finger along the chain of the bracelet. Her lashes fluttered, her brow knitting as if in deep concentration. "He was indeed a master." She flipped Nova's arm over and shot her a sly look, tapping her pinky nail against the bracelet's clasp. "And he certainly was a handsome young man, wasn't he?" "Excuse me?" Nova stammered. Leroy turned a mildly interested look toward Nova. "What handsome young man?" "I don't—" Nova hesitated, picturing a relaxed smile and warm fingers wrapped softly around her wrist. She scowled and ripped her arm away from Millie. "No one. He was no one, just some guy." Tittering, Millie took the pen from her. "That's all, then. Good luck. Insomnia." Still frowning, Nova snapped the folder closed. "Yeah, thanks." She turned, winding her way back through the cabin. Leroy shuffled after her, moving slow as to not knock over any of the teetering piles. "Out of curiosity," said Millie, when they were nearly to the door, "what will you do about the fingerprints?" Nova glanced back. "Fingerprints?" "We'll take care of it," said Leroy. Reaching past Nova, he shoved open the door, letting in a surge of salted air. They need fingerprints? Said Nova, stepping back onto the dock. The boathouse door slammed shut behind them, and a second later, she heard the click of a lock. Leroy scuttled past her, his head ducked against the spray coming off the water. They will run a fingerprint scan at the trials, yes. Nova followed after him. But the gun! They have the gun I used at the parade. They must have tested it for prints and entered them into their database by now. If they scan me at the trials, they'll know. If the prints match. Of course they'll match! She paused. Wait. Why wouldn't they match? Leroy's footsteps quickened as he made his way up the dock, back to the shore and the road, eager to get out of the blustering wind. Nova kept pace, waiting, but he still had said nothing by the time they reached the car and slipped inside. Leroy, said Nova, shutting her door. Why wouldn't the prints match? He did not look at her as he said, because we are going to alter yours. Her fingertips tingled with subtle apprehension. How? Leroy turned to her with a hesitant look, like he knew he should have brought this up before. But before he could respond, Nova figured out precisely how he meant to alter her fingertips. Her gaze dropped down to the handle he had settled compulsively on the car's stick shift. Oh, the pain will be tolerable, he said, in what was perhaps meant to be comforting. But it wasn't the pain that worried her. Won't it be suspicious to go in there with mutilated fingerprints? Not as suspicious as a perfect match to the prints on that gun would be. She gave him a wry look. Leroy sighed. We will make sure you have a plausible explanation, he said. But if you don't want to do it... Of course I'll do it, she said more angrily than she'd intended. It will hardly be the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Leroy gave her a look that bordered on pity. Then he lifted his hand, like he intended to give her a high five. The dome light inside the car hadn't clicked off yet, and under its sickly yellow glow, Nova could see the poison start to leach out of his skin. First, beading up in tiny pinpricks. Then, oozing together until his fingertips were coated in a blackish film. Nova didn't know if it was some sort of poison or acid that his body discharged, or some chemical entirely unique to his own physiology. It didn't much matter. She inhaled, bracing herself. Then, she lifted her own hand and pressed her fingers into his.
Chapter 12. The arena was already thundering with chants and stomping feet, and the trials hadn't even started yet. Adrian stood leaning against the wall just inside the opening that led out onto the field, looking around as the bleachers filled with people. The crowd was full of bright red signs handed out at the entrance, one side printed with Hero, the other 0. That was part of the fun, he supposed, for the non-prodigies who came to watch the trials. Though the decision of who was accepted into the Renegades was ultimately up to the teams themselves, the crowd could pretend to have a say by holding up their signs when each contestant went onto the field. He had never liked trial days. This was the 4th annual, and it still gave him a sense of unease in his stomach. There was just something so ridiculous about it all, that the future of a prodigy could be decided based on a few questions and a 30-second demonstration of their power. Could that really be all it took to decide whether or not someone was fit to be a hero? Capable of fighting for justice, defending the weak, protecting the city? He seriously doubted it, and what's more, he suspected that if he'd been forced to enter through the trials, he might not have made it. Adrian had become a renegade practically by default. He was the son of Lady Indomitable, and since her death, he'd been raised by Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden. No one would have dared object to him being given a uniform, and because of that, he was given plenty of opportunities to prove himself and his abilities. Bringing his artwork to life had turned out to be damned useful time and again. But useful wasn't always what mattered at the trials. Not to the spectators, at least. They wanted to be dazzled and bewildered and maybe even a little frightened. They wanted explosions and earthquakes, and Adrian's power would have left the crowd unsatisfied. Unless he'd drawn a hand grenade. Actually, a hand grenade would have been kind of awesome. Nevertheless, he hadn't been made to compete for a place in the Renegades, so he would never know whether he would have been chosen or not. These days, it didn't really matter what anyone thought of his powers, not since he'd altered his own ability by giving himself the tattoos. He was no longer just Sketch, a renegade and an artist. He was the Sentinel, with more powers than had ever resided in one being before, at least as far as he knew. He was like no prodigy anyone had ever encountered. He had been transformed. It felt strange to be wearing his renegade uniform again after being in the Sentinel's armored suit. The form-fitting fabric suddenly made him feel vulnerable. He kept sliding his finger between the shirt collar and his throat, trying to give himself more space to breathe. "Happy trial day! Woo! Woo!" Adrian turned to see Oscar ambling down the cinder block corridor. He punched his cane a few times in the air before prompting it against the floor again. "Bring on the newbies, for I am ready to pass judgment." Ruby wasn't far behind him, bouncing on the balls of her feet. "How's it looking out there?" she asked, coming to stand beside Adrian. Her eyes widened. "Great skies! That's a lot of people!" Her bloodstone dangled from her wrist, resting against her thigh as she surveyed the jam-packed arena. Then her attention moved down to the tables stationed around the field. There were close to 40 of them, each draped with a red cloth. All patrol units were expected to attend the trials, at least those who weren't on active duty that night, where they would sit at the tables and watch hopeful prodigies try to impress them and ultimately decide their fate. "Are there really that many patrol teams these days?" Ruby added. "There weren't half this many when I tried out. It doesn't feel this crowded when we're at headquarters." "Not often they get us all in one room together," said Adrian. "I'm not sure how many are actively looking for new members, though." His eyes traveled up to the platform that hung over the far end of the field. The council members, including his dad's, were already seated, chatting amicably and occasionally pausing to smile for a camera. Even Thunderbird was there. The healers had given her permission to come, so long as she didn't do anything stupid like try to fly. "I know the council is hoping to bring on some new talent today, too, so we'll see how many they pick out." Ruby shook her head, looking a little dazed by all the commotion. "Can you imagine trying out under these conditions? It's so much pressure." "You both got picked from trials," said Adrian. "It wasn't a lot of pressure then." "Oh, it was," said Ruby with a nervous laugh. "I was terrified." "Not me," Oscar grinned. "But I knew I'd get picked up. Who wouldn't want this on their team?" He lifted a palm and a puff of bluish smoke morphed into a vicious dragon. It flew off into the bleachers to a bout of squeals from the audience. "Seriously, there are endless practical uses for that trick." "Seriously," said Ruby with a sage nod. "Endless." "That's funny," said Adrian. "I seem to recall you being challenged by, 9 different teams all at once?" "Yes," said Oscar, beaming with the memory. "And did they come to regret that, or what? That was a shining moment for me. Come to think of it, I may actually have peaked on that day. I think my life has been downhill ever since." Ruby laughed. "Do you remember the look on Mia Hagner's face when you defeated Steamroller? That was the best." Oscar leaned his head against Ruby's shoulder, his eyes sparkling. "Please go on. Tell me everything you remember in complete, excruciating detail." Ruby rested her head against his. "I would, except you covered the whole field with fog, so none of us actually got to see anything." Oscar squinted one eye. "Oh, yeah. But trust me, it was a sound whooping." Adrian shook his head, watching as the stands filled with onlookers, some of whom had started doing the wave. He clearly remembered the trials of all 3 of his teammates, though he hadn't been a team leader at the time. Dana had been accepted without question during her trial, Being able to disperse into a swarm of butterflies made her quick, conveniently camouflaged, and a star when it came to hiding and sneaking into places where others couldn't easily get to. But Oscar and Ruby had both been challenged, which meant that while one team had seen their potential, other teams had questioned if they deserved a place among the Renegades. They'd each had to prove themselves in one-on-one combat against a member of a challenging team. Oscar could have wowed the audience with an entire flock of smoke dragons and an army of vapor knights to destroy them, and someone still would have questioned if a kid with a bone disease that kept him tethered to a cane could possibly become a hero in Gatlin City. But he had surprised everyone by taking out Steamroller, a prodigy known for mowing down anyone and anything in his path. Oscar had cast a thick fog over the field, blinding Steamroller, then tricked him into chasing after him until he was only a couple of feet inside the ring. Finally, he had barraged him with a series of darts made of thick black smoke. Steamroller had choked and gagged and stumbled out of the ring, and Smokescreen joined the Renegades. Ruby, too, had been underestimated. Though she'd been practicing martial arts for years before then, her actual ability, that when she bled, her blood crystallized into ruby-like gems, was seen as belonging more on the black market than in a life of law enforcement. She'd faced off against Guillotine, who thought she'd been handed an easy victory when she slashed open Ruby's forearm during her first attack. Less than a minute later, though, Ruby responded in force, her arm and hand suddenly covered in red stalagmites as sharp as daggers. Guillotine suffered more than a few wounds of her own before conceding the battle. "I'm going up for some food," said Oscar. "What do you guys want? Pretzels? Hot dogs?" "Cotton candy," said Ruby. "The one with both the blue and the pink mixed together." "On it. Sketch?" "I'm good," said Adrian. "I'll bring you some popcorn. Don't let anything exciting happen without me." He winked and retreated into the corridor. "No promises," Ruby sang after him. Then her eyes brightened as she pointed up to the stands. "Oh, look! Someone made you a sign!" Startled, Adrian followed her gesture and spotted a woman holding up a handmade sign that read, "Everhart equals my hero forever." "I'm pretty sure that's referring to my dad." Ruby deflated. "You don't know that." She cocked her head to the side, as if seeing the sign from a different angle might change it. "Yeah, you're probably right. But we can pretend someone made you a sign." "I'm really okay with it," said Adrian, frowning at the crowd. He couldn't wait for this to be over. He wasn't nervous exactly, more embarrassed in a way, to be participating in a tradition he wasn't sure he approved of. They were supposed to encourage every prodigy, no, every human, to be as heroic as possible. How was publicly rejecting anyone going to further that goal? Besides, it wasn't just the contestants who were being judged today, it was the Renegades too. The public wanted to see the prodigy crusaders who were charged with protecting their city, with protecting them. They wanted to know they were in good hands. And okay, they also wanted an afternoon of free entertainment. It all felt like an absurd way to handle their recruitment. Didn't anyone have better things to be doing? "How's Dana?" Adrian asked, his eyes catching on another homemade sign in the bleachers that read, "You light me up, blacklight." "Sad she can't be here," said Ruby. "She hates being cooped up." "So would I," said Adrian. Ruby suddenly tensed beside him. Adrian followed her glower. Janissa Clark, a.k.a. Frostbite, was making her way down the tunnel, surrounded by the rest of her team. They didn't cast Adrian or Ruby a single glance as they headed onto the field, even though the teams were supposed to wait to be announced before heading to their tables. "I hope our table is far away from hers," Ruby muttered, crossing her arms. Adrian's lip twitched, remembering now that Janissa was the one who had challenged Ruby's acceptance into the Renegades 2 years ago. He could understand her resentment. Not that he cared much for Janissa or any of her teammates. He hadn't before, and seeing how they behaved toward the anarchists hadn't sparked any great affection either. Not that he held much sympathy for the anarchists, but for Frostbite and the others to act like such power-drunk bullies was unacceptable under the code that renegades were sworn to live by. Plus, seeing those destroyed beehives, even if they did belong to an enemy, had made Adrian's nose curl in disgust. The villain's poor life choices weren't exactly the bees' fault, after all. Even though he hadn't learned anything about Nightmare or found any evidence he could use to incriminate the rest of the anarchists, he was glad he'd decided to go into the tunnels that night. Word had quickly spread throughout headquarters that the Sentinel had made a reappearance, claiming to have been sent by the Council themselves. When the Council adamantly refused the claim and it became clear that the Sentinel had been lying, the humiliation heaped on Janissa and her team was almost palpable. Adrian had tricked them into abandoning their mission. He had made them look like fools, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of smugness every time he thought of it. The downside, however, was that the mystery of the Sentinel was growing daily. Who was he? Where did he come from? Could he actually be a secret project undertaken by research and development? Or was he somehow involved with Nightmare or the anarchists, an enemy meant to confuse them all? What had started out as an investigation into Nightmare was quickly becoming an investigation into him, and that made him uneasy. The other teams began dispersing across the field, too, some looking up questioningly at the Council, unsure if they were supposed to wait or not, but the Council was busy talking to one another and not paying the field much attention. The circle of tables started to fill up. The onlookers in the stands squealed, excited fans trying to catch the attention of their favorite heroes. "Here we go!" called Oscar, appearing from the crowd in the corridor. His free hand was carrying a tray loaded with food and drinks waiter-style over his head. "Two-tone cotton candy for the lady. Popcorn for my man. Please help yourselves to some garlic fries or Choco Crunchies, but do not touch my smoothie or I won't hesitate to kill you and everyone you've ever loved." Ruby snagged the bag of cotton candy from the top of the pile. "Oscar, can I have a sip of your smoothie?" Oscar fixed a cold look on her for 3-4 seconds, then wilted. "Yeah, all right." Jigging in place, Ruby took the smoothie from the tray. Oscar's eyes followed the straw into her mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing. Adrian rolled his eyes, sneaking a handful of popcorn. On the Council's platform, Blacklight approached the microphone and held his arms open to the crowd. "Welcome to the 4th Annual Renegade Trials!" The crowd cheered. The stands were full of fluttering signs, screaming fans, stomping feet. Adrian suspected this had not been the intention when the Renegades had first risen up all those years ago. Back then, anyone who was willing to stand up and fight against the villain gangs was a hero. You didn't need a special pin or a title to do it. You didn't need anyone's approval. Now, they weren't so much vigilantes as celebrities. Celebrities who had an important job to do, but celebrities nonetheless. And they were becoming so political, influenced not by the needs of the people, but by what would garner the most public support, what would make them more interesting. He knew the Council was only trying to hold the city together, still trying to solidify their tenuous control. He knew it hadn't been easy for them. They had all been in their 20s when they defeated Ace Anarchy, except Blacklight, who had been barely 19 at the time. They had been heroes and crime fighters for years, but none of them had planned on becoming leaders and lawmakers. They had done their best. They had built a new city on the bones of an old one, working tirelessly to heal the wounds the villain gangs had left on their society. Order and justice had come first, some sort of legal system with the Renegades themselves, both the creators and defenders of the new order. But that had been only the beginning. The people told them they needed food, so the Renegades cleared away entire city blocks of rubble and debris to make room for community gardens and agriculture. The people needed shelter, so they repaired countless abandoned buildings to make them habitable and safe. The people needed education for their children, so they allocated funding for teachers and supplies and selected community centers where regular classes could take place. The people needed security and representation, so they set up the Renegade Call Center and weekly appointments with the Council for citizens who wished to share their grievances. The people needed livelihoods, so the council fought to bring manufacturing and construction work into the city, establishing new trade deals with countries that had been cut off for decades. When there was no funding to keep society moving forward, the council exchanged the one resource they did have: superheroes and superpowers. In some ways, renegades had become a commodity, one of the most valuable commodities the world over. Though prodigies came from all over the world to be trained and indoctrinated in Gatlin's city, once they were a part of the ever-growing syndicate, they might be sent overseas to assist with hurricanes and floods, fight wars, vanquish crime rings, or help with extricating natural resources from the earth. Foreign governments, many of which had suffered themselves from the rise of villains and anarchist copycat gangs, were willing to pay handsomely for the renegades' service, and that wealth had trickled back into the city just enough to keep them moving forward. The relationships had come with a side benefit, too. In a short time, the Renegades had become a multinational corporation with embassies scattered across the globe. The result was that more and more young prodigies aspired to become one of the world's greatest heroes and would make the pilgrimage to the annual trials in hopes of being accepted into their fold. So the Renegades grew stronger, and so did the city, and so did the council. They had accomplished much in a decade. They had much to be proud of. And yet, with all this fanfare, all the hoopla and ceremony, Adrian couldn't help feeling like they'd lost sight of the entire point. They were forgetting what they were. Not celebrities, not politicians. Heroes. "Would all patrol units please come onto the field?" said Blacklight. The teams who had opted to stay in the corridor filed forward. Adrian found their table almost directly across from the gate where prodigy contestants would enter the field. He sat in the middle, with Ruby and Oscar on either side of him. Oscar scattered his array of snacks before them, and if he or Ruby cared that they were the only teams snacking on fries and candy, they didn't show it. Ruby grabbed the small tablet that sat on the table and began reading through the instructions on how to accept or reject a contestant, and the important responsibility each team carried to make choices that would strengthen the Renegades as a whole. After the initial burst of enthusiasm from the crowd had quieted, Blacklight explained the rules. Each contestant would be called out, one at a time, to answer questions from the team captains and perform a demonstration of their powers. Team captains could accept or reject the candidate, and the council would have an opportunity to accept anyone who was not claimed by a team. If two or more teams wanted the same prodigy hopeful, that prodigy could choose which team to join. "And at any time," Blacklight went on, "should a team disagree with the selection from one of their contemporaries, they may challenge an acceptance. In this event, the prodigy hopeful must go head-to-head against a member of the challenging team and must win their duel in order to join the Renegades." The crowd hollered. This was what they were hoping for. Not an easy selection process, but one full of twists and challenges and duels. It wasn't about finding new heroes to protect the people, Adrian thought. It was about the spectacle. But the rules weren't up to him. "And now," said Blacklight, lifting a fist into the air, "let the trials begin!" Jets of light exploded from his hand, beams of red and gray bursting into fireworks over the arena. The crowd roared. Adrian took out his marker and doodled a miniature cannon onto the tablecloth, its fuse already lit. It was no bigger than his hand, but let off a startling bang as it released a torrent of confetti and smoke. The recoil pushed the cannon back on its wheel carriage, and Adrian barely caught it as it rolled off the table's edge. Ruby and Oscar clapped, but some of the renegades at the next table cast them annoyed looks. "A kazoo," whispered Oscar. "Make me a kazoo."
"Oh, I want cymbals," said Ruby. "The cute little finger ones?"
Adrian set the cannon down and kept doodling as Blacklight went on. "Please welcome our first contestant of the evening, trying out for his 3rd year in a row, Dan Reynolds, a.k.a. The Crane."
"I think I remember this guy," said Ruby. "The origami one, right?"
It was indeed the origami one, a college-aged guy who could fold paper into intricately shaped creatures and then make them move or flutter under his command. Unfortunately, the creatures weren't sentient, which severely limited their usefulness. The crowd booed and held up almost exclusively the zero sides of their cards. Soon, Dan Reynolds was rejected for the third time.
"Poor guy," said Ruby. "That's rough."
"He should go into street performance," said Oscar. "Tourists would pay mad money for those little turtles." He gestured at a handful of colorful paper turtles that Dan had made, currently making their way slowly across the field. He blew his kazoo in sympathy. The next contestant, who called herself Babel, could speak any language instantaneously.
"Cool," whispered Ruby. "I wish I could do that."
Oscar leaned forward. "You bleed weaponized crystals."
"Yeah, but speaking all languages without having to study them? Think how useful that would be."
None of the teams took Babel, but after a short discussion, the council decided to bring her into the Renegade family anyway. The crowd seemed neither excited nor disappointed. Perhaps they understood the practicality of the decision.
"Okay,"
said Oscar, rubbing his hands together.
"A good one's coming up. I can feel it."
He paused before adding,
"By the way, are we hoping to find someone today?"
"No," Ruby said quickly.
"We're a great team just as we are. Right, Sketch?"
Adrian blinked, his fingers stalling on the illustration of a small gong. "Absolutely," he said. "We're a great team just as we are. But who knows? Maybe someone will surprise us."
Chapter 13. Name? Nova McLean. The man seated at the registration table entered something on his tablet. Without looking up again, he held out his hand. Nova stared down at it. Was he asking for money? Did you have to pay to become a renegade? She didn't recall seeing anything about that. She didn't have any money. Would they really exclude a prodigy just because... The man glanced up. "Application?" he said slowly. Nova flushed and cleared her throat. "Right," she stammered, pulling the application from her bag and slapping it onto his open palm. The corner of the man's mouth drooped as he laid the papers down on the desk and smoothed out the wrinkles. "Your alias will be announced when you're called onto the field," he said. "Are you sure you're happy with..." He scanned the document. "Insomnia? It can be hard to change after the fact." Nova tipped forward, scanning the application upside down, though she knew it all by heart. Was he trying to tell her she should change it? Was insomnia a poor choice? She liked it, actually, but now she was having doubts. It was a nightmare, but it wasn't bad either, was it? Yes? The man, expression indifferent, entered the alias into the register. "Right hand," he said, setting down the pen and picking a cotton ball from a canister. He dipped it into a shallow bowl half filled with clear liquid, then looked at Nova, who had not moved. "Right hand," he said again. She swallowed and gave him her hand. He rubbed the tip of each finger with the cotton ball, and the distinct scent of rubbing alcohol wafted toward her. The cotton ball was cold, and his hands were thick and clammy, and Nova's skin crawled the whole time. Though it only took a moment, she couldn't help but let out a relieved breath when he was finished. The man tapped the top of a small machine. A screen showed a diagram of a hand. The precise spaces where she should place her fingertips indicated with blue ovals. "Go ahead," he said. "You'll have to press and hold for a few seconds." Bracing herself, Nova pressed her fingers against the screen. Her hand was trembling, but she did her best to hold steady as a ticker at the top of the screen indicated its progress through scanning her prints. By the time it finished, and Nova eagerly folded her arms again, the man was frowning. He met her gaze again, newly suspicious. The prints on the screen were obviously mutilated, entire patches of the whorls in her skin cut through with flat, empty planes. "I burned them when I was a kid," she said, the rehearsed lie tumbling out of her before he could ask. "You'll see on my application that I'm really into science, chemistry and engineering, and, anyway, I was doing an experiment with acid, and that happened." She gestured to the screen. The man's lips pursed. "Well," he said, glancing at a second monitor, "they're not pulling up any matches in our system, so..." He jerked his thumb over a shoulder. "Head on back through those doors and wait to be called." Her body stilled. "Really? Really what? Really, I can try out?" "That's what you're here for, isn't it?" He peered around her. "Next." "Oh, okay. Thanks." Nova ducked away from the table and scurried through the swinging double doors. The room he sent her to must have been a locker room at one point. Dank, cold, full of concrete and poor lighting, with a faint aroma of old sweat permeating the walls. The actual lockers had been removed, leaving faded impressions on the walls where they had been, and an alcove in the corner still had drains in the tile floor, though only holes where plumbing and shower heads had once been installed. Now the room was full of uncomfortable benches and a lot of nervous prodigies giving themselves quiet pep talks. A tinted picture window on one side looked out onto the field, where they could watch the ongoing trials. A current renegade hopeful was making his way out into the center ring. Tables hosting the teams were set all around the field, and a giant paper banner had been strung between two pillars over the middle. "Do you have what it takes?" To her right, a platform jutted out over the field, where all 5 council members sat watching the proceedings. Even from down here she could see bandages wrapped around Thunderbird's wing, and she felt a spark of pride at the sight. Last year, Detonator had suggested they stage an attack at the trials, but Cyanide talked her out of it, believing there would be too strong a concentration of prodigies and renegade supporters for them to be effective. Seeing it for herself, Nova knew he was right. There were prodigies everywhere. Renegades everywhere. It felt a bit like being surrounded by queen bees' hives, if one happened to be allergic to bee stings. She focused on the field, where the contestant had just revealed that he had 4 extra arms emerging from his rib cage. The crowd came alive with red signs, the vast majority proclaiming, "Hero." Nova scoffed. Did they really think that extra limbs made you a hero? Or being able to shoot fireworks from your hands? Or even having a layer of chromium beneath your skin? Heroism wasn't about what you could do. It was about what you did. It was about who you saved when they needed saving. She crossed her arms, tapping her fingers against her elbows while the trials went on. Prodigies had come from all corners of the city. Some from the far reaches of the world, even, in the hopes of being accepted among the elite. Many were accepted, but those who weren't, the looks of devastation on their faces almost made Nova feel bad for them. That's what they got, though, for putting so much faith into the Renegades. She shut her eyes and exhaled. The bitterness was pooling on her tongue, filling her mouth with a sour taste. The smell of sweat and nerves clogged her throat. She did not belong here. She didn't even want to be here. If Cyanide hadn't put the idea in her head, she doubted it ever would have crossed her mind. But if she made it, if she became a renegade, she could make a difference. What could she learn from the inside about their headquarters, the council, their plans for the city? Not to mention her new enemy, the Sentinel. Even thinking the name made her stomach tighten. And she thought again of the smug righteousness he'd had on the rooftop when he'd said it. "I am the Sentinel." Gag. Ew. Blech. He was nothing but a fancy science experiment. But the nature of the experiment eluded her the more she thought of it. He had too many powers, too many abilities for one prodigy. She'd never seen anything like it. And if the Renegades had somehow contrived a way to bestow multiple superpowers on one individual, what would stop them from making an entire army of them? It was already hard enough to fight against them. For 10 years, the anarchists had clung to the last shreds of livelihood and freedom. Nova feared the Sentinel could be the end of life as they knew it. But not if she could learn more, and find out some way to fight against him, or to destroy him entirely, and anyone else they made in his image. Knowledge is power. One of Ace's favorite phrases, drilled deep into her head over the years. To overthrow the Renegades, they needed knowledge. They needed to know their enemy's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And if they succeeded, if she succeeded, to no longer be seen as a parasite in society. To be feared would be so much better than this. The sneering, the mocking, the small-minded insults from people who would rather be kept under the thumbs of their idols than be allowed to live free by their own will and choices. She opened her eyes again. Could she really pull it off? She would have to spend days or weeks or even months pretending to be one of them. How long would she be able to maintain such an act? How long before they, too, realized she did not belong? Out in the arena, the crowd went into fits of laughter as a prodigy demonstrated her power, expanding her head like a helium balloon, then floating a few feet above the ground until it deflated again. The laughter that filled the stands was amused at first, but soon turned toward cruel. It disgusted Nova. Sure, the girl might have looked silly, but could any of them do what she was doing? Did they really believe they were better than her? The renegade teams input their responses, and the word rejected flashed across the scoreboard. The girl was sent off the field to a chorus of boos. Nova felt sick with abhorrence when she heard her name blaring over the loudspeakers. Next up, Nova McLean, alias Insomnia. She cast her gaze toward the ceiling. She didn't have to do this. She could still leave. Or she could stay and try to do something worthwhile. She could make her family proud. She squared her shoulders and marched onto the field.
Adrian straightened in his seat as a new prodigy stalked into the center of the ring. There was something familiar about her. She stopped beneath the banner in the blinding lights, looking not at the team surrounding her, but up at the council. It was the stance that struck him first, the way she held herself like she was preparing for an attack from all sides, like she welcomed it. The jut of her chin, the set of her shoulders, feet firmly planted on the ground. Relaxed enough, but ready for a fight. His eyes widened. It was the girl from the parade, the one with the bracelet. She was a prodigy? Well, that could explain why she was so unimpressed by what he could do. Pushing up the bridge of his glasses, he leaned toward Ruby. What did they say her name was? Ruby looked down at the tablet. Nova McLean. Insomnia, came Blacklight's booming voice. You may proceed with a demonstration of your superpower. Adrian scooted his chair forward, leaning his elbows on the table. His gaze kept darting between the girl on the field and the big screens above the stands that showed a close-up of her face. Wisps of wavy black hair cut just above her shoulders, a sharp nose and a sharp chin and sharp cheekbones, her determined frown making them all seem much too severe. Rich blue eyes, every bit as wary now as they had been when he'd offered to help fix the broken clasp of her bracelet. The overhead microphone carried her voice as she responded.
I'm afraid my superpower isn't one that can be demonstrated on a field in 30 seconds or less.
A quiet titter moved through the crowd. There was something defiant in her voice, so unlike the other contestants who had been enthusiastic and sometimes desperate to show what they could do. "Then please describe it," said Blacklight. "Succinctly, if possible." She answered simply,
"I don't sleep."
Adrian's brow twitched. The crowd, too, seemed to find this explanation baffling, though after a hesitant moment, there were a few sporadic boos from the seats and a number of 0 cards lifted into the air. Blacklight asked, "Would you care to elaborate?" One side of Nova McLean's mouth lifted, just a hair.
"Certainly."
She cleared her throat.
"I don't sleep. Ever."
There was some laughter from the audience. 2 team leaders tapped reject into their tablet screens, including Janissa Clark. Adrian felt Ruby and Oscar looking at him, but he kept his eyes on Nova McLean. Insomnia.
"Now," Nova continued, "if you would like to know what useful non-super abilities I have, I can tell you that I'm adept at hand-to-hand combat and a multitude of weaponry. I can run a 7-minute mile, long jump an expanse of 18 feet with a running start, and I know an awful lot about physics, electronics, and renewable energy sources, among other things."
Oscar let out a low whistle.
"I can't tell if that was arrogant," Ruby muttered, "or just, honest."
"The two aren't mutually exclusive," said Oscar. "She doesn't sleep," said Adrian, tapping his marker against the table. "Could be good for surveillance, don't you think? We might be able to use her, especially while Dana's recovering." Ruby leaned forward.
"But why does she look like she has something to prove?"
Adrian smiled wryly. "This is Renegade trials. Everyone has something to prove." And with a power that couldn't be demonstrated, that had no flash to it whatsoever, he could understand why she was acting defensive. Realizing the crowd had gotten louder, Adrian looked up into the stands. There was a bigger mix of 0 and hero signs than there had been for any of the previous contestants, a divided audience, which surprised him. It seemed her cavalier attitude was winning her support despite her lackluster ability. But then he looked up at the scoreboard and realized that his was the only team who hadn't yet responded. All the others had already put in their rejections. Nova McLean, too, was looking up at the scoreboard, and if she was hurt, it didn't show. Her face became determined as she looked at their table. Their eyes locked, and the expression was replaced with surprise and recognition. She straightened. Then again, that slight narrowing of the eyes, that same wariness he remembered from the parade. And even though she was too far away for him to see them clearly, he realized with a start that he could recall the exact shade of her eyes, a deep cobalt, pierced through with the occasional shard of heather gray. He swallowed. "Sketch," said Blacklight, calling Adrian by his alias and making him jump. "Do you or your team have any follow-up questions before making your decision?" Pushing aside the bag of popcorn, Adrian pulled the table mic closer. Nova fixed him with a challenging look. "So," he started, drawing out the word as he formulated his thoughts. "When you say you never sleep, you do mean never, ever, ever?" A few snickers passed through the audience. Beside him, Oscar muttered, "Well said, Shakespeare." Nova McLean looked uncertain, like she thought maybe he was mocking her. When the audience had quieted again, she leaned forward and repeated, "Never, ever, ever, ever." Adrian leaned back in his chair. He stared at her across the field, and she stared back, unflinching. A volley of justifications were storming through his head, each more logical than the last. A prodigy who never slept could be valuable for surveillance, for security, for the simple mathematics of added work hours on the force. And they were without Dana right now. They were down a hand. They could use someone skilled in combat. She did say she was skilled in combat, right? Plus, she was interested in science and electronics, and their research and development division was always looking for assistance, always starting new projects and running new studies. Surely they could use someone like this. Surely the Renegades could use her. But all the logic in the world couldn't smother the truth that Adrian felt in his drumming heartbeat. There had been something about her at the parade. He'd been watching her when Magpie had taken the bracelet. That was the only reason he'd seen it happen. Because he'd been drawn to her, even then. Not because she was pretty, though he definitely noticed that too, but because there was a fierceness in the set of her jaw that intrigued him, a resolve in her eyes that made him curious. Sketch, Oscar whispered. If this is a blinking contest, you lost like 8 minutes ago. Without looking at his teammates, Adrian grabbed the tablet. It was instinct, not logic, that forced his hand. The inexplicable certainty that she was meant to be there, with him. Well, no, not with him, but with his team, and with the Renegades. A bell chimed. His response popped up on the scoreboard. Accepted. Nova turned and stared at the board as if in disbelief, and there was that suspicion again when she looked back at Adrian. Okay, said Oscar. You go ahead with that. Not like we should discuss this as a team or anything. Trust me, whispered Adrian. I have a feeling about her. On his other side, Ruby snickered. Yeah, I can tell exactly what kind of feeling you have about her. Adrian turned toward her, annoyed. Not like that. She raised a suggestive eyebrow. An ear-splitting horn blared over the noise of the audience. Adrian jumped and glanced around, bewildered. It took him a long moment to understand what the horn meant. Their decision was being challenged. A few tables down, Janissa Clark stood, hands on her hips. Adrian groaned and leaned back in his chair, dragging his palm over the top of his close-shaved hair. Seriously, Clark? The acceptance of insomnia has been challenged, said Blacklight, to a roar of glee from the audience. Adrian glanced at Nova, but she was so lacking in expression, he wondered whether she knew what that meant. Oh, come on, Ruby yelled. She pushed back her chair and stood, craning her head to look at Janissa. You're only objecting because it's us. Janissa sneered. Don't flatter yourself, she yelled back. She pulled the microphone closer, allowing her voice to be amplified to the stands. We challenge the acceptance of Nova McLean on the grounds that there is no way for us to validate the truth of anything she's said. We can't prove whether or not she sleeps, nor have we seen any evidence that she knows about electronics or physics or any of that other stuff she said. We object to this acceptance on the basis that from what we've seen from Nova McLean today, which is precisely nothing, we cannot determine that she is worthy of the title of Renegade. It was everything the crowd had come for. Drama, doubt, a potential duel. Adrian sighed and tried to catch Nova's eyes, apologetically, perhaps, though he wasn't sure what he had to apologize for. But her attention stayed fixed on Janissa. She didn't look upset. If anything, a spark of excitement had entered her gaze that Adrian was sure hadn't been there before. There has been a challenge, Blacklight repeated for anyone who wasn't paying attention. Insomnia, in order to take your place among the Renegades, you must defeat one member of the challenging team in a one-on-one duel. You may choose your opponent. Do you accept this challenge? Wait, said Adrian, so loud that his own voice booming back at him made him jump. Frostbite, listen. Janissa turned a haughty gaze on him, one eyebrow lifted. I know we can use skills like hers, both on my team and in the broader Renegades organization. I respectfully ask that you retract your challenge. Janissa laughed. Newsflash, Everhart. The rest of us don't sleep for 16 hours of the day either. It's not exactly a superpower, and besides, how can any of us be sure she's telling the truth? Why would she lie? He said, the question echoing through the stadium. Because she wants to be one of us, responded Janissa. Because they all want to be one of us. Then why wouldn't she make up a more Adrian flipped his fingers in the air. Superpower. Why not?
I accept the challenge.
Adrian's attention darted back to the field. Nova was standing with her hands clasped behind her back, chin lifted as she stared at Frostbite.
I accept the duel.
Smirking, Janissa Clark pushed her chair back from the table, ice crystals already forming along the knuckles of her hands.
Not with you.
Janissa paused. Nova pointed a finger at the enormous figure lurking behind Janissa's table, too big to sit with his teammates, his body too heavy for the collapsible chairs. He lumbered forward, and the bright lights of the arena reflected off the rough stones implanted along his gargantuan arms. Adrian's jaw dropped. Beside him, Oscar started to choke on his drink. Is she nuts? On the field, Nova turned her hand over and curled her finger, gesturing for the beast to come closer.
I'll fight the gargoyle.
Chapter 14. Everheart. Frostbite had called him Everheart, and in the span of a single heartbeat, Nova realized why he had seemed so familiar to her at the parade. He was Adrian Everheart, son of Lady Indomitable, one of the original Renegades, and adopted son of none other than Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden. She felt like an idiot for not having realized it sooner. She had certainly seen his face on a fair number of tabloid covers, splattered across newsstands throughout the city, and even though she would sooner burn those periodicals than read one, she should have known. Even if she'd been too young to care when the adoption had made front-page news. Even if she believed that the public's ongoing idolization of their family was one of the major problems facing society that day. And she outright refused to partake in the media's obsession with them. He was the son of her sworn enemies, and she should have known. She would make up for her ignorance now, though. She had been accepted by a renegade team, by his team. And if there were ever an opportunity for her to infiltrate their ranks and learn more about the council and their weaknesses, surely this was it. But first things first. The audience was in hysterics as Gargoyle lumbered onto the field, but they were muffled in Nova's ears. In her head, she could still hear Honey's screams as the gargoyle tore apart her hives. She could still see the way he smiled as he did it. Gargoyle was systematically flexing his biceps as he approached, each one thicker than Nova's head. The patches of stone on his exposed skin shifted and undulated, moving along with his flexing muscles. A hint of a smile twitched at the corners of her lips. She was going to enjoy this. The rules were explained over the loudspeakers. Nova did not have to knock him down or leave him unconscious, which was good, as there was no way she'd be revealing her true power and linking herself to Nightmare while in renegade territory. Luckily, she didn't need skin-to-skin contact to defeat him. All she had to do was get him to touch the ground outside of the ring. And try not to get crushed by the behemoth in the meantime. "Do the contestants understand their objectives?" Blacklight asked. Though the screaming from the stands was so deafening, Nova almost couldn't hear him. She lifted a hand into the air. "Can I have a weapon?" The question echoed through the arena, momentarily quieting the crowd. She dropped her hand again. "We weren't allowed to bring non-prodigy weaponry with us today, but as my claim of being skilled with a multitude of weaponry is a part of what's being challenged, it seems fair that I have something to defend myself with." Blacklight glanced back at the rest of the council. This must not have been a question that had come up before. Turning back to the microphone, he cleared his throat. "Gargoyle, as her opponent, you may choose to accept or deny this request." Gargoyle held his hands wide. His arm span was as long as a car. "Why not? It ain't gonna make a difference." "What do you want?" yelled Frostbite. "I'll make it myself." Nova rolled her shoulders, then her wrists, working out the pops in her joints. "A knife." Frostbite smirked. "That's it?" "That's it." Pinching her fingers in the air, Frostbite drew them downward. A crystal-clear dagger appeared, 8 inches long, handle and blade cut from glistening ice. She laughed as she tossed it at Nova, who caught it without flinching. The ice was so cold it burned. Nova tossed it from hand to hand, giving her skin time to adjust. "That was a poor choice," said Frostbite, lowering herself into her seat between her teammates and throwing her feet up onto the table. "It won't even penetrate his skin." Nova returned the smile and twirled the blade in her fingers as she went to take her place. Opposite her, Gargoyle was intimidating as hell, muscles continuously turning into rock and rock turning back into muscles. Even his teeth, when he grinned, seemed to be cut from jagged gray stone. The horn blared, thundering over the din of the crowd. Gargoyle charged forward. The ground beneath him split and cracked from the pressure of his steps, and clouds of dust stirred in his wake. He pulled one arm back, and Nova watched as his elbow down to his fat knuckles hardened into black speckled stone. Nova feigned left. He took the bait and swung, while she turned and dived into a roll beneath his other arm. She sprang back to her feet and was turning back to face him when a battering ram crashed into the side of her skull. She was momentarily weightless. Her body struck the solid dirt with a reverberation that jolted her entire skeleton. Stars flecked before her eyes. Groaning, Nova blinked up at the paper banner fluttering overhead and listened to the cheers of the crowd and the thuds of Gargoyle's footsteps ambling toward her. "Okay," she muttered, once her head stopped ringing like a bronze bell. "Won't make that mistake again." A shadow eclipsed the blazing lights of the arena. She smiled sweetly up at Gargoyle and lifted a hand. "Help a lady up?" Snarling, Gargoyle bent and gathered the front of her shirt in his stone fist, hauling her off the ground. "Every superhero wishes they could fly, right?" he said, lips peeling back to reveal a series of chipped teeth. "Well, darling, you're about to have the pleasure." He pulled his arm back, preparing to hurl her body out of the ring. Before he had the chance, Nova swung her feet up, wrapping her ankles tightly around his bicep and locking her legs in place. When Gargoyle tried to throw her off, she clung tight. He growled and started to shake his arm, like attempting to knock off a stubborn spider. The audience exploded in laughter. He reached his other hand over to pry her legs away, and Nova swung forward, driving the tip of the ice blade into his palm. The ice shattered, leaving a hilt with a short, broken shard. He smirked. "Did you really think?" Nova released her ankles, dropping to the ground and sliced the uneven edge of the blade deep across his leg, a patch of skin that hadn't yet been transformed into stone. Gargoyle bellowed and kicked out on instinct, clobbering Nova in the chest. She landed on her back, just inside the edge of the ring. Rubbing her chest with her free hand, she rolled onto her side and climbed back to her feet. She took stock of her options as Gargoyle, huffing with renewed anger, and maybe embarrassment, prepared to charge again. She licked her lips, flexed her fingers once around the knife handle, then tucked it into her waistband, ignoring how the ice burned against her skin. She braced herself. Again. The Gargoyle stampeded. Nova stampeded back, racing headlong straight for her opponent. A moment before they collided, Nova sprang upward. She landed with both feet on Gargoyle's shoulders and used the momentum to launch herself at one of the pillars that stood just within the circle. Her arms and legs locked around the pole, and she started to shimmy upward. Below, she heard Gargoyle's taunting, thick voice saying something about the little girl running away, but she didn't much care what he thought she was doing. Reaching the top of the pillar, she took the frozen knife handle from against her back and swung it at the strings that held the long paper banner over the field. The edge was still sharp, and the strings snapped with one clean cut. Her end of the banner fluttered to the ground. Something splintered beneath her. The column shuddered. Nova glanced down as Gargoyle aimed a second punch at the column, driving a deep crack along the wooden beam. The column started to creak and tip toward the center of the ring. Nova dived off, rolling as she hit the ground. She snatched up the end of the banner and bounded back to her feet. Spinning to face her opponent, she lifted the blade and threw it end over end. It spun through the air in a perfect arc, right for Gargoyle's chest. He blocked it with his forearm. What was left of the knife shattered into 100 tiny shards of ice. His laugh boomed through the arena, mimicked by the thousands of strangers in the stands. "What's your plan now?" Gargoyle said. "Strangle me with a strip of butcher paper?" Nova scowled. She wanted him enraged, not amused. She needed him to charge at her, with feeling this time. Instead, Gargoyle turned back to the crowd and started riling them up some more, barking jokes about the widow girl who lost her widow knife. Nova glanced around, searching for something else she could use. Her eye caught on Adrian Everhart. He was standing behind his team's table, both hands planted on the tablecloth, his fingers drumming anxiously as he watched the duel. He met her gaze with an intensity that had been lacking at the parade. Her pulse skipped. Licking her lips, she scanned the random assortment of objects scattered across his table. She pointed. "That!" Adrian glanced down, lifting his hands as if he thought they might be concealing something. "The cannon!" Uncertain, Adrian picked up the small cannon figurine. Wrapping her forearm up in the banner and hoping with everything inside her it would be strong enough to hold her weight, Nova started to run. Gargoyle turned back, curious, as Nova made a full turn around the ring, then kicked off and pulled herself a few feet higher on the banner. The gargoyle ducked as she neared him, but she wasn't going for an attack. Instead, Nova stomped both feet down hard on his shoulder and used the leverage to swing herself outward from the ring. "Now!" Adrian lobbed the miniature cannon at her as Nova swung past their table. She caught it in her free hand, then slid down the banner and somersaulted back into the ring. Gargoyle's laughter boomed through the arena. "What does that thing shoot? Marbles? Oh, I'm terrified. Please don't hurt me." The crowd hollered in response. Crouching near the center of the ring, the banner clutched in one fist and the cannon in the other, Nova grinned. "If you're so brave, why don't you come a little closer and find out?" Gargoyle shook his head, smirking. "Careful what you ask for." Then he was running at her again. Nova jogged backward on the balls of her feet, the banner fluttering at her side. At the last moment, she tossed the cannon between them. It rolled into Gargoyle's path directly beneath one of his large feet. He stepped on it, and the wheels shot out from beneath him, sending him off balance. He yelped. One hand swiped toward Nova as he stumbled, and she darted out of his reach. Spinning to the side, she lifted the banner overhead. Gargoyle struck the paper like a flailing bull, and Nova leaped up onto his back, wrapping the paper around his head to blind him. The other half of the banner was torn from the second column, and Gargoyle tripped and fell, the momentum from his own charge sending him rolling onto his side. He landed in a heap, inches from the edge of the ring while his massive hands pawed at the paper blindfold. Nova sprang up onto the mountain of his chest and grabbed one of his hands. It came away from his face, holding a ball of scrunched paper. Confused and disoriented, his one revealed eye glared up at her as she used all her body weight to force his hand down onto the fake grass at his side. The horn blared. Gargoyle jerked his hand away as if the grass had burned him. He sat up, throwing Nova off him. She landed with a grunt on her side, well outside of the ring, but she didn't care. She was already laughing as she peered up at the giant, who was staring in dismay at the implant of his own hand in the grass. "Rock, paper, scissors," she said, hauling herself to her feet and brushing off her pants. "Paper beats rock." She strolled past him, ignoring Frostbite and her team, and instead focusing on Adrian Everhart, the boy from the parade, the one who had fixed her bracelet. He held her eyes as she approached, and the way he looked at her made her victory feel newly, inexplicably real. It wasn't entirely a look of shock, though there was a bit of that. But there was something dumbfounded and impressed and proud there, too. And it made her heart swell. She'd been challenged by a renegade, at trials, and she'd won. But before she reached the table, she was attacked from both sides. 2 sets of arms wrapped around her and someone squealed in her ear. Instinctively, Nova dropped to the ground, grabbed their ankles, and yanked upward. The 2 renegades hit the ground hard. The boy groaned pitifully. The girl gaped up at the arena ceiling, mouth shuddering open and closed as she struggled to find her breath again. Nova snarled, recognizing Smokescreen and Red Assassin. She didn't have any weaponry to defend herself against them, but she spotted the ruby gem attached to Red Assassin's wrist and reached for it, considering a dozen different ways she could use it to her advantage. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Nova's hand stilled. She lifted her head. Adrian Everhart leaped over the table and approached her with hands raised, a fine-tipped marker tucked between his fingers. "They're with me. Us," he said, even as his concern was giving way again to that slightly baffled, slightly endearing grin. "They're on your team." Blinking, Nova glanced down again. Red Assassin managed to sit up, while Smokescreen grunted, "Pleased to meet you." "I think," gasped Red Assassin, eyeing Nova in wonder, "we'll get along just fine." Nova gulped. "See? They're fine. You're fine. Everybody's fine," said Adrian. "Gargoyle's not fine," said Smokescreen, rubbing his hip. "Not concerned about Gargoyle." Uncapping his marker, Adrian crouched down so he was eye level with Nova and, without bothering to ask permission, started to draw something onto her shirt, right over her racing heart. She flinched at the unexpected touch, but if he noticed, he pretended not to. When he had finished, he capped the marker and stood. Nova peered down at the gleaming red pin on her chest. That familiar, iconic, hateful R. "I'm Adrian," he said, holding out a hand. A renegade, holding out a hand to her. Bracing herself, Nova took it and allowed him to pull her to her feet. His grip was firm, but his expression was warm and kind. His dark eyes focused on her from behind those thick-framed glasses. The chaos of the arena grew dim and distant. The whole world seemed to shrink to this tiny pocket of space, where Nova could feel only the press of his palm, unafraid of the touch of her skin. Where she could only see that friendly, unreserved grin. Where she could hear, not the chants and cheers of the crowd, but only his voice, his words. "Welcome to the Renegades."
Chapter 15. Adrian awoke early, all sense of tiredness wiped away the moment he opened his eyes. He didn't normally consider himself a morning person, but as he sat up in bed, he felt charged with energy, like the day ahead was brimming with potential. Not just because of the trials, not just because they had a new teammate starting today, someone who he was pretty sure every other team on that field had regretted rejecting the moment she defeated Gargoyle. But more than that, They had a new lead in the nightmare case. The night before, he'd overheard his dad's talking about the gun that Ruby had taken during the rooftop fight. Their investigations department had traced it to a guns dealer who had bought and sold a lot of weaponry during the Age of Anarchy, a man named Gene Cronin who went by the alias The Librarian. Not a particularly original name, as he had, in fact, operated a public library during the Age of Anarchy, and still did. Adrian was sure they'd be assigning someone to investigate Cronin soon, maybe even today, and he was determined that he and his team get that mission. After all, they had a new team member, a prodigy who never slept. It was a surveillance dream come true. In some uncanny way, it felt almost foreordained. On top of that, he'd finally perfected the concept for his new tattoo and the Sentinel's new power, and Adrian checked the communicator band on his wrist and saw that it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. With more than 3 hours still before he had to leave for headquarters, he even had time to give himself the tattoo that morning. He headed upstairs to make a pot of coffee, even though he didn't feel that he really needed it, and to check that his dads were still sleeping. He paused in the foyer, listening to the creaks of the house. Everything was still and dark. They weren't exactly morning people either. 10 minutes later, he returned to his converted basement, coffee mug in hand. The basement was divided into 2 rooms. The first housed his bed, a sofa, a bookshelf overflowing with old sketchbooks and comics, and a small TV with an assortment of video games. The second room he considered his art studio, even though calling it that made it seem much cooler than it really was. Mostly it was just an easel, a cheap plywood desk, and a floor covered in drop cloths splattered with years-old paint. Everything he needed was already in the bottom drawer of the desk. He sat down in the rolling office chair and began arranging his supplies. Rubbing alcohol and cotton balls, bandages, the jar of tattoo ink he'd purchased from an incense-filled shop on the edges of the Henbane district, where it had been shelved between a potted money tree and a hookah pipe. He laid his right arm across the desk, palm up, and used his opposite fingers to measure how long he would make the cylinder. 3 inches, maybe 4, midway between his wrist and elbow. At one end he would include a scope symbol for targeting. Clean, simple, effective. It was all in the intention, anyway. He had gotten the zipper to work, so this one should be easy. He had been extremely intentional with the zipper, making sure that he had sketched out the exact armored suit he wanted, down to every tiny detail, never allowing his focus to waver as he inked the tattoo into his skin. Intention. He learned at a young age that it mattered far more than anything else where his ability was concerned. Not skill, not execution, intention. If the zipper could hide away an entire armored bodysuit, then surely this cylinder could produce a steady stream of percussive energy beams. Easy. Adrian dipped a cotton ball in the rubbing alcohol and cleansed the skin over his forearm. After it had dried, he drew the symbol with a blue ink pen. It was a slower process than the first tattoos had been, having to sketch it out with his non-dominant hand this time, but once he was finished, it still looked precisely how he wanted it to. He had been so nervous that first time, that first tattoo. His brain had constantly supplied him with any number of practical warnings about needle-transmitted diseases, not to mention the pain that he knew would come with self-tattooing. Despite all the wounds and injuries that came as a result of being a renegade, he still wasn't on board for pain when it was, strictly speaking, unnecessary. But he'd worked up the courage, first testing out his tattooing skills on the skin of a grapefruit before working up the nerve to do it on himself. The flame had been first. Though it was small, it had taken more than an hour to complete. Next had been the springs on the soles of his feet, and those had hurt. But he gritted his teeth and bore it. And the first time he'd launched himself 2 stories into the air, he knew it had been worthwhile. It wasn't until after the success of the springs that he'd had the idea for the Sentinel. It was inspired by a fictional character he'd created when he was 11, back when he'd had the dream of someday drawing comics for a living, which at the time was somehow more interesting to him than being a renegade. He'd completed 3 full issues of a comic book that he titled Rebel Z, one he'd never shown to anyone else. In the story, 26 homeless street kids were kidnapped and forced to become science experiments for a madman. The first 25 all died as a result of the experiments, but the last boy, known only as Z, became a superhero newly imbued with a number of awe-inspiring superpowers. In the second issue, he obtained an armored suit. In the third issue, he started calling himself the Sentinel, and he became a vigilante set on destroying the madman and anyone who had helped him take advantage of so many innocent kids. After that, Adrian got bored with the story and stopped making the comics. He never did get to watch Z exact his revenge, but he did find himself thinking about the character again and again, even as the years passed. A vigilante with a mission, an alter ego, and unstoppable power. A superhero in every sense of the word. When he'd had the idea for the zipper tattoo, the temptation had been impossible to resist. He hadn't considered straying from the Renegades' codes at the time. If anything, he'd been excited to tell his dads and his friends about the Sentinel once he knew it worked. He had intended to reveal himself after the parade. But then the parade happened. Dana got hurt. Nightmare got away. And suddenly he could see the appeal of keeping a secret identity, well, secret. It wouldn't be forever. Once he was sure he could control all the Sentinel's powers, then he would reveal himself. Or perhaps he would wait until after he'd found and arrested Nightmare, or until he uncovered her connection to his mother's killer and brought them to justice too. Just like Rebel Z, once his mission was complete, he would reveal himself. Until then, the Sentinel had work to do. Adrian laid out his tools, filling a shallow dish with black ink and lighting a candle. He swiped a new alcohol-dipped cotton ball over his skin one more time, fading the blue ink slightly, then dabbed it dry with a clean towel. Finally, he sterilized the needle, an everyday needle he'd found in a forgotten sewing box in a cabinet in the laundry room, running the point back and forth through the flame. Adrian flexed his forearm, dipped the needle into the ink, and set to work. The first stick was always the worst, that moment when he wondered yet again if it was a really bad idea to be doing this. But the doubts faded faster every time. He soon fell into a steady rhythm, hunkered over the desk, watching his fingers progress along the blue lines, needle in, needle out, pausing only occasionally to wipe away tiny beads of blood with a clean rag. 1,000 tiny punctures into his flesh as seconds and minutes ticked into hours. At one point, he heard the telltale creaks of the overhead floorboards announcing that someone was moving around the kitchen upstairs, but he ignored it. His dads always left him alone when he was down in his room, and besides, they probably thought he was still sleeping. When he was done, Adrian set down the needle, stretched out his neck with a few satisfying pops, then held out his arm to admire his work, sore and shining and permanent. He stashed the implements back in the drawer, then headed up to the bathroom on the main floor to wash and bandage the skin. He had just finished the wrapping and pulled on a long-sleeve shirt when he heard Simon calling him. "Yeah?" he asked, walking into the kitchen. Simon was standing over a skillet that hissed with bacon, while Hugh leaned over the bar sorting through a large stack of mail. "I thought I heard you awake," said Simon, nodding toward a plate overflowing with cantaloupe, strawberries, and scones. "Have some breakfast." Adrian stared at it. "Really?" "Really," said Simon, giving him a stern look, though Adrian knew it was just because he felt guilty that the idea of a homemade breakfast was worthy of suspicion. "We're starting a new family tradition. Breakfast together once a week. Now get some bacon and sit down." Adrian suppressed a smile and did as he was told. Hugh and Simon liked to start new family traditions every few months, and over the years had cycled through everything from Friday board game nights to summer picnics at the park to a short stint in which they agreed to all go jogging together at 6 a.m. every morning, which had lasted exactly one day. Adrian knew it was their way of trying, as though after all these years his dads still weren't convinced that the three of them really were a family. So Adrian, who loved his dads, the men who had taken him in without a second thought after his mother died, accepted 4 slices of bacon and sat down at the bar, Does this new family tradition come with fresh squeezed orange juice? Don't press your luck, said Simon, making up a plate for himself. So, said Hugh, dumping a stack of junk mail into the garbage bin. The council kept saying they were going to start up a citywide recycling program one of these days, but it, like so many of their aspirations, had yet to become a reality. Are you looking forward to having a new teammate starting today? Adrian blinked. He'd been so focused on the tattoo, he'd nearly forgotten about Nova McLean. Nearly. Yeah, he said, breaking open his scone and slathering it with butter. I think we're all really excited to have her. Simon shook his head. When she opted to go against Gargoyle, I thought she was out of her mind, but I was impressed with how she handled it. We need people who can be resourceful like that, who can think fast during an altercation. Adrian smiled wryly at the term altercation. At some point, his dads had gone from talking like superheroes to talking like police chiefs, and he wasn't entirely sure when it had happened. I just hope you all work well together, said Hugh, shredding open an envelope. Chemistry is important on a team, and you all seem to have a good thing going so far. Hopefully she's a good fit. But if not, said Simon, we'll be able to find a place for her. She was a good choice, Adrian. I'm not sure what made you accept her, but I don't think anyone will be questioning whether or not she deserves to be a renegade after that showing. Reaching across the counter, he nudged the pile of mail aside and replaced it with a plate of food. Hugh, eat. Hugh glanced down, momentarily surprised, then picked up a strip of bacon and chomped it in half. Out of curiosity, said Simon, buttering his own scone, what made you pick her? I didn't think you were looking to add to the team. Adrian took a big bite and realized after the fact that it might have been a subconscious attempt to give himself a bit of time before responding. He took a swig of his long, cold coffee and shrugged. Intuition, I guess. Intuition, parroted Hugh, nodding as if Adrian had just spoken with great wisdom. It's important to listen to those feelings when you have them. Strong intuition can save lives, especially in our line of work. Adrian set down his mug. Right. On that note, how's the nightmare investigation going? Simon picked up his plate and came around the bar, claiming the stool beside Adrian. You're still concerned about her? Concerned that there's a would-be assassin on the loose in our city and we have no idea what she's capable of or what sorts of connections she might have? A little, yeah. Simon cast him a vexed look. We might have received a promising new lead yesterday, as a matter of fact. We'll be looking into it more this afternoon. The gun? Said Adrian, attempting nonchalance. The one that's been linked to Jean Cronin? Hugh glanced up. You were eavesdropping. I was getting a snack. If it was top secret, you shouldn't have been talking about it in the dining room. Hugh and Simon exchanged glances. Yes, said Simon. We can't say for sure if the librarian sold her that gun, but we'll be looking into it. You're going to question him? Not immediately, said Hugh. If he's still involved in illegal weapons dealing, then to approach him too soon without sufficient evidence could put him on the alert, could make him halt whatever dealings he's involved with. That gun isn't considered sufficient evidence? Simon shook his head. It could have been making its way through criminal rings for the last 10 years. Until this gun came into our possession, we had no reason to believe that Jean Cronin was still in the trade. As far as we can tell, the Vandal cartel disbanded after most of their members were killed in the battle for Gatlin. And Jean Cronin hasn't shown any sign of participating in illegal activity since. That gun could have passed through countless hands before making its way to Nightmare. But you don't think that's the case, said Adrian. You do think he's still trading, right? Hugh smiled wanly. We think it warrants looking into. We'll probably start with surveillance on his library, said Simon. He's a recluse, so if he is still working on the black market, chances are good that any business happenings are taking place there. We'll scout out the place for a while, watch for any indications of illegal activity. But that could take days, weeks even. Why not just go in and search the place? Without significant evidence that he's committing a crime? Said Simon, sounding offended at the idea.
Oh, come on, said Adrian. He's a gun dealer. He's a criminal. Why defend him? He was a criminal, said Hugh, in a different time, a different society. If we started punishing everyone for crimes committed a decade ago, we'd have no one left in this city to defend.
We're still recovering from the age of anarchy, added Simon. The Code Authority protects the rights and privacies of everyone, even those who were once involved with the villain gangs. Because how can we expect people to change if we don't give them the chance to?
Adrian glowered, unconvinced. It seemed to him that having a gun that could be traced back to Gene Cronin was plenty reason to search his library, but he could see he wouldn't be making headway in this argument anytime soon. Have you picked a team for the surveillance yet?
No, but we'll probably use...
We volunteer.
Simon hesitated, his fork halfway to his mouth with a strawberry speared in its tines. What?
Adrian, started Hugh. Don't say no, he insisted, his gaze swiveling between them. Just listen. We want to be involved with the Nightmare investigation, and this would be an easy way for us to do that. Nobody else is going to want to sit outside a public library all night, waiting for something exciting to happen, and we'll have the new girl, Nova. She doesn't even need to sleep.
Simon's brow furrowed thoughtfully, and Adrian could see that this at least seemed to carry some merit with him.
Why are you so interested in the Nightmare case? Said Hugh, throwing another batch of mail into the garbage bin. My team has faced off against her twice now, said Adrian. It's starting to feel a little personal. Besides, she attacked you.
Hugh snorted dismissively, and Adrian couldn't tell if it was a show or if he really didn't feel that Nightmare's attack warranted concern.
I'm serious, Dad. If you hadn't noticed, she almost killed you.
A muscle flexed in Hugh's jaw.
And she took down Tamaya with a fishing net, Adrian went on. Not to mention being partially responsible for Monarch's injuries and managing to evade Oscar and Ruby, and... He inhaled sharply, rolling one hand through the air in a gesture that he hoped showed some amount of indifference. That Sentinel guy, too. Her power might not seem like much, but she is a threat. We can't underestimate her again.
We're not underestimating her, said Simon. We are taking the attempted assassination very seriously. So seriously, in fact, that it would be irresponsible to send an inexperienced street patrol unit to do an investigative job.
Adrian tensed, heat rising into his cheeks. Over the last year, I think our team has more than proved our ability to handle any assignment sent our way.
Except for the 2 times Nightmare got away, said Simon.
Adrian scowled. Low blow, Pops.
Simon's expression softened. Look, we're not saying that we don't think you could handle this. If anything, we'd rather keep you out on patrol duty where your skills are truly used to everyone's advantage. Did you know crime rates went up 8% last quarter? We need every unit on the streets we can get.
And how much could a guy like Gene Cronin be playing into those rates?
Adrian said, forcing himself to speak slowly, to sound rational.
If he really is selling illegal weaponry to criminals, how much good could be done just by capturing this one guy? And for that, said Hugh, we'll be sending an investigative unit.
Adrian sighed in frustration.
Come on, give it to us, please.
Adrian, what does it matter? Said Simon. You said yourself, no one wants to be staring at a library all night when they could be out helping people.
Because I want to be a part of this, said Adrian, losing the battle to keep his voice even. Because I want to find Nightmare.
Simon drew back, his head tilting to one side, and Adrian noticed for the first time just how unruly his beard had gotten. He glanced at Hugh and saw that his own hair was in need of a cut, his face in need of a shave. When was the last time either of them had taken a day to just relax, to just be? It was always the council, the city, the Renegades. Adrian could only imagine the pressure they were under, along with the rest of the council. The whole world was looking to them for guidance and protection, for security and stability and justice. He sighed, dragging his fork through the crumbs that had fallen from the scone. Oscar heard her say something during their fight on the rooftop, he said, hoping beyond hope that they would never bother to confirm this lie. She said, "One cannot be brave who has no fear." He didn't need to look up at his dad's to feel the shift in the air. Hugh inhaled sharply. Simon sank away from the bar, leaning against the back of his stool. Hugh drummed his fingers against the countertop. "You don't think Nightmare was connected to her death, do you? From what I can tell, she's much too young to have been involved." "No, I know she is," said Adrian. "But what if she knows who did it? What if they're still alive?" "It could be a coincidence," said Simon.
"Or it might not," countered Adrian.
Simon massaged the spot between his thick eyebrows where he always rubbed when he was deep in thought. Cards like the one found on Georgia were also found on countless bodies during the Age of Anarchy. Maybe Nightmare read about them somewhere and is adopting the phrase for herself.
Adrian looked away. There was a logic to this suggestion, and it probably should have occurred to him as a possibility much sooner. But somehow it didn't feel right. When Nightmare had said it, she hadn't been using it as a catchphrase, something she hoped would be quoted in the newspapers the next day. Rather, it had seemed so flippant, so unplanned, words that came naturally in the way that things heard repetitively over time often did.
"It would be out of character," said Hugh, "for a villain to stop leaving their mark like that if they were still around."
"I know," said Adrian, "but not impossible."
It was the reason everyone had been so quick to assume that Lady Indomitable's murderer had been killed in the battle for Gatlin. After that, those mysterious notes had stopped showing up on bodies. Overnight, those dreadful clues vanished. It made sense that whoever had been leaving them was gone. But Adrian was no longer sure. "Please," he said, "I just want to find her. I need to know where she heard those words. I need to know what they mean to her. And you're sending a team to investigate anyway, right? Give us a chance. That's all I'm asking." Hugh picked up his still steaming coffee and drank it all in 3 large gulps, which was how Adrian knew he was considering his request, though the action itself made Adrian flinch. Like so many things, Hugh was invincible to something as simple as burning his tongue on a scorching cup of coffee. When he set the cup back down, Hugh looked across at Simon, and that look, blank as it was, told Adrian all he needed to know. It was a struggle to bite back the smile that threatened to emerge. Simon wilted. "Your team may be excused from street patrol for 2 weeks in order to assist with the Nightmare investigation. We'll have surveillance protocols sent to you by noon, and we expect regular reports on any findings, no matter how trivial they may seem. After 2 weeks, we'll determine if you can continue this investigation or be returned to your city patrol." Adrian started to smile, but Simon held up a hand, halting it halfway up his face. "But I mean this, Adrian. At the very first indication that Gene Cronin is involved in any sort of illegal activity, or should you find any evidence suggesting a connection to Nightmare or any other villain, you are to request backup from an experienced investigative team. You are not to engage Cronin on your own. Understand?"
"Yes, absolutely," said Adrian, allowing that grin to shine through. "We will. Thank you."
"Don't thank us yet," said Hugh. "You haven't yet learned just how painfully tedious this sort of work can be."
Adrian shrugged. "Oscar will be there. How boring can it possibly be?"
Hugh smirked. "Good point." "We need to get going," said Simon. "A full roster of council petitions today, and countless meetings with research and development, and working out details on next month's gala," he groaned. "Sometimes I think it will never end." "It's not easy leading the world into a new age," said Hugh. He shoveled the rest of his food into his mouth, then dumped his empty plate into the sink. Adrian watched his dads gather up their things, donning black blazers and scarves over their uniforms in a way that seemed laughable, like kids putting winter jackets on over their Halloween costumes. They were about to leave when Simon paused and glanced back, his eyes speculative. Adrian sat up straighter, preparing himself as he watched Simon wrestling with whatever it was he wanted to say. I want you to tread carefully with this, all right? Adrian's brow knit. What do you mean? No matter what happens, no matter what you find, nothing is going to bring your mom back. I know you want answers. We all do. But it won't change the fact that she's gone. This isn't about wanting her back, said Adrian. It's not really about wanting answers either. If anything, I just want the same thing every renegade does. Adrian allowed a faint smile. Justice.
Chapter 16. Nova stood on the sidewalk outside Renegade headquarters for longer than she probably should have, ignoring the people that moved around her, grumbling at the girl in their way or the tourists who clustered beside the bus stops to take pictures of the red letters hung over the massive glass doors. Even tilting her head back, she could only barely see the top of the building. It was practically a haze, so far up in the sky, towering over the rest of the cityscape. She had seen the building from afar 1,000 times, stared at it from rooftops across the city, and imagined how she could scale the walls, slip inside, take revenge against the council and so-called heroes who treat it like their palace. But she had never pictured herself entering through the revolving main entrance. Never once thought she would be welcome there. Those revolving doors had been spinning incessantly since she'd arrived. She didn't think everyone who worked in the building was a prodigy, but there were certainly plenty of people coming and going who wore the signature gray uniforms, though just as many in suits and casual business clothes. Some of the renegades stopped to smile and wave at the tourists, and were always greeted with a flurry of squeals and camera flashes. All the worshippers come to gawk. Nova's brow tightened as she glanced around, realizing that she was among the awestruck gawkers. Huffing, she tore her feet from the sidewalk and forced them to move forward. Her palms were sweating as she neared the doors. A woman emerged in a sleek pantsuit. She didn't even glance at Nova as she took off down the sidewalk, speaking into a device around her wrist and leaving the door to spin leisurely behind her. The gap between the glass barricades yawned open in admittance. Nova swallowed and stepped inside. Her heartbeat was a rapid staccato as the doors enclosed around her, then circled open on the other side. Just like that, she was inside Renegade headquarters. She dodged out from the revolving door and froze, every muscle braced. But not a single alarm sounded. She was on a landing that overlooked a bright and sprawling lobby, where the Renegade R greeted her, inset into the glossy white floor. A staircase led down to the lobby on her left, a curving ramp to her right, both dropping toward a half-moon desk with the word information bolted to the front in large steel letters. The anarchists had contemplated an attack on Renegade HQ 1,000 times, but they had always known it would be too much risk to try to infiltrate it. There would never be a time when they weren't vastly outnumbered, as hundreds of prodigies worked and trained inside the building on any given day. Nova could see now that what they assumed was true. The Renegades had not left themselves vulnerable to attack. After a quick scan of the lobby, she had already pinpointed more than a dozen cameras and sensors and alarms, along with, of course, the armed and uniformed renegades posted at practical intervals around the space, including one on either side of the landing where she stood. She wondered if guard duty was a full-time gig around here, or if it was a role they rotated people in and out of. She would have to find out. That was precisely the type of information Leroy had meant when he suggested she could make a good spy for them. Everyone else seemed to be ignoring the guards, so she did too, though her nerves twitched as she passed one on her way toward the staircase. An ominous chill went down her spine as she had the premonition that she was about to be tackled from behind. That she would be arrested, bound, made to answer for her crimes against the council. That maybe her acceptance into the Renegades had been nothing but a ploy to lure her here. But no. Nothing happened. She passed by the guard without looking into his face, and so far as she could tell, he didn't look at her either, though he might have glanced disinterestedly at the R pinned to her shirt, the one that felt like it was burning a hole into her skin. That was her pass, after all. That was the secret code to enter this place. This pin was proof that she belonged there. As she made her way down the stairs, the vast lobby seemed to transform around her. No longer flanked by security guards, she began to take in other details about the space. There were seating areas with sleek leather couches and coffee tables littered with newspapers and magazines. A small cafe stood in the distant corner, surrounded by little round tables where people were bent over paperwork as they sipped from paper cups. On the far side of the lobby were stairs curving up toward a wide sky bridge and a glass overlook, a large circular room encased in glass. She could see some sort of glass sculpture taking up the floor of the enclosure, but couldn't tell from this distance what it was. Her attention turned up to the television screens that were scattered around the room, hanging from the ceiling or attached to pillars. Most were tuned to a variety of news stations, both local and international, but some offered internal messaging. Annual Renegade potluck this Sunday. Bring the whole family. Or, new enforcer needed for night patrol team. Apply at security desk. Or, Nova's feet stalled on the last step as one of the messages on the screens was replaced with something new. A hazy photo of her. Wanted. Nightmare. Report any information to the council. Her back went rigid, and she felt that sickening swirl of anxiety in her stomach again. The same sensation she'd had all night and all morning. What was she doing? She would be found out. Surely someone would recognize her. Except, two of the renegades who should have recognized her already had seemed oblivious. Surely if she could fool Red Assassin and Smokescreen, she could fool anyone. She looked hard at the image on the screen. Costumed as Nightmare, there was nothing to give her away. You couldn't even see her eyes in the photo, just the glint of her mask beneath the overhang of her black hood. No one would recognize her, not by looks at least. It was her mannerisms that threatened to give her away, those little things that one did subconsciously. The way she walked, or where she put her hands when she was standing still, or even how she fought in hand-to-hand combat. And perhaps, more than anything, the way she despised the renegades and the council, and the way that hatred could overflow from her mouth at any moment. She would have to take care to smother those instincts, to play the game, to be one of them. She reached for the pin attached to her t-shirt, the one Adrian Everhart had drawn at the trials. Her fingers ran over the sharp corners of the R, traced along the letter's curve. Today, she was a renegade, so that someday she would be their downfall. She approached the information desk, where a portly man with impressive sideburns was typing at a computer. He smiled when he looked up at her, but Nova couldn't quite bring herself to return it. "Hi," she started. "I was recruited at the trials. I'm supposed—" "Insomnia," he said brightly, launching to his feet and holding a hand toward her. She stared at it for a long time, pinkish red skin and neat fingernails and a braided leather bracelet around his thick wrist. Though it was an innocent gesture, a normal gesture, everything about it felt uncanny. Here was a renegade, maybe a prodigy, maybe not, but either way, he was offering his hand to her. Contact. Skin. Even the anarchists didn't like to touch her. Not because being put to sleep was such a great tragedy, but because sleep left you vulnerable. She made people vulnerable. She waited too long. The man, Samson Cartwright, according to the tag on the desk, awkwardly closed his hand into a fist and reeled it back. "I saw you at the trials," he said, snapping his fingers as though this could make up for the awkward moment. "You were great. The look on Gargoyle's face." His eyes glinted almost merrily, or perhaps with mocking. And it was a strange realization for Nova to think that not every renegade got along with one another. Samson cleared his throat. "Anyway, you're on Sketch's team, right? I don't think he's come in yet, but I can check and see if—" Nova's heart lunged into her throat. Samson kept talking, but the words dulled to an annoying hum in her head. The council had just emerged from one of the elevators behind the information desk. No, not the whole council, just Captain Chromium and Tsunami. Nova's mouth went dry at the sight of them. They were talking to each other, easy, carefree. Tsunami was laughing, politely covering her mouth with her fingers as she did. The captain's eyes were twinkling, with a hint of something like mischief. Unlike the rest of the renegades, they did not wear the typical gray and red uniforms, but their own iconic costumes. The captain's shoulder pads and leggings, Tsunami's billowy skirt. They strolled across the lobby, not toward Nova exactly, but not away from her either. Neither looked at her. Neither noticed that a villain was in their midst. Neither could have any idea that her hand had traveled to her belt at their arrival, fitting her fingers deftly around the pen she'd picked out from among her trove of weapons that morning. The one with the secret compartment behind the ink refills. She had one poisonous dart already loaded. Her pulse stammered. She was there. She was inside Renegade headquarters, mere steps away from 2 members of the council, and no one had any idea that she was a threat. This was a new taste of power. Not just to be Nightmare, and all the secrecy and anonymity that afforded her, but now to be Insomnia, to be one of them, to travel in their midst, to come this close, and to have no one even cast her a wary glance. The weapon pressed into her palm. Could she take one of them out? Right now? At this very moment? It would be her end, without a doubt. If she wasn't killed instantly, she would be captured and imprisoned for life. But still, the possibility was there. The potential. If not now, if not today, then soon. An opportunity would arise, and she would be ready for it. With a painful swallow, she forced her hand to release its grip on the pen, just as the 2 council members turned into a hallway and disappeared. I know exactly what you're thinking. Disoriented, Nova spun back to Samson Cartwright, who was watching her with a knowing, serious look. Her heart stuttered, and that sense of vulnerability returned. Was her hatred written so plainly on her face? Were her thoughts so easily deciphered? Or worse? Her breath stuttered as she leaned toward Samson. Are you a telepath? Samson stared at her, speechless for a moment, then released a hearty laugh. Oh, I wish. I'm not even a prodigy. But come on, everyone gets a little starstruck the first time they see the council up close. He gestured at the pen clipped to her belt. You can ask for an autograph next time. Don't worry, they get it all the time. And they're actually really nice about it. Nova sank back, relieved that this stranger hadn't been reading her mind while she stood there plotting against his precious counsel, but also dismayed that he had so utterly misinterpreted her expression. She was saved from the ireful response that rose up within her by her name echoing across the lobby. "Nova!" She turned. Smokescreen and Red Assassin were striding toward her. The same flash of adrenaline she'd felt at the arena coursed through her system at the sight of them, but it was quelled by their open smiles. For once, there was no grayish haze drifting around Smokescreen's ankles, and Red Assassin's gem hung innocently from the wire around her wrist. She was also carrying a bundle of gray cloth. "Nova McLean," said Smokescreen, planting his cane on the tile while he gestured around at the massive lobby with his free hand. "Welcome to HQ. You find the place all right?" Nova blinked. "It's the tallest building in the city." "He's being witty," said Red Assassin. She shifted the bundle of cloth to one arm and held out her hand, ungloved. "I'm Ruby, by the way. This is Oscar." Ruby. Oscar. Normal names. Normal people. This time, Nova took the offered hand. Her power sparked inside her at the touch, but she smothered it with what she hoped was a friendly smile. "Nova." Rather than shaking her hand, Oscar threw an arm around her shoulders and started leading her across the lobby. Nova tensed at the contact, but he either didn't notice or ignored it. "We are overjoyed to have you," he said. "Come on. Adrian's on his way in now. He said he'd meet us in the lounge." Hold on, 1 second, said Nova as something startling occurred to her. She ducked out from beneath Oscar's arm. He and Ruby stared after Nova as she darted back to the information desk. Leaning over the counter toward Samson, she whispered, "Hey, could you tell me if there are any mind readers in the Renegades?" Samson's eyes darted once toward Ruby and Oscar, then back to Nova. No, not currently. We had one a few years back, but she was transferred to one of our foreign embassies. Nova beamed. "Okay, great. Thanks, I was just curious." Waving, she jogged back to the others. "Everything all right?" asked Ruby. "Excellent," said Nova, drawing on every reserve of enthusiasm she could find. "That guy was really helpful." "Samson is good people," said Oscar, nodding toward a bank of elevators. "Come on, let's get you changed." Changed? Trekking beside her, Ruby waggled the cloth bundle. "Say hello to your new uniform. I grabbed the size I thought would fit, but the pants might be a little long on you." She glanced at Nova's feet. "We have an alterations team on staff. They'll want to fit you for a pair of boots before you leave today. You can keep your own shoes for now, but hopefully you'll have official footwear in the next day or so. They're sticklers for proper attire around here." "A few years ago, a recruit was chasing after a purse snatcher and sprained his ankle," said Oscar. "So now the uniform comes with boots that have ankle braces, supreme slip-resistant soles, and every other feature they could think to put into them. Great cushion, too. You'll love them." Nova forced a wan smile. "Either way," said Ruby, "this uniform will be worlds better than what you're used to wearing, right?" Nova stumbled over her own feet, picturing Nightmare's hooded jacket and metal face mask. "Excuse me?" "I've been to Cosmopolis Park," said Ruby, who was practically skipping beside Nova. "Those awful uniforms with the striped pants and those hats." She gestured down the length of her body. And, though it had been years since Nova had been to the amusement park, she could easily picture the outfit Ruby was describing, with its red and white striped trousers, yellow bow tie, and straw pork pie hat. She shuddered to imagine herself wearing it. "You read my application?" "We wanted to get to know you a little better before you got here," said Oscar, grinning. "Don't worry, your talents were completely wasted as a ride operator. You'll be much happier here." They reached the elevators, and Oscar jabbed the up button with the butt of his cane. As they stepped inside, Ruby handed the bundle to Nova, then stepped back to inspect Nova's belt. "Are these some of your inventions?" "Just a few," Nova said. It had been difficult to decide what to bring that morning. She couldn't bring any of her favorite weapons or gadgets, as they would all be recognized as tools Nightmare had been seen with over the past year. But she'd been asked to bring examples of her work, so she had to pick something. In the end, she'd chosen the blow dart ink pen, a shockwave gun that could temporarily stun an opponent up to 30 feet away, and a set of exothermic microflares. "Cool," said Ruby, with more fervor than Nova thought the inventions warranted. "When we're done giving you the tour today, you should go show these down at R&D. They live for stuff like this." "Don't tell her that," said Oscar as if aghast. "They'll want to take her away from us." Ruby feigned a gasp. "Good point. Nova, you should definitely not go talk to the folks in R&D. Ever." "They're killjoys down there anyway," added Oscar. "The ones that always bring the vegetable trays to the party. You know what I mean?" He gave her a knowing look. "That Nightmare had better look out now that we have you on the team," Ruby added. Panic raced down Nova's spine. "Nightmare?" she said, her voice strained. "What do you mean?" "You've heard of her, right?" said Smokescreen. "She's been all over the news lately." Without waiting for Nova's answer, Ruby said, "That's kind of her thing, too. I mean, her superpower is putting people to sleep by touching them, but she also has access to some really neat weapons. There's footage of her from a few months back scaling a building like a spider, not using any handholds. They say it has something to do with the gloves she was wearing." She shrugged. "R&D is trying to replicate them, but I don't think they've had much success so far. Still," she tapped the shockwave gun on Nova's hip, "if we'd had this at the parade, she'd be history." Nova attempted an encouraging smile, not bothering to tell them that the shockwave gun fired at a much slower velocity than a regular gun with real ammunition. She was fairly certain that Nightmare could dodge the blast just fine. The elevator doors opened, and somewhat relieved to be out of the confined metal box with two of her enemies turned allies, Nova exhaled and followed them. They led Nova into another open space, though this one was significantly more relaxed than the lobby. More couches and TV screens, though just as many had video games being played on them as were showing the news. Vending machines lined one wall, and a number of long tables stood in front of the windows, where men and women in gray uniforms were laughing over bags of trail mix and candy clusters. Nova scanned the occupants of the table, searching for hints of their abilities and weaknesses. But there was little she could discern when they were just sitting around chatting. A man with wavy black hair had a ukulele strapped to his back. A young girl had a birthmark the shape of a skeleton key along one side of her face. A woman had a small cloud of purple dust erupt from her fingers every time she snapped, evidently trying to think of a specific word that was eluding her. "This is a lounge," said Ruby. "Open access for anyone on the patrol task forces or who works in enforcement. Mostly we come here to unwind when we're waiting for a shift to start, or if it's been a slow night for crime." "Not that there have been many of those lately," said Oscar. "Or ever." He gestured toward a hallway. "There are private rooms down here if you ever need to take a power nap." He paused. "Or, I guess, not a power nap, but something equally restorative and restful, like meditation or something." Ears turning pink, he glanced at Ruby for help. "Or," said Ruby loudly, finding a door with a vacant tab by the doorknob, "if you need to get changed." She pushed the door open. "Keep your belt on over the uniform. It'll be part of your signature." "We'll wait out here," said Oscar. "Want something from the vending machines?" "No, thank you," said Nova, stepping into the room and letting the door shut behind her. After ensuring she was alone in the room, she reached back and turned the bolt on the lock. The room looked how she imagined a college dormitory would look, but with better quality furniture. A narrow sleeping cot, the blankets neatly tucked around the corners. A glass-topped desk containing today's edition of the Gatlin Gazette, and a sleek table lamp. A small counter in the corner with a built-in sink, A full-length mirror hung on the back of a closet door. The only decoration was a large, framed poster over the bed, a vintage print showing a spread taken from some comic book Nova didn't recognize. In the vibrant color panels, a masked superhero was scooping a red-haired woman into his arms and flying her to safety above a jutting city skyline. The woman's eyes were shining deliriously as she cried out in bold Comic Sans, "I knew you'd come. You always come." With a disparaging laugh, Nova turned away from the print. The room was nice, far nicer than what she was accustomed to. But there was something faintly unnerving about the place. It was too clean, too neat, too perfect, too full of false promises. She would not be lured into security by simple comforts like a noticeable lack of vermin skittering across the floor. She unrolled the gray bundle and held the uniform up by the shoulders. It was a simple bodysuit that would cover her from throat to wrist to ankle, with red detailing along the limbs and a red R emblazoned on the chest. She shook her head at it and sighed. "All right, Insomnia," she said, dropping the uniform onto the bed and peeling off her shirt. "It's too late to change your mind now."
Chapter 17. Adrian was beaming when he entered the lounge. In the hours since he'd gotten permission from his dads for his team to handle the library surveillance mission, he'd already been to visit the location of their first non-patrol task. He hadn't gone inside the library, but he'd staked out an abandoned office building just across the street that would provide them with a perfect place to set up, and a particular corner office with a window looking straight into the alleyway around the library's east side, where a back door struck him as the perfect entrance for shady people coming to do shady dealings. He'd made a list of supplies, from binoculars to snack foods to a deck of cards, because a bored Oscar was a dangerous thing. Mostly, though, his head had been full all morning of fantasies in which his team not only uncovered a ring of black market weapon dealings and put Gene Cronin behind bars, but where they easily tracked down and arrested Nightmare, too. He spotted Oscar and Ruby playing Battle to the Death, one of two standing arcade games in the lounge, there to keep the patrol units entertained when they waited for an assignment. The game was a classic two-person combat challenge, and Oscar and Ruby developed an instantaneous rivalry when it had been brought in the year before. As far as Adrian could tell, their skills continued to be neck and neck, to each of their continued frustrations. He came to stand behind them as Ruby's avatar did a roundhouse kick that sent Oscar's flying off-screen. Ruby whooped and flung her hands outward in celebration, smacking Adrian in the nose. He cried out and pulled back, adjusting his glasses with one hand and pressing the other over his nose. Ruby recoiled. "Sorry," she squeaked, though her look of remorse quickly turned into a suspicious scowl. "Except, not really, creepy stalker guy. How long were you standing there?" "About 2 seconds, said Adrian, scrunching his nose a couple times to clear the painful tingling that was running through the cartilage. "Oh," said Ruby. "In that case, sorry." She paused. "Except still not really, because I totally just beat Oscar's high score." She pumped her fist into the air. "This battle is far from over," said Oscar, leaning against the machine. "I demand a rematch." Ruby popped her knuckles. "You can have as many rematches as you'd like. I am never giving up this lead." "Hey, guys," said Adrian. "Where's the new girl? You didn't scare her off already, did you?" "Changing," said Oscar, jerking a thumb over his shoulder while Ruby deposited a new coin into the machine's slot. "Oh," said Adrian, glancing toward the private rooms, just as a figure emerged from the hall. He straightened. "Oh." Nova caught his eye and seemed to falter mid-step. Breaking away from the others, Adrian approached her, tucking his hands into his pockets. He was still in jeans and a jacket himself, figuring there wasn't much point in putting on his uniform if they wouldn't be doing any patrol duty. "How does it feel?" he said. She glanced down, holding her bundled street clothes in one arm. She ran her other hand self-consciously down the side of the uniform. Long. Adrian followed the look and saw that the legs of the uniform were puddled on top of her sneakers. But I can sew, she said. I'll fix them when I get home. Nah, don't worry about it. We'll pull another uniform and amend it. You'll have it tomorrow, or maybe the next day. They can get backed up right after the trials. Nova opened her mouth, and he could sense an argument building there, so he quickly added, We didn't bring you on to be a seamstress. She hesitated, then closed her mouth again, and in that moment, Adrian realized what made her look so different when she'd first emerged from the hallway. At first, he'd thought it was just seeing her in uniform, a uniform that stood for bravery and strength, traits she'd displayed at the trials, but that were now exaggerated by the bold red R. But no, it wasn't that at all. She looked different because she seemed, in that moment, laughably, almost hysterically uncomfortable, nervous and maybe even a little awkward, rather like she had when he'd drawn the bracelet clasp onto her wrist. It almost didn't seem possible that this could be the same girl who had challenged the gargoyle with unwavering courage, who had emanated nothing but fierce determination while surrounded by an entire arena of screaming spectators. Here, said Adrian, pulling out his marker. You need a bag. He moved toward the nearest table and sketched out a large tote bag. Lifting it from the acrylic surface, he took the handles and gave it a shake, holding it open for Nova to drop her clothes into. Thanks, she murmured, shoving the clothes inside. She wrapped her hands around the base of the bag's handles, almost as if she were avoiding touching Adrian's hands as she took it from him. You sure do enjoy showing off with that trick, don't you? Heat warmed the back of his neck. Had he been showing off? Well, it can be pretty convenient, sometimes. Nova looked briefly like she would smile, and he started to wonder if she was teasing him. Anyway, he said, gesturing toward the corner of the lounge, you can put it in the lockers over there while we give you the grand tour. A rage-filled scream pulled their attention toward the arcade game, where Oscar was laughing maniacally while Ruby pounded at the buttons. My controls froze up. That so doesn't count. Please direct all complaints to the great scorekeeper in the sky, said Oscar, popping his knuckles in mockery of how Ruby had done so before. Adrian capped his marker and tucked it away. Believe it or not, they're actually really great superheroes. Nova met his gaze, and he could tell she was unconvinced. Did you mention something about a grand tour? Adrian had planned on only taking Nova around to the areas of headquarters they used frequently as a team. The lounge she'd already seen, so he thought they would stop by the cafeteria and the training hall, then do a quick team simulation on the virtual reality floor and call it a day. But the second the four of them stepped into the elevators, Nova's curiosity surprised him. She wanted to know about the armory and how they distinguished what weapons were housed there versus those that were stored in the vaults specifically intended for powerful prodigy artifacts. She wanted to see the laboratories in research and development, and though they didn't have clearance to go inside, Adrian caught her craning her head to see through an open door as one of the technicians passed by. She was curious about their forensics work, the investigations departments, council hall, and the state-of-the-art prison cells, though here again Adrian could only describe them to her as best he could. He had never actually been inside to see them himself. To his surprise, she even wanted to see the call center, located far up on the 75th floor of the building. Ruby and Oscar gave half-hearted attempts to talk her out of it, explaining that it really wasn't all that interesting. But Nova's enthusiasm for the various aspects of the organization, even the dull aspects, was becoming contagious. He and his team spent so much time on the streets, communicating with headquarters through hasty messages transmitted into their communication bands, it was easy to forget just how complex their whole system was. Seeing Nova's wide-eyed intrigue in trying to answer her emphatic questions reminded him that the Renegades had become so much more than the group of vigilantes seeking to defend the people of the world. They were still protectors, but they were now inventors, lawmakers, and activists. They were working to improve society in 100 different ways at any given time, and seeing how interested in it all Nova was served to make him more interested in it too. Arriving on the 75th floor, they stepped out of the elevator onto a circular platform that looked over row upon row of computer desks. The surrounding walls were taken up by satellite imagery projected in real time onto massive screens, some showing Gatland City, others the nearby suburbs or other parts of the country. Green lines, red markers, and digital notes were being constantly added and removed from the screens, and the room buzzed with activity. Phones ringing, staff barking into their headsets and clacking at their keyboards, people shouting orders or demanding to know the status of various ongoing situations. A home invasion is being reported in C-14. How fast can a patrol team get over there? That landlord on East Bracken is complaining about the graffiti again. Do we have a cleanup crew available? I need a squad to check out this bomb threat outside the arena. What's Metalock's status? Metalock is still dealing with that explosion in Murkwater, but we can send Dead Drop. He says this is the 4th time his store has been vandalized in the past 2 months. I swear, didn't we already catch these guys? We have a situation at the B-Mart on 62nd. Sounds like a man is getting aggressive over receiving incorrect change. Adrian leaned his elbows on the rail that rimmed the platform. We think of this as the nervous system of the city, he said. Distress calls come here, the situation is assessed, and a patrol team or sometimes a solo renegade is assigned to deal with it. Much more efficient than prowling the streets at night, searching for crime, said Ruby, which is what they did in the old days. More efficient, said Oscar, heaving a dramatic sigh, but not nearly as glamorous. It's amazing how they could pull this together in such a short period of time, said Nova. The laboratories, the virtual reality simulators, this. How did they build this in just 10 years? 9 years, said Ruby. 8, corrected Adrian. They took over this building 8 years ago. It was home to squatters during the Age of Anarchy, but was abandoned by the time the council decided to make it their headquarters. As for turning it into this, he gestured around the bustling call center. When you have a team full of metalworkers and earth elementals, prodigies who have basic telekinesis skills and super strength, not to mention one really helpful cyberlinguist, it tends to come together pretty fast. Cyberlinguist? A prodigy who can communicate with cybernetic technology, he explained. He's our tech guy. Nova hummed, and he couldn't quite read her reaction. Her gaze returned to a map of Gatland City, her eyes tracking a yellow dot as it blinked its way down Drury Avenue. You seem short-handed. Adrian nodded. It is a problem these days. Then why turn so many prodigies away at the trials? We're only short-handed when it comes to patrols. The rest of the system is fine, but we need more people who can be out on the streets, handling criminals and enforcing the laws. So these days we only take on recruits we think will be suited to that. He frowned. Though I'll be the first to admit that the trials probably aren't the best way for us to be finding new talent. But it isn't up to me. Who is it up to? The council? Everything, Ruby said with a cheerful laugh. Everything is up to the council. Pretty much. What we do here, it isn't just fighting crime anymore, or even helping people. It's about keeping the city from falling apart again. And for that, we need unity. And, well, as obnoxious as the trials might get, they do bring people together. Nova's gaze continued to dart around the room. So why do you keep dealing with things like painting over graffiti or stepping in on behalf of a clerk who can't figure out the correct change? Why not set up a non-prodigy police force to deal with situations that don't need a superhero? A non-prodigy police force? Said Oscar, amused. No one would apply. Why not? Said Nova. That's what they had before the Age of Anarchy. Because now they have superheroes to handle these things for them, Oscar said with a mild shrug. But it's their city, too, Nova insisted.
Their lives, their livelihoods. They can't expect prodigies to do everything for them all the time. Her attention switched to Adrian, but he wasn't sure how to respond. It was true that it would help them a lot to be able to hand over some of the lower priority assignments to a civilian police force, but he couldn't help feeling like Oscar was right. With the Renegades willing to shoulder all the responsibility, why would anyone apply for such a force? Nova's shoulders sank a little. Or not? We could suggest it to the council, chirped Ruby. Maybe start inviting people who were police officers before the age of anarchy to apply for a special task force? Adrian nodded. I could mention it to my dads when I see them later. Beside him, Nova seemed to tense, and a moment later she shifted her weight, pulling a few inches away from him. He hadn't even realized just how close they'd been standing. He scanned her face, but it had gone unreadable as she scrutinized a map of the Wallow Ridge neighborhood. He cleared his throat. Ready to go see the training hall? Nova's face cleared as she spun back to him, and whatever discomfort he'd sensed vanished so quick he wondered if he'd only imagined it. Her smile was sudden and eager. Absolutely. Chapter 18. The training hall was the only part of headquarters that was kept in the building's sublevels. When the skyscraper was first built, its foundation had encompassed a massive parking garage. After the Renegades took over, they demolished floor after floor of concrete, leaving only the foundational walls and pillars to protect the integrity of the building overhead. What was left was a vast open space beneath the vaulted ceilings for them to exercise their powers. Like the lobby and the call center, the training hall was a hub of activity, but all the chatter of the upper levels was replaced down here with movement and action. Renegades launching themselves over platforms, scaling walls, shooting at targets, facing off in large netted-off rings, swinging across an obstacle course of ropes and bars, and, more than anything, showing off their vast array of abilities. Adrian headed the group as they left the elevator bank, heading down the walkway that passed over the training facilities. He soon realized that Nova's pace had begun to slow until she stopped altogether. Adrian glanced back to see her face awash in speechless awe. He followed her gaze around the room, trying to imagine this was the first time he'd ever seen it. To their right, twin brothers were sparring with quarterstaffs, but one turned into orange liquid and the other into orange vapor each time they were struck. Next to them was a blindfolded boy firing a bow and arrow at a series of moving targets and hitting them dead center every time. On Adrian's left, an earth elemental turned the contents of a sandbox into a 2-level sandcastle without touching a grain. Ahead, there was a woman who transformed into a grizzly bear in the blink of an eye, then charged at a man with great bull horns erupting from his skull. In the distance, a girl had created a vortex above her head and was sucking her opponent toward it, while said opponent used his own barbed hands and toes to grip the floor and fight against the vacuum. Sweet rot, Nova whispered. It is a little overwhelming the first time you see it, said Adrian. Nova stepped forward, wrapping her hands around the railing. I had no idea there were so many of you. The numbers vary, he said. Our permanent staff is around 400, but we get prodigies from all over the world who come here to be trained for a few months, then leave. We have the best facilities for it, and the best reputation. Trained for what, exactly? To be superheroes, said Ruby, fidgeting with the wire around her wrist. What else? And when they're ready, continued Adrian, they go back home and take up the cause of the Renegades wherever they're from. There are renegade chapters all over the world now, people who have dedicated themselves to the defense of justice, and it all started right here. Well, not right here. He cast his eyes toward the tall ceilings. The Renegades technically started in the Dread Warden's basement, but that was a long time ago. He led them down the narrow walkway that extended across the length of the training hall, 2 stories over the grounds below.
Adrian pointed out different areas Nova might want to check out when she had the chance, from obstacle courses and target practice to sparring rings and a climbing wall outfitted with various materials to mimic different climbing surfaces to an enclosed saltwater pool to row after row of barbells and free weights. "Just say the word if you ever want a spotting partner," said Oscar. "Ruby and I come down here all the time."
"Not Adrian?"
said Nova, glancing at him. Adrian cast Oscar a wry look. "I like the climbing wall and the obstacle courses, but free weights bore me out of my mind."
"He's intimidated by me," said Oscar. "He doesn't like being reminded that I can bench press way more than he can."
"That's true," said Adrian, shrugging. They continued on, Adrian doing his best to point out any resources that might be of interest to Nova, except everything seemed to be of interest to her. They had just passed the equipment rentals counter, where a vast wall held everything from nunchucks to snowshoes, when Nova gasped and grabbed Adrian's elbow. He startled and turned toward her. Nova retracted her hand just as quickly, fisting it against her stomach instead.
"It's that girl,"
she said, nodding toward the floor.
"The one from the parade."
He followed the look. "Oh, yeah, that's Maggie, alias Magpie because of her, appreciation of small, shiny objects." Nova drew herself up, cheeks flushing.
"She's a thief. The Renegades tolerate that?"
"Who are we talking about?" said Ruby, craning her head. On a mat below, Magpie was standing on a plank over an enormous tank full of dirt, using her power to excavate increasingly large and heavy metallic items from the ground, as if her small hand held the power of an industrial magnet.
"Oh, her. She's mostly a scavenger, I think."
Adrian nodded. "There are lots of abandoned places in this city, and she's helped us find a lot of useful stuff. Silverware, batteries, things like that. It comes in handy, especially while we try to get trade and manufacturing up and running again." Nova scowled.
"Taking my bracelet wasn't scavenging."
"I know," said Adrian. "You're right. Obviously, theft is against the code. But a lot of kids who come here, Magpie included, had pretty rough childhoods. Sure, there are some parents who think it's great when their kid turns out to be a prodigy, but there are also lots of people who are still afraid of what we can do, who don't trust us, and for them, to have a kid with superpowers is—" He frowned, his heart twisting as he thought of countless stories he had heard of young prodigies being neglected, abused, even abandoned. "Not ideal," he finished lamely, returning his gaze to Nova. "Anyway, when they get here, we try to teach them right from wrong, but it can be hard to overcome some of the survival instincts they've developed up to this point. We're working on it, though." Nova was still watching Maggie down below, her lips pinched. Then she glanced down to where her fingers were spinning her delicate bracelet around the wrist of her gray uniform. Clamping her hand over the bracelet, she sighed.
"Don't tell me the Renegades have set up a children's home for wayward prodigies on top of everything else."
"Nothing that official," said Adrian, smiling faintly. "But when kids come to us without any families of their own, we do try to find a renegade family for them to live with." Nova glanced up at him, and he could see a question lingering behind her eyes. Maybe she was wondering about his own family, his own past, the adoptive celebrity dads everyone wanted to know about. She turned away without mentioning them, though, lifting her chin as she scanned the busy hall.
"Where does the Sentinel train?"
Adrian tensed. "What?" Her expression was thoughtful as she peered around.
"The Sentinel," she repeated. "That renegade that showed up at the parade? Does he train here with everyone else, or is there a special area for him? Or renegades like him? Are there more than one?"
Her tone was light, innocent, but Adrian couldn't stop gaping at her, unable to tell if the question was really as innocuous as it sounded, or if there was something more to it than appeared on the surface, if there was an accusation hidden beneath her words. When Nova faced him, curiosity was etched into her features. It was Ruby who responded first.
"He's an imposter,"
she said, with enough spite to make Adrian flinch. Nova turned to her.
"The Sentinel?" He's pretending to be a renegade, said Ruby, but he's not. He's a fake.
Nova's gaze shifted between the three of them, a small wrinkle forming between her brows.
You all really believe that?
Her focus landed on Adrian, and he managed to gather himself, shaking off the bout of paranoia. No one had ever heard of him before that day. Whoever he is, he hasn't revealed his identity to anyone here.
But he's a prodigy, and a powerful one, said Nova.
And somehow that small, offhanded compliment sent a faint surge of pride through Adrian's chest.
And who other than the Renegades would have the resources to make a suit like the one he wears? Or find a way to combine multiple superpowers into one human being?
She glanced at Ruby and Oscar, but somehow her attention always seemed to return to Adrian. Searching and quizzical, as though she could tell how hard he was trying to act oblivious.
If you guys don't know who he is, then maybe he's a classified project that hasn't been revealed to everyone yet, right?
That's what I thought at first too, said Oscar. But when the council heard that he'd been acting on their behalf, claiming to have acted on their orders and whatnot, they seemed livid. Adrian lowered his gaze. And I'm not sure you can fake that sort of thing, Oscar added. At least, not all of them. Not like that.
Huh,
said Nova, and it was clear she remained skeptical.
I guess we'll find out eventually.
Adrian scratched his right forearm where his new tattoo was still sore beneath the bandage.
Oh, look,
said Ruby, pointing down to the training floor.
There's Dana.
Glad for the diversion, Adrian followed the gesture and spotted Dana on one of the training mats below, bracing herself against a padded bench. On the other side of the mat, one of their trainers was holding, of all things, a slingshot. As they watched, Ballistic, the trainer, aimed straight up and fired, sending a high-drag projectile flapping toward the ceiling. Dana crouched, flipping her long dreadlocks over one shoulder as she focused on the target. Then she leaped and her body dispersed into a cyclone of butterflies soaring upward. The creatures surrounded the projectile and Dana reformed, grabbing it with one hand and dropping back down to the ground. It was nearly a perfect catch, but as her feet touched the ground again, she let out a pained grunt and collapsed to one knee. Adrian grimaced.
Monarch?
Said Nova. You've done your research, said Oscar. She's on our team too, but she got injured at the parade so she couldn't come to the trials.
Come on,
said Ruby, latching onto Nova's arm.
We'll introduce you.
They made their way to the next staircase. As they approached Dana's mat, Adrian could hear Ballistic reminding her to stay in swarm formation as she descended, as her body wasn't ready for such a fall. Dana fisted her hands as she rebuked,
It's not that easy. 29 butterflies were burned off. It'd be like you trying to catch the thing with 3 missing fingers.
She spotted their group and straightened, swiping her forearm across her damp brow. Her attention turned to Nova.
They let you out of the Medwing!
Cried Ruby. Releasing Nova, she swung her arms wide in celebration. Adrian barely recoiled fast enough to avoid another hit to his nose.
That's faster than they thought, right?
Dana heaved a sigh, casting a sour look at the trainer.
They said I could start retraining myself to use the swarm. You'd be amazed what a difference it makes when I lose a bunch like that. It's like learning to control them all over again.
Adrian's shoulders nodded. 29 butterflies were burned off.
But I need to make it through the obstacle course before they send me out on patrol again, Dana continued. It'll be at least another couple of weeks.
After those burns? Said Oscar, nodding at the small lump where there must have been bandages beneath her uniform. Lucky it wasn't worse.
And that the healers are so great,
added Ruby. Beaming, she gestured at Nova.
You haven't met our new girl yet.
Dana faced Nova.
Insomnia, right?
She said, holding out a hand.
I saw the trial. Impressive.
Nova accepted the handshake, though as soon as Dana released her, she quickly pulled her hand back against her side.
Gargoyle's not as scary as he thinks.
Dana chuckled. I won't lie.
It was refreshing to see someone put Frostbite's team in their place. She slumped onto the padded bench. 5-minute break? She called over to Ballistic, but he had already turned and started working with Flashbolt, a boy who had what looked like glass marbles embedded in his palms. Dana turned her gaze back up to Nova. I heard Sketch thinks you'll be a decent surveillance asset. Nova's eyebrows lifted and she glanced at Adrian. He scratched the back of his neck. We haven't really started to discuss. But there's a lot more to being a good spy than people think, Dana interrupted. Nova's gaze sharpened. You don't say. You were great at the trials, but they don't really prepare you for reality, you know? In a real situation, especially a surveillance mission, you have to pay attention to the details and remember them. Put the smallest clues together to make a whole. You never know what's going to be important, so you can't discount anything. Adrian cleared his throat. Dana is sort of the team's surveillance expert, but obviously what she can do is a different skill set than what you can do. We're grateful to have you both. Nova's lips formed a thin smile. Thanks for the tip, Monarch. Truly, I think I can handle it. I'm sure you can, said Dana. I just want you to stay on your toes. I need to make sure these slackers are in good hands when you're out there without me. Test me if you want, said Nova, with a casual shrug. See if I pass inspection. Adrian glanced at Oscar, and seeing the awkwardness written plain on his face, was glad he wasn't the only one sensing the tension. This isn't... No, really, said Nova. I don't mind. It wasn't fair that she wasn't at the trials, and I want Dana to feel confident in your choice. Eventually, she and I will be on the team together, too, right? So go ahead. Let's see how good I am at this surveillance stuff. Dana leaned back on her palms, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Okay. Without looking, how many exits are there out of this hall? Oh, come on, said Ruby. This is her first day. 7, said Nova, holding Dana's gaze. A second passed before Oscar turned in a circle, counting exits under his breath. When he finished, he gave a mild, huh. Adrian, too, found himself scanning the hall. Though one could argue, Nova added, that with this many prodigies around, able to manipulate metal or blow their way through concrete, there is potential for countless more exits if needed. Dana's face softened. She was beginning to smile when Nova continued. There are also 10 security cameras, 2 fire extinguishers, and 5 vending machines, one of which sells nothing but candy, which seriously has me questioning the Renegades' commitment to adequate nutrition. Oscar laughed. She's already got our number there. Wait until you see the cafeteria. They have a mac and cheese bar. Dana's lips turned upward. How many occupants? Nova lifted an eyebrow. Do you know how many people are in here? Nope, said Dana. Just checking that you're not actually better at this than I am. Nova rocked back on her heels. Well, I don't have an exact count. 50-ish, I'd guess. And so far I've only discerned the abilities of 16 of them. On the mat beside them, the trainer threw a disc and Flashbolt lifted his hands, shooting a series of colored lightning bolts out of his marbled palms, striking the disc as it arced through the hall. 17, Nova amended. Adrian grinned. Now who's showing off? Nova turned a startled look on him, and there was a moment in which the confident contestant from the trials stood beside him. But a second later, her cheeks flushed and she shrank back slightly, bashful or disoriented. He couldn't quite tell which. Dana nodded appreciatively. It sounds like you'll be fine. Just try to keep them out of trouble, won't you? Is that in my job description? Nova asked. Not at all, said Dana, pulling her dreadlocks back and securing them in a low tail. But I'll feel better if I know you're spending half as much energy watching over these guys as you apparently spend watching everyone else. Nova grinned brightly and stuck up her thumbs in what Adrian was absolutely sure was mock positivity. You can count on me.
Well, said Adrian, clapping his hands together, we better let you get back to it. Don't let Ballistic push you around too much, okay? Dana grunted, waving half-heartedly after them as they made their way back toward the stairs. That just leaves one more stop on this tour, said Adrian.
The cafeteria? Said Nova, not very enthusiastically.
Don't knock the cafeteria, said Oscar.
It is free and it is awesome.
Adrian shook his head. Not the cafeteria, though I'm sure Oscar will gladly show you around there later if you ask. Actually, I have someone special I want you to meet. We call him the Bandit.
The Bandit?
She said with a mild laugh. Yep. He has, in fact, requested a special audience with you.
The Bandit, she drawled again. What is this, the Wild West?
Adrian grinned back at her. Some days, I wonder.
Chapter 19. They took the elevator back up to the main lobby, then climbed a spiraling staircase, through a short corridor, and out onto the sky bridge Nova had noticed when she first entered the building. She spotted the glass room again, a circular enclosure full of small sculptures that had glistened like crystal stalagmites from down below. As they got closer, the view through the windows became clear, and she saw that it wasn't random sculptures at all, but a model of Gatlin City, constructed in jaw-dropping detail. It was made entirely of clear, sparkling glass. "What is this, an art installation?" she said as her eyes traced the skyline to the edge of City Park, up to the top of Renegade headquarters and across to Merchant Tower, then down to the docks on the marina and the bridges that spanned Snakeweed River. "Not exactly," said Adrian, rapping his knuckles on the window. "It's more like a model playset. It's sort of the Bandit's pastime." "And who is the Bandit?" "His real name is Max." He knocked on the glass. "Hey, Max, you have a guest." Nova spotted a figure emerging on the other side of the cityscape. He was a kid, maybe 10 years old, with sand-blonde hair that curled messily around his ears and thick eyebrows. He picked his way through the glass city, his bare feet making their way along Broad Street, stepping carefully over taxicabs and trees in miniature planter boxes, and the occasional glass pedestrian. He was so intent at first on watching his footing that he was halfway across the city before he noticed Nova. He froze, his eyes widening. "Insomnia!" "Bandit?" she guessed. He jogged the rest of the way to the window that divided them. On this side of the model city, the skyscrapers dropped off into warehouses and shipyards. A wide expanse of what would have been the beach surrounding Harrow Bay offered him a convenient place to stand. "That fight at the trials, that was the best thing I've ever seen. I can't stand Gargoyle. And wow, you look even shorter than I thought." Oscar leaned against the glass wall. "Have you ever even talked to Gargoyle?" Max cast his gaze upward in disgust. "Please, I've seen enough interviews with Frostbite and her team to know his brain is 2/3 sedimentary." Nova's mouth stretched into what might have been the first real smile she'd had all day. "Did you just make a geology joke?" Max ignored the question, turning instead to Adrian. "Can you draw her?" Nova's eyes widened. "Draw who, me?" Sure," said Adrian, his gaze darting in her direction. "If she doesn't mind." "You have to say yes," said Max, digging into his back pocket and pulling out a 6-inch tall glass figurine of Gargoyle. "Look, I'm setting up the trials." He pointed in the direction he'd come from. "The arena's back there. I wanted to stage it at the part where you won and joined our team." Nova looked past the skyscrapers, and though she couldn't see the arena from where she stood, she could easily imagine it on the other side of the downtown district, mirroring its location in the real world. "Our team?" She looked at Adrian, who had already crouched down and started drawing on the glass wall. It was Oscar who responded. Max can't do patrols, so we made him an honorary member of the group. That way, he at least gets a uniform. Nova looked back at the boy, who was currently wearing flannel plaid pajamas. "How's this?" said Adrian. She took a step back so she could see his drawing. A simple yet remarkably accurate portrait of herself on the glass. The drawing was not wearing the Renegade uniform like she wore now, but the simple ribbed shirt and sport leggings she'd had on at the trials. He'd even drawn the tiny cannon in her hand. "Perfect," said Max. Adrian pressed his palm against the drawing, and Nova watched as the ink seeped right through the window, emerging on the other side as a three-dimensional figurine. "Wow," she mused. "My first day on the job and I'm already an action figure." Adrian lifted his head and grinned. Max took the figure and scampered back through the city. He paused when he was turning the corner onto Rakes Avenue. "Thanks, Adrian. It was a pleasure to meet you, Insomnia. I'm a really huge fan." Adrian saluted him, and Nova, not knowing quite how to react to this odd encounter, saluted too. "Thanks," she started, though Max had turned his back on them. She took in the city again, inspecting it more closely than before. "Did you make all this?" "It's been a pet project for years." Adrian stood again and put away the marker. "A labor of love. Keeps Max occupied, at least." She scanned the inside of the room, or what she could see of it. There was a path that led around the sky bridge and a closed door on the other side of the enclosure. "He's not locked up in there, is he?" When no one answered, she glanced around to see that a shadow had passed over Adrian's face, and both Ruby and Oscar were frowning. Not so much angry or sad as resigned. "It's not a prison," said Adrian. "He could leave if he wanted to, or needed to. But he knows—" He hesitated. "He never tries to leave." "Why not?" He met her eyes. "We call it the quarantine. He has to stay in there for his own good. And ours, too." He shrugged. "It's as comfortable as they can make it." "So he's sick?" "Not exactly," Adrian said, drawing out his words. "He's dangerous," said Ruby. At the same time, Oscar supplied, "Valuable." Nova cocked her head in confusion. But before anyone could elaborate, she heard a large clunk and hiss from the door into Max's quarantine. It opened to reveal another enclosed chamber beyond it. A woman entered the circular room wearing a cumbersome suit, complete with a full face shield and self-contained breathing apparatus. Though most of the suit was pristine and white, it was embellished with metal cuffs around the wrists, ankles, and throat. It looked like the sort of uniform one would wear to scour a nuclear wasteland. The woman carried a white medical box. Beyond the skyline, Max stood up, looking mildly annoyed at the interruption. The woman didn't have to say anything for Max to set down the Insomnia and gargoyle figurines and start picking his way toward her. "What's going on?" said Nova. "They have to take regular samples from him," said Adrian. "Blood, saliva." He shrugged. "I'm honestly not sure what they're doing with most of it." "Trying to cure him?" she said, thinking it should have been obvious. But Adrian shook his head. "I don't think so. It's not really like that. They're working on something down in research and development, I think." Adrian sighed and turned his back. "Come on, let's give the kids some privacy." Nova followed the group across the sky bridge, glancing back once to see Max rolling up his sleeve as the woman in the suit prepared a syringe. "You still haven't told me what's wrong with him," she said, "or why he's dangerous, or valuable, or all of the above." The others exchanged glances, and Nova bristled. "It's sort of classified," said Adrian, looking apologetic. That word sent a shiver along Nova's spine. Classified. Classified was exactly what she was there for. "But I'm one of you now, aren't I?" she pressed. Why can't I know too? Adrian shrugged. We're not even supposed to know. It's just, I have the luxury of getting to hear a lot of things that I'm not technically supposed to hear. So you overheard classified information and you told them, she said, gesturing at Ruby and Oscar. It's your first day, Nova, said Ruby. We're not trying to exclude you, it's your first day. And what's going on with Max doesn't have anything to do with us. Besides, said Oscar, we have more pressing things to deal with right now, don't we? Nova frowned, recognizing the change in topic. She couldn't help but feel irked. To be fair, she knew she wouldn't have trusted herself with classified information either, no matter how well she'd done at the trials. She filed away a mental note for later. Find out what's up with the bandit and the quarantine, and what are they doing with his blood samples? With this, Nova gave herself a shake and looked down. Adrian was holding a narrow strip of thin plastic, about the length of a ruler, but she hadn't heard what he had been saying about it. What is it? She asked, taking it between her fingers and holding it up to eye level, peering at Adrian on the other side. Renegade communicator, he said. Pretty much a fancy phone, said Ruby. And a hip accessory, added Oscar. He rolled back the sleeve of his uniform, revealing a similar strip of glass wound around his wrist. High-end designers are already trying to copy it. They'll be all the rage this time next year. Fashion aside, R&D is very proud of these. Here. Adrian took Nova's left forearm, but hesitated when he saw the delicate bracelet. He took the other arm instead. Taking the device back from her, he started to bend it, curving it until it fit snugly around her wrist, an elegant spiral against her skin. It was so light she could barely feel it. Or perhaps she was simply too in tune with the warmth coming off Adrian's fingers to pay much attention to the communicator. This part will light up and sound an alarm when there's an emergency, he said, pointing to one end of the device. If the call center has already designated a location for us to report to, a city map will show up along the middle here, indicating where to go. Down here, he tapped the other end of the strip, resting near Nova's thumb, is how you communicate with one of us. Just press your finger here and say the name of the person you want to contact. Or you can hold it up in front of your face, said Oscar, mimicking the action, and it will automatically start to record a video message. Very nifty. Nova turned her wrist from side to side, feeling the start of a grin. New tech, a new gadget. Finally, they were speaking her language. But then a thought occurred to her that smothered that first twinge of excitement. Technology like that had to include a tracking device, which meant, so long as she wore it, the Renegades would know just where to find her. She had no idea whether or not they would bother to use it that way, but regardless, it made her feel like they'd just wrapped a venomous snake around her wrist. Thanks, she said, trying to look appreciative. It still hardly feels real. You know, being a renegade. She made mild jazz hands beside her face. You get used to it, said Adrian with an understanding smile. Do you? Chirped Ruby, beaming. I haven't yet. It's still pretty much the most awesome thing ever. Try to keep the communicator on you at all times, said Adrian. You probably already have a message on there with our instructions for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Our first assignment. Adrian's expression brightened. We're running surveillance on Cloven Cross Library. Nova stilled. It's run by a guy named Gene Cronin, he continued. He used to be a member of a villain gang called the Vandal Cartel, and we have reason to believe he might still be dealing in illegal weaponry, including, perhaps, the gun that Nightmare used to try to assassinate Captain Chromium at the parade. Nova stared at him, her body tense as she waited for Adrian's composed act to drop away. For him, to say that he knew her secret identity after all, and this had all been a ruse to trap her here inside their headquarters. Instead, he gestured at the elevator bank. We'll take you back up to the lounge so you can get your things. You have the rest of the day off to rest. Or whatever it is you do." His lips quirked, but Nova hadn't been ready for a joke, and any humor was lost among her scattered thoughts. Anyway," said Adrian, his smile fading, "we'll meet you outside the library, tomorrow night at 11. You can wear street clothes. We'll probably want to stay incognito." "Wait," said Nova, following him blindly into the elevator. "That's it? Surveillance? We're not, I don't know, tracking down a mass murderer or something?" "Huge letdown, right?" said Oscar. Adrian shot him an ireful look. "We like to ease recruits into the mass murderer hunts. But this mission is really important. If we can find evidence that Cronin is still trading on the black market, it could open a lot of doors into criminal rings throughout the city. Crime rates have been going up for the last 4 years, and if Cronin is out there supplying criminals with weapons, stopping him could be a huge victory for us." Nova tried to listen, nodding when it seemed appropriate, though her mind was spinning. She knew full well that Jean Cronin, who she knew mostly as the librarian, was very much selling on the black market and had very much supplied the gun that she'd tried to use against the council. "But before we can do anything else," Adrian continued, ignorant to how this conversation had unnerved her, striking far too close to her own secrets. "The council requires evidence that Cronin is breaking the law. They won't allow a raid or even a permit to search the library until we have something concrete." "Seriously?" said Nova, unable to keep the disbelief from her tone. "The council won't allow an unsanctioned raid?" "They'd allowed plenty on the subway tunnels." Adrian's face turned mildly annoyed, though she could tell it wasn't at her. "The council is really strict when it comes to following the new codes. You know, back during the age of anarchy, they would do anything they had to do to try to clean up all the violence and theft that was going on. But now they're trying to reestablish a justice system, like we used to have. I think they're afraid that if we start bending the rules, other people will get the impression that it's okay for them to do it too." "You mean people don't like to see hypocrisy in their leadership? Shocking." "I know," said Adrian, casting his eyes toward the ceiling, his quick smile making a return. "Their reasons make sense. But it does mean our hands are tied in situations like this. But who knows? Maybe we'll find something tonight that will provide enough evidence to really start investigating Cronin." "During our surveillance," clarified Nova. "On a public library." "Right," Adrian nodded. The elevator doors opened, and he led her back to the bank of lockers where she'd stashed her clothes. "Lucky for us, we have the renegade who doesn't need to sleep." "Yeah, lucky you," she said, grabbing the bag that Adrian had sketched that morning and slinging it over her shoulder. His expression fell a little. "I know it's not exciting, and your skills obviously lend you to much more hands-on missions." Nova laughed. "It's okay. I'm not disappointed. If anything, I'm a little relieved." And it was true, though she'd let him assume his own reasons for it. This was a mission she could work with. She could easily play the role of dutiful renegade, while not doing or saying anything to incriminate Cronin, who had always been an ally to the anarchists. If anything, she might even be able to find a way to lead the renegades off his trail. And hers. "Good," Adrian said. "Then we'll see you tomorrow." She pressed her lips together and nodded. "Great, right. I'll, see you then." She turned and started back for the elevator. "Thanks for the tour." She had just stepped inside when she heard her name. "Nova." She glanced back. "How's the bracelet holding up?" She held Adrian's gaze, feeling once again the way he'd gripped her hand, the gentle trace of the marker's tip on her skin, the flutter of her pulse beneath it. She shook her wrist slightly, feeling the brush of metal against her skin, right at the edge of the uniform's sleeve. Hasn't broken again. He nudged up his glasses, and for just a moment, he looked almost shy. Just let me know if you ever need anything. Drawn. Okay? The elevator doors closed before Nova could think how to respond to this. As the car started to sink, she held up her arm, inspecting the bracelet's clasp for what must have been the 100th time. The mirroring details, the subtle difference in color. When he had drawn it, he had made the clasp functional so that it could be unclasped and taken off if she wanted to, though she never did. She spun the bracelet around and peered at the socket where a gem would have been placed if her father had finished it. But she wasn't really seeing the bracelet or the chain or the empty prongs. Her mind raced over the past few hours, struggling to sort through everything she'd learned, trying to discern how much of it was valuable, and what she would need to gather more information on in the coming weeks. The elevator reached the ground floor. As she crossed the lobby of Renegade headquarters and headed back onto the streets of Gatlin, she traced over her memories of the day. She saw an underground training room full of powerful enemies. She saw a woman in some sort of specialty hazard suit coming to collect samples from a boy they called dangerous and valuable. She saw 2 council members making their way through the lobby, laughing as if they hadn't a care in the world. She saw Adrian, and that subtle shift of confidence, that hint of awkwardness as he watched the elevator doors close. As she put more distance between herself and the headquarters, she began to feel the pressure of eyes following her. It was rare enough to spot a renegade in the city that people stopped to gawk at her as she passed, and a few tourists even snapped her photo. Then, there were the opposite reactions. The prodigy haters who sneered, or the ones who wouldn't make eye contact out of fear or disgust. Either way, admired or loathed, Nova became more eager with every step she took to get home and get out of her uniform as fast as possible. She wasn't a renegade. She was Nightmare. And she did not like to be seen. Chapter 20. East 94th and Wallow Ridge was an even crummier neighborhood than Nova had envisioned. It wasn't that she was too proud, exactly, to have the renegades thinking she lived there. It was just, if she was going to be given a fake home, couldn't Millie have picked something a bit nicer? Maybe one of those abandoned mansions in the suburbs, or a condo with a water view, or, at the very least, a place that didn't look borderline condemned? The home that Nova McLean apparently shared with her uncle was a row house with a brick facade sandwiched between more row houses, each with peeling paint on their window trim and tiny yards overgrown with grasses and weeds. There was trash in the street gutters, empty beer bottles on her front step, and an old tire leaning against the wall. One of the upstairs windows appeared to have a bullet hole through it, and a couple of their neighbors had their doors and windows completely boarded up. Standing on the sidewalk, she let her gaze travel up and down the street, taking in the graffiti on the walls, the cars on blocks. It was so still and quiet that she couldn't be sure if anyone lived there at all. If they did, they were awful caretakers. At least they live somewhere with daylight, a voice whispered in the back of her thoughts. Nova frowned at her brain's intrusion into her critique of the neighborhood, but then she thought about it, and her face softened. Actually, sunlight was a definite plus, and at night, there would be stars. She climbed the short stairs and stepped over the beer bottles. A brass mail slot in the door had long ago been engraved with the single word, McLean. It was the first indication Nova had seen that her fake identity might actually be tethered to someone in the real world, contrary to what Millie had told them. It made her wonder what had become of the real McLeans. Nova tested the doorknob and found it unlocked. She shoved the door open, revealing a narrow sitting room and a collection of cobwebs. She was surprised to see furniture. 2 dated armchairs and an entertainment console, though whatever TV or radio had been there before was long gone, replaced with a thick layer of dust. The room had once been done up in a garish paisley wallpaper, though strips of it were starting to peel. What gave her the most pause, though, were recent footprints left across the dusty hardwood floors, making a series of back-and-forth paths between the front door and the staircase that lay straight ahead. Settling a hand on her belt, which still held the instruments she had brought with her to Renegade HQ that morning, she stepped inside. She passed a collection of framed photographs on the wall. The McLean family, perhaps, but did not bother to inspect their faces as she headed up the staircase. The wood groaned beneath her, shattering the still silence of the house. She froze and listened. When only the sound of her own breath could be heard, she turned the corner and proceeded up the rest of the staircase. On the second floor, there was a door to her left, barely cracked open, and an open living area to her right, with a bedroom beyond it. Nova reached out her hand and nudged open the first door the rest of the way. Inside was a bed frame with no mattress and yellowed curtain panels hung over 2 tall windows, one of which was fluttering around the bullet hole. Turning, she made her way to the second bedroom, the master judging by the small tiled bathroom attached to the closet. There was no furniture in this room, though, only a backpack, a paper grocery bag, and a green sleeping bag in the corner with a large form curled up inside it. Nova paused in the doorway, staring at the form and hoping it wasn't dead. A stranger's dead body wasn't exactly the sort of housewarming gift she'd been hoping for. After watching for a moment, she detected a subtle rising and falling of breath. Sighing, Nova crossed the room. She spotted a handgun lying not far from the figure and, pressing her foot onto it, dragged it back out of reach. Then she cleared her throat. The figure didn't move. "Hey!" A quiet snuffle. Scowling, Nova crouched down and nudged the figure through the sleeping bag. The figure yelped and rolled over, then shot upward. The man had a beard of thick whiskers and ears that stuck out too far from his head. Despite the gray sprouting in his hair and the wrinkles cut through his brow, Nova had the impression he was younger than he looked, but had been aged prematurely by too many unkind years. His hand went for the spot where the gun had been, but when it landed on only the floorboards, he glanced down and spotted it tucked behind Nova. His bewilderment turned to a sneer. "Who are you?" he barked. "The new tenant," she said. "Sorry, but you're going to have to find somewhere else to crash." His eyes swooped over her renegade uniform, and she could see indecision warring behind his groggy eyes. It was clear he wanted to tell her to get lost and let him go back to sleep. But most people these days opted to treat any renegade with respect, regardless of whether or not they actually supported their rule over the city. "What?" he said. "You people claiming this block for another one of your social projects or something?" Or something. Grabbing the gun, she stepped over the man's sleeping bag and threw open the sash of the nearest window. She tossed the gun outside. It landed with a soft thud in a patch of weeds in the back alleyway. "Hey!" the man yelled. Nova headed back toward the staircase. "You've got 2 minutes," she called over her shoulder. "If you're not gone by then, you'll be the next thing I throw out the window." She was halfway through the next room when he yelled back, "You think you can throw me out a window? I've had mutts that were bigger than you." Nova paused and turned back, peering at him through the doorway. "Now, you have 1 minute." She went back downstairs to finish her tour of the house, which was composed of a powder room and a small kitchen-dining room combo in the back of the ground floor. A sliding glass door led out onto a tiny square yard, which was mostly weeds, including a particularly monstrous blackberry bush that was in the process of devouring a child's tricycle. 34 seconds later, She heard the stairs creak and the front door slam shut. Nova exhaled. Home, sweet home. She returned to the kitchen and started digging through the cabinets. She found a box of black trash bags tucked into one corner and started filling it with bottle caps and crushed soda cans and the occasional dead cockroach that littered the floors. She hadn't planned to stay there when she first decided to come check the place out. Rather, she'd been thinking strategically. She figured that if the Renegades were tracking her movements through the communicator band, they would expect her to return home at some point, so she might as well get it out of the way. Her plan had been to hide the bracelet here, then return to the subway tunnels to tell the others what she'd learned during her first day at HQ. But now that she was here, it occurred to her that if they were tracking her, it wouldn't be enough to just stop by from time to time. She would be spending time here, like it or not, and she might as well make it, well, not comfortable, but somewhat tolerable. She had finished her preliminary trash collection when she heard the front door squeal open. Groaning, she dropped the trash bag and stormed back toward the front door. I'm telling you, this place is no longer... She drew up short. Ingrid stood in the doorway, lip curled in disgust as she scanned the entryway. Well, she said, stepping over the threshold, I was going to congratulate you on your improved lot in life, but I'm no longer sure this is an improvement. Leroy and Honey filed in behind her. Honey turned around to shut the door, but hesitated and used her toe to nudge it shut instead. She was clutching her hands at her chest, as if afraid they might inadvertently touch something and end up with tetanus. Nova rolled her eyes. Almost a decade spent in a dank, gloomy tunnel, and Honey Harper still managed to be an elitist. What, no phobia? Nova said dryly. He wasn't interested in joining us, said Ingrid. His lack of curiosity is inhuman. That, said Honey, sneering, or he happens to have a deeply seated fear of paisley wallpaper. No, wait, that's me. Nova's cheek twitched. What are you doing here? We were curious how your first day went, said Leroy. He fluffed a dingy floral throw pillow and plopped into one of the armchairs. Honey gawped at him, horrified. I was going to come back to the tunnels after she glanced around, scouted out the place. We figured. Ingrid made a slow pass around the perimeter of the room, inspecting the drab furnishings and wallpaper. But we didn't think that would be such a great idea, in case you're being followed. Nova frowned. And if I am being followed, you don't think it's a problem that whoever's following me would have just seen 3 anarchists letting themselves into my house? Well, you're not being followed, obviously, said Ingrid. Except by us. We've been tailing you since you left Renegade headquarters. We would have noticed if someone else was too. But you didn't know that, said Honey, daring to take another step into the room. And it still seems risky for you to be coming into the tunnels so long as you're... That. Her eyes swept over Nova's uniform. We don't want to draw any unnecessary attention to ourselves. So what? Said Nova, crossing her arms. Am I banished from going home so long as this charade continues? Come on, Nova, said Ingrid. It's hardly a loss. You're getting a whole house out of the deal. She opened her arms, gesturing at the room around them. All of my stuff is there, said Nova. My weapons, my inventions, my clothes. You're not being banished, said Leroy. You are always welcome to return, of course. But let's give it a day or two, just to make sure the Renegades aren't keeping tabs on your whereabouts. Besides, he shrugged, you always spent as much time above ground as possible. I don't see this being much of an inconvenience for you. Nova pinched her lips together, unable to argue that point. Fine, it's not like I plan on spending a whole lot of time here either. As soon as I make it past my first official mission, I'll be spending any free time at headquarters learning whatever I can. That's the spirit, said Ingrid. She had completed her lap around the room and now stopped in front of the wall with the framed photographs. She took one down from the wall, revealing a bright square of wallpaper where it had hung, indicating just how much the rest of the walls had faded with time. "Did you learn anything of interest today?" said Leroy, shifting his weight to try to get more comfortable on the lumpy cushions. Nova tossed the trash bag onto the floor and did her best to recount the day she'd spent touring headquarters. Though she had learned very little about the experiments happening in research and development, or anything at all about the Sentinel, she had at least begun to develop a tentative grasp of how the organization functioned. The hierarchy, the structure, the scope of what they were hoping to accomplish. And it went so far beyond what she'd expected. Sure, she knew their stance on crime and law enforcement, and even on social programs. She knew the council saw themselves as benevolent leaders attempting to solve all the problems of humanity, without any apparent grasp of how their involvement was only dooming society to helplessness and desperation. But she had rarely stopped to think of the Renegades as a global organization, with their power continuing to grow with every prodigy who came here to be trained. Were cities around the world becoming as dependent on the rule and protection of prodigies as Gatlin was? How long before all of humanity gave up on personal freedom and responsibility? How long before they forgot what that felt like at all? She had now seen the proof of their power with her own eyes, not only in their technology and weapons development, but in sheer numbers as well. She knew that only a fraction of their workforce had been in the training halls when she'd toured them, and she could still feel the way her lungs hitched when she saw them. So many prodigies, all dressed in those gray uniforms, all sporting those red R's. Having never seen so many renegades together at one time, it had been easy to underestimate them as a whole. But there she had witnessed a cacophony of flashes and explosions. Natural elements wielded like weapons, prodigies defying gravity and physics, their bodies transforming and flying and brawling and training and on and on and on. So much power enclosed in one space made her nerves vibrate. So much. The Renegades had so much. And what did the anarchists have? A bomb maker, a beekeeper, a poison distiller, and her. It sounded like the start of a bad joke. But she refused to be swayed from her cause. Seeing the inner workings of the Renegades had changed nothing, other than, for the first time in years, the anarchists had an advantage. She would learn what secrets were being developed behind closed laboratory doors. She would learn how to undermine their systems and protocols, one way or another. She would learn who the Sentinel was, and whatever the Council intended to use him for, and she would stop him before he ever had a chance. The Sentinel. That had been something. She was sure she had detected nervousness in Adrian when she'd brought up the soldier. She was sure he had been feigning ignorance, but she didn't think it was just from her. She had gotten the impression that, whatever he knew, he was keeping it from Ruby and Oscar, too. Which made sense. Surely if any of them knew about the Council's top-secret ventures, it would be him. "It's a start," said Leroy, when she had finished accounting all she had seen and heard during her first day as a renegade. "Have you determined your primary objectives going forward?" "Research and development," said Nova. "They're very secretive there. I want to know what they're working on, and what consequences it might have for us and the city. Also the Sentinel. I want proof he's a renegade tool, and I want to know who he is and what they plan to use him for." From there, she shook her head. "I'm not sure. I want to know their weakest links. Maybe a direct attack on the Council was premature. Maybe there are other ways to bring the organization collapsing in on itself. Sneakier ways." Ingrid nodded. "If you want to blow up a building," she said. Take out the support beams. Nova met her gaze. Unfortunately, I won't be blowing up anything for a few days, at least. The team that picked me at the trials has been assigned a specific mission. This will interest you, though. Ingrid raised an eyebrow. Starting tomorrow night, we're running surveillance on Cloven Cross Library. What? Yelped Ingrid, tossing the framed photo into a corner. Nova scowled at where it crashed against the floorboards, feeling a peculiar sense of ownership over the house and everything in it, even over the family that was, in some alternate universe, her family. What did they find on Cronin? Nothing, said Nova, yet, but they somehow traced the gun that I used at the parade back to him. She glanced from Ingrid to Leroy. You did get it from him at some point, didn't you? Years ago, said Leroy, rubbing his cheek so hard the scarred flesh wrinkled and bulged around his fingers. He used to stalk that particular model a lot. I should have realized they would draw a connection back to him. That was sloppy of me. They don't have any proof of his involvement yet, Nova insisted. They're just suspicious. As long as the librarian can refrain from buying or selling anything illegal for a while, they shouldn't be able to pin anything on him. Unless they search the library, mused Honey, towing at a mysterious stain in the area rug. If they find his inventory, well, that'll be that. They can't search it, said Nova, not without evidence of illegal activity. It's part of their code. She couldn't avoid the sarcasm, even though in this case, the Renegade Code was proving to be a good thing, for them at least, and the librarian. I don't like it, said Ingrid, starting to pace. If we lose access to Cronin's network... Her gaze smoldered. We're already outgunned enough. Again, said Nova. They can't search. Oh, please, Ingrid snorted. If they suspect he's dealing again, they'll find a reason to search the library, even if they have to plant the evidence themselves. Nova's shoulders dropped, and she wondered whether that was true. Adrian had seemed adamant about this surveillance mission and the importance of finding evidence that would allow the Renegades to legally search the library. Was that just a ploy? A show of goodwill to the community? A demonstration of their own due diligence? Before they planted the evidence that would get them the results they wanted? Then we have to warn him, said Nova. I can go right now. The surveillance is set to begin tomorrow night. That gives him more than 24 hours to clear out any weapon stock or documentation that would incriminate him. Should be plenty of time. You can't go, said Ingrid, tapping her fingers against her hips. It would be far too suspicious if anyone recognized you. But you said, I will talk to Cronin, Ingrid continued. I've worked with him more than anyone. I can't exactly say we trust each other, but he'll be more likely to listen to me than anyone else here. Besides, the man's a coward. If he thinks the Renegades are onto him, his instinct will be to run and save his own skin. She inhaled sharply, like he did at the battle for Gatlin. Nova glanced at Leroy, who shrugged. There is a reason he's one of the few villains who survived that slaughter, and it certainly isn't because of his strength or bravery. But if he runs again, said Ingrid, I bet you anything he'll skip town for good, and that won't leave us any better off than if the Renegades arrested him. So I'll make sure to motivate him in a way that helps our cause, more than hinders it. She turned her focus back to Nova, her expression calculating. How many Renegades are going to be involved in this surveillance mission? Just 4, I think. Me and the 3 other members of my team. Ingrid held her gaze for a long time before asking, including the Everhart boy? The way she said it made the hair prickle on Nova's scalp, and she found her fingers wrapping idly, almost protectively, around her filigree bracelet. Yes, she said. He's the team leader, but from what I can tell, he's never done any surveillance like this before. I don't think any of the team has. Of course, said Ingrid. "But he's the perfect candidate to conjure up a piece of incriminating evidence, isn't he?" Nova swallowed, wondering why that thought hadn't occurred to her. Leroy stood and brushed the dust from his backside. "Nova will keep a close eye on him during their mission. If he does try to plant any evidence against Cronin, she can deter him." "Don't bother," said Ingrid. "It will be better if they search the place and get it over with." "What?" said Nova. "I'll make sure there's nothing there for them to find," said Ingrid. "You make sure that team of yours conducts that search, say, early morning, right after the library opens. The sooner they can cross the library off their watch list, the sooner we can go about business as usual." "And," added Honey, "the sooner Nova can focus on investigating all those other things at headquarters." Nova opened her mouth to argue, not entirely sure she would be able to persuade Adrian to search the library in the event they hadn't seen anything suspicious. But she hesitated. This was what she was doing with the Renegades, wasn't it? Throwing them off course? Weakening them in any way she could? "Fine," she said. "You give me something to work with, something suspicious that I can use to get them inside the library. Just in case Adrian isn't planning to fake the evidence himself. And I'll make sure they search the place. But if they find anything, even one cartridge, one bullet—" "Relax, Nightmare," said Ingrid, grinning. "I'll take care of everything." Chapter 21. They set up inside an abandoned fourth-floor office across the street from Cloven Cross Library. The space held remnants of squatters coming and going over the past decades. Layers of graffiti and drifts of garbage in the corners. Scavengers had picked every ounce of scrap metal clean, including the doorknobs and the wires in the walls. An old makeshift desk of plywood sat in one corner beneath a layer of dust, and some of the cubicle walls still stood, smelling like mildew and punctured with staples and nail holes and scraps of posters long ago ripped away. On one of the walls, Nova noticed a 30-year-old calendar still stuck on July, showing a faded photo of some far-off coastal town where all the sun-bleached buildings were painted in shades of coral and peach. Nova could imagine some bored office drone dreaming about traveling there someday. A place as different from Gatland City as they could possibly get. The Renegades had prepared for the evening by bringing a large soft blanket that Adrian spread out over the filthy carpet as soon as they settled into the space. Ruby laid down some pillows for comfort before promptly throwing herself down on top of them. Oscar opened a cooler and offered everyone a soda and some pretzels, which Nova declined. She paced to the windows and looked out onto the library across the street. It was just past 11 o'clock, and the library had been closed for hours, indicated by a plain sign hanging from a string on the front doors. The entire 2-story building was pitch black inside, and though there were old light sconces hung beside the entryway, they seemed to have burned out long ago, leaving only a solitary street lamp by the sidewalk to cast a dreary amber glow over the front facade. It was a dignified building. The exterior was all massive brown stone, and the windows were framed in dark oak and accented with prominent keystones. The doors in the entryway were flanked by double entasis columns supporting a bold triangular pediment. The words "Public Library" long ago engraved into the stone. Despite how its imposing facade had weathered over the years, there were clear signs that it was not strictly maintained. From a rash of invasive ivy taking over the west wall to great patches of shingles missing from the roof. Cracked windows left unfixed, and garden beds around its foundation that had once been home to tidy boxwoods, now gone wild with weeds. From their lookout, Nova could see partway down the alley that separated the library from a discount ticket movie theater, where a row of dumpsters and trash cans disappeared into shadows. There were 2 small doors along that wall of the library. neither as formal as the main entryway, but both still trimmed in ornate stone moldings. The effect was lessened, though, by the iron bars that someone had outfitted over both doors at some point in the last 150 years. One door could have been an emergency exit, Nova guessed. The other, perhaps a back entryway for staff or a place for deliveries. There was no activity in the alley. There was no activity anywhere. Even the ticket booth of the movie theater was dark. Ingrid and the librarian had had more than 24 hours to prepare for the Renegades' visit. That should have been plenty of time for him to cancel any illegitimate business dealings and make sure nothing incriminating was left lying around. "What do you think?" said Adrian, appearing at her side. Nova kept her attention on the street below. "What exactly are we looking for?" "Villains," Oscar said. "Doing villainous things." Nova sent him an unimpressed look. "Anything that could be qualified as suspicious activity," said Adrian, pulling her gaze toward him. He returned the look with a shrug. "I figured, if this is a cover for illegal weapons sales or anything else, then all of that activity would happen through the back doors, right? And it probably wouldn't happen during normal business hours." His frown deepened. "I don't think, anyway." He nodded toward the alley. "If we see someone coming or going, especially if we recognize them, or if they leave with something that looks like it could be weapons, then we'll tail them and see what we can find out." Nova smothered the start of a smile. Twice she had come here with Ingrid to offer trades for equipment they needed, and both times it had been in the middle of the day, and they had entered through the front doors, like any other patron. Gene Cronin had a system set up for his side business, a handful of specific books tucked in among the stacks that acted as a code word to the receptionist when brought up to the desk together. It was a discreet way to indicate they weren't there for reading material. But if the Renegades wanted to believe that all illicit activity happened through back doors under the cover of nightfall, so be it. "So we're just gonna watch those doors all night?" she asked. "Pretty much," he grimaced. "I figured we'd go in shifts. I thought you could go last since you'll be the least likely to fall asleep." Least likely. Like it still might be a possibility. Nova stepped away from the window. Adrian nodded at Oscar, who took his place as the first lookout. "Is the librarian a villain?" asked Oscar, staring across the street. "I mean, like, with superpowers, or is he just a bad guy?" "He's a prodigy," said Adrian, "but I'm not exactly sure what he does. Nothing violent, I don't think." "Knowledge retention," said Nova. The others turned to look at her and she started. "Is what I've heard," she added lamely. "I think that's why they call him the librarian. Not just because he, runs a library, but supposedly he remembers everything he reads, word for word. Forever." "Makes sense," said Ruby, opening a bag of candy. Allowing herself to relax once the attention of the group moved away from her, Nova sat cross-legged and stared at the pile of snacks they'd brought. Red licorice ropes, jelly beans, peanut butter cookies, and an assortment of canned energy shots. "This is the first time you've all done this, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" said Ruby, grabbing a handful of jelly beans, picking out the purple ones and dumping them back in the bag before throwing the rest into her mouth at once. Nova gestured at the spread. "This is a sugar crash waiting to happen. Didn't anyone think to bring, I don't know, carrots or some nuts or beef jerky? Or, something with nutrients?" Ruby blinked at her, then looked blankly at Oscar. Neither spoke. "I could run to the store," said Adrian. "There's a corner store 3 blocks away if you need something." Realizing that he was looking at her, Nova shook her head. "It won't matter to me, but..." She waved her hand through the air. "Never mind. Don't worry about it. I'll take over whenever the rest of you pass out. Which I'm betting will be sooner than later." "Shows what you know," said Oscar. He was leaning against the window frame, tapping the end of his cane against the floor. I've got the stamina of a triathlete. Nova's eyebrow lifted. He didn't mean it that way, muttered Adrian. Didn't I? Said Oscar, with a suggestive glance in his direction. Adrian snapped his fingers at him. Eyes on the window. Nova glanced from Oscar to Ruby. It was the first time she'd seen them in civilian clothing. He in a checkered blue dress shirt, the sleeves rolled to his elbows, and she in a t-shirt with the Super Scouts logo scrawled across the chest, a fan comic from overseas that was immensely popular, but that Nova had never actually read. As Red Assassin, her black and white hair was always pulled back high on her head. But tonight, it was down in loose pigtails that made her look adorably harmless. What was most striking, though, was the thick white bandage wrapped around her upper arm, disappearing beneath her sleeve. Nova wondered if Ruby had been injured during their fight at the parade, though Nova was sure she hadn't wounded her. Adrian, too, was dressed casually, almost exactly as he had been at the parade. Red sneakers, blue jeans, a dark long-sleeved t-shirt. There was nothing particularly fashionable about the outfit, but it fit him well, hanging in just the right way to suggest toned muscles underneath. She looked away quickly, annoyed that the thought had occurred to her. "We brought games," said Ruby, when the silence tipped toward uncomfortable. She rifled through a backpack and pulled out a deck of cards and a box of dominoes. The tiles inside clacked noisily as she set it down on the blanket. "Anyone?" When a quiet lack of enthusiasm greeted her, she shrugged and grabbed the deck of cards instead. "Fine, I'll play solitaire." Nova watched her lay out a row of cards. "So, this is the life of a superhero." She glanced up at Adrian. "No wonder everyone wants to be one of you." He met her look with a smile and lowered himself onto the other corner of the blanket. "Everyone wants to be one of us," he corrected. "And yes, we are living the dream." "Okay," said Oscar, propping one foot up on the windowsill. Without looking back, he lifted his hand in the shape of a pistol and shot an arrow of white smoke in Nova's direction. It struck her chest and dispersed. "Origin story. Go." "Excuse me?" she said, waving away the remnants of odorless smoke that wafted toward the ceiling. "You know," he said, glancing back, "when someone decides to write the highly dramatized comic book version of the story of insomnia, where will it start?" "He wants to know where you got your power," said Ruby, slapping down a new card. "Was it the result of some personal trauma?" said Oscar. "Or human experimentation, or alien abduction?" "Oscar," said Adrian, warning, and Oscar turned his attention back to the window. "Just making small talk," he said. "We should know more about her than just her ability to turn an ink pen into a receptacle for blow darts." "We know she can clean the floor with the likes of Gargoyle," said Ruby. "And that she can give sass to Blacklight in the middle of an arena full of screaming fans," added Adrian. He grinned at Nova, who looked away. "Fine, I'll go first," said Oscar, and though she couldn't see his face, Nova had the impression that this was where he'd wanted to take the conversation from the start. "By all means," she said, leaning back on her palms. "Origin story. Go." Oscar inhaled a long breath before proclaiming, quite dramatically, "I died in a fire when I was 5 years old." When he said nothing else, Nova glanced at Adrian to see if there was a joke she'd missed. But Adrian merely nodded. "So," started Nova, "you're a smoke-controlling zombie?" She saw Oscar's grin in the reflection of the window. "That would be awesome. But no, I'm not dead anymore, obviously." "Obviously," agreed Nova. "As the story goes," he said, "my mom was down in the basement of our apartment building doing laundry when one of our neighbors fell asleep and her cat knocked over a candle she'd left burning. The whole place went up in flames in, I don't know, minutes. I was in my bedroom and I heard people screaming, and then I saw the smoke, but I was petrified. And besides, I'm not exactly fast, right? He shook his cane. So by the time I got the courage to try to get out of the apartment, the fire was coming up the stairs, and I didn't know what to do. So I just froze in the hallway watching the smoke until it was so thick I could hardly see, and couldn't breathe. I passed out, and that's how the Renegades found me. The Renegades? Said Nova. Who else? Tsunami, to be specific. She's the one who put out the fire. Then she handed me off to Thunderbird, who flew me over to the hospital, but they didn't have much hope I'd make it. I didn't have a pulse by that point. But while they were all mourning the death of this kid, I was having a dream. His voice darkened, taking on an air of importance. I dreamed that I was standing on top of our apartment building, and I was breathing in this long, long breath that went on and on. It was such a deep breath that it pulled all the smoke right out of the air and into my lungs. Finally, I stopped breathing in, looked up at the sky, and exhaled. And that's when I woke up. In the hospital? Said Nova. Or in the morgue? The hospital. It had only been about 10 minutes since they'd brought me there. Plenty of time to declare me legally dead, but still. My mom was there too, and she saw me exhale, and this big cloud of smoke came out of my mouth. Oscar puckered his lips and blew. A gray cloud burst across the surface of the window. And here we are. Nova cocked her head. So, your power, it doesn't have anything to do with... She gestured at the cane. And though Oscar wasn't looking at her, he tapped the cane against the floor a few times in acknowledgement. Nope, he said. This I was born with. I mean, not the cane. But my bones don't grow like a normal person's. Some rare bone disease. He grinned back at Nova. Probably the best thing that ever happened to me, though, right? Just think, if I'd been faster, I might have gotten out of the apartment building just fine. And I'd be stuck with all the other spry non-prodigy suckers out there. Right, said Nova. Not dying of carbon monoxide poisoning when you were 5 years old would have been awful. See? Oscar looked pointedly at Adrian. She gets it. Adrian rolled his eyes. And when you tried out for the Renegades, started Nova, leaning forward, nobody thought this was a problem? She nodded to the cane. Oscar snorted with pride. Sure they did. To date, I hold the record for most challenged contestant at the trials. And yet, here I am. He gestured at Ruby. She was challenged during her tryout, too. In fact, it's sort of becoming a theme around here. Let me guess, said Nova, cupping her chin in her palm and inspecting the top of Ruby's bleached hair as she bent over her cards. Your origin is that you stumbled across a cache of ancient magical artifacts in a dusty antique shop somewhere, including a ruby hook and dagger, which imparted you with mystical fighting abilities from some long-forgotten culture. Ruby laughed. No, but that might be what I start telling people. It's certainly less traumatic than the truth. Oh? Ruby turned over the last card, checked that she had nowhere to place it, and started gathering them all back up into her palm. Before society collapsed, my grandmother was a well-respected jeweler. She'd been running this shop in Queens Row for 40 years when the anarchists took over, and it was one of the first places that got raided after all the credit cards stopped working and everyone was panicking and thought we'd go back to bartering for gold and jewels. You know, before they realized that food, water, and guns were the actual valuables in a world like that. After a few days of looting, everything was gone, except what my grandma had stashed in her safe. So she took out every gem and diamond she had left and started hiding them where she didn't think they'd be found, including a bunch in secret places around our house. You live together? Asked Nova. Oh yeah, she lived with us since before I was born. Grandma, me, my parents, and my brothers. You have brothers? Said Nova. 2 of them, said Ruby, fixing a look on her. But it's not really relevant to this story. Sorry. So anyway, she hid these priceless gems all over the house, in little holes in the walls, secret compartments in our dressers, things like that. And they all sat there for 20-plus years while my family tried to figure out how to survive. And eventually, my brothers and I were born. And side note, yes, we all have really annoying gem-themed names. Thanks, Grandma. Well, one night we were playing hide-and-seek, and I hid behind the grate on our fireplace and happened to find this little bag full of rubies that had been tucked up inside the chimney. I'd heard about the jewelry store and the raids and everything and didn't really know what to do with them, so I just put them back. Until a few months later. Do you know how, not long before the Day of Triumph, some of the villain gangs started figuring out how to make trades internationally, and that's when gold started to become valuable again? Well, my grandma was one of the first people they turned to. One night our house got raided by villains looking for anything that might have been missed before. "Which villains?" said Nova, having asked the question before she realized she was about to. "What gang?" "The Jackals," said Ruby, shuddering. "I'll never forget those creepy masks." Nova pressed her lips together. She'd seen photos of the Jackals taken before the Day of Triumph. They had been one of the few villain gangs to wear a cohesive uniform, all black clothes with signature masks painted to look like the animals they'd been named for. She wasn't sure why she felt disappointed, but Nova realized that a part of her had been expecting Ruby to say that her family had been assaulted by the Roaches, the same gang that had sent the hitman after Nova's family. The gang Ace had slaughtered in retaliation. They had been one of the largest and most powerful gangs in Gatlin City, so it wouldn't have surprised her if they'd been the tormentors of Ruby's family. Some said they even got their name from the Renegades themselves. When one of the early vigilantes complained that no matter how many of those villains they stamped out, they could never seem to get rid of them all. There had been a tiny, faint wish that she and Ruby might share this mutual, long-dead enemy. She curled her knees against her chest, digging her fingertips into her legs. What a stupid thing to wish for. "We didn't have much by that point, as most everything valuable had been bartered off," said Ruby. "But they started tearing the house apart anyway. While they were busy threatening my dad, I ran upstairs to the fireplace and took out the rubies, which, in hindsight, is probably the stupidest thing I could have done because they may not have even found them up there. But I was 4, so what did I know? And then..." She inhaled, as if this were the painful part to talk about it. "I dumped them into my mouth and I swallowed them." "Of course you did," said Nova. "In one fell swoop." Ruby cupped one hand and mimed throwing a handful of rubies into her mouth and swallowing, not unlike how she gobbled down the jelly beans earlier. "I'm not really sure what possessed me to do it, other than how I couldn't stomach the idea of the Jackals walking away with anything more than they'd already taken. The trouble was, one of the Jackals saw me do it. He grabbed me and started demanding that I cough them up. Or vomit them up, I guess. But I wouldn't do it, so..." For the first time since the start of her story, Ruby's face darkened with anger. "He stabbed me." Nova's eyes widened. "Once in my arm," said Ruby, glancing down at her bandaged arm. "Twice in my chest. Once right here." She pointed at a spot near her stomach. "I knew he was going to kill me. But then... well, here." She unclipped the end of the bandage and began to unwrap it from her arm, uncovering her flesh just enough that Nova could see a deep and, apparently, very recent wound. It began to bleed as soon as the bandage was removed, the red blood dripping down into the crease of her elbow, trickling toward her fingers until... Nova's lips parted, and she leaned closer, mesmerized as the blood began to harden into sharp, symmetrical formations that jutted upward from the wound. "I didn't know what was happening," said Ruby, "but I started to fight back. I ripped off the Jackal's mask and stabbed him in the eye." Nova's jaw dropped even more. "Which sounds really brave in hindsight, added Ruby. But all I remember is how terrified I was. It was more instinct than anything else, but it worked. The jackals ran off after that, and they never came back. Ruby swiped her other hand across the gash, snapping the crystals off at their base with a quiet crack. She tossed them into the corner, where they shattered amid the piles of paper and debris. I've bled rubies ever since. They'll form on new wounds for a little while, but those tend to heal pretty fast, whereas the places where he stabbed me... She started to wrap the bandage around her arm again, securing it tight. They never stopped bleeding. They never healed. Nova stared at the glistening gems on the floor, then back at Ruby. What about the alias? She asked. Smokescreen and sketch make perfect sense, and I get the red part, but... Assassin? Ruby's whole face brightened. Actually, my brothers came up with it. It was kind of an inside joke. We used to pretend we were superheroes when we were kids. Like everyone does, right? Nova didn't answer. So they made up names for all of us. Jade was the Green Machine, Sterling was the Silver Snake, and I became Red Assassin. Nova looked at the stone dangling from Ruby's wrist. She could still distinctly recall the feel of her ruby dagger pressed against her throat. So, you've never... What, killed someone? Ruby guffawed. Not so far. Then she grew suddenly serious. I mean, I would kill someone, if I had to. But it's always a last resort, added Adrian. Correct me if I'm wrong, said Nova, knowing she wasn't. But didn't the Renegades used to kill people all the time, back during the Age of Anarchy? There were always stories about them taking out members of the villain gangs. New rules, said Adrian. New regulations. We're always supposed to bring them into custody as peacefully as we can, and avoid unnecessary violence whenever possible. Nova gaped at him. It felt so silly in comparison to what she had been taught all her life. The strong over the weak, an eye for an eye. If someone wronged you or yours, then you did what you had to do to ensure it didn't happen again, which often meant killing the one who had wronged you. Every one of the anarchists had countless deaths on their hands. She could remember nights when they sat around talking about their most brutal kills, bragging about them, laughing about them. When they'd developed the plan for Nova to take out Captain Chromium, Leroy had joked about throwing her a party afterward to commemorate her first kill. Her first. Because they all assumed there would be more to follow. Even Nova had assumed it. So why did the thought suddenly make her uneasy? Because she failed the mission? Or was it something else? Hey guys, said Oscar, pressing a hand against the window. The back door's open. They all sprang to their feet. Even Nova. And for a moment, she forgot that the last thing she wanted them to witness was suspicious activity happening in that alleyway. But when they'd all clustered around Oscar, they saw that it was only a girl taking out a garbage sack and throwing it onto a pile beside the nearest dumpster. Nova recognized Narcissa, Jean Cronin's granddaughter, but none of the others seemed to know who she was. Narcissa let the dumpster lid slam shut and brushed her hands off on her pants before retreating back into the library. Oscar grumbled. False alarm. Should we go through their garbage? Said Ruby. Do you think they're throwing away any incriminating evidence? Adrian frowned thoughtfully. Maybe, but let's see what tonight turns up first. Nova peered at him from the corner of her eye. Is that where he would place the false evidence? My turn, said Ruby, nudging Oscar on the shoulder while Nova and Adrian returned to the blanket. I'm bored. Oh yeah, because this is exciting stuff, he said, but relinquished his place at the window without argument. Lying down, he stretched out onto the pillows. How about you? Said Nova, turning to Adrian. Were you challenged at the trials? Nope. Adrian didn't have to try out, said Oscar, kicking Adrian in the shin. Cheater. Oh, right, said Nova. Because of... She hesitated over the right words. His family, his dad's, his adoptive relations, who just happened to be the most influential prodigies in the city, perhaps the whole world. It's not like they bent any rules for me or anything, said Adrian. At some point, he had pulled out his fine-tip marker, and he was fidgeting with it now, twisting the cap back and forth. But I was hanging out around headquarters since they first started renovations. By the time someone thought to start hosting trials to bring in new talent, I was already, a part of the team. Obviously, I would have tried out if anyone had asked me to. He scowled at Oscar, and something about his defensiveness made Nova relax. I know you would have, said Oscar, and you would have kicked ass. Thank you, said Adrian, scratching his temple with the pen. I mean, I could have drawn a hand grenade. Come on. No one's doubting you, Oscar insisted. And what's your origin story? Said Nova. I'm guessing that marker doesn't contain magical ink? Adrian's quiet smile returned as he glanced down at the marker. No magic. Sadly, no thrilling near-death experiences or villainous jewelry heists either. He sighed heavily, as though he'd been dreading this moment, though a hint of a smile remained. Like 28% of today's prodigies, I was born with my power. At least I think I was. It manifested pretty much the first time I was handed a crayon. Manifested how? Said Nova. He shrugged. I started to scribble, and those scribbles started to come to life and squiggle around the apartment like little primary-colored worms that my mom was always trying to sweep up. Now, things got really interesting when I was maybe 2 or 3. My power works by intention more than anything, so back then, I was still just scribbling random lines, but in my head I was drawing dinosaurs and aliens. So then the house became overrun with tiny little squiggle lines that believed they were dinosaurs and aliens and were always trying to chomp down on people's toes when they were walking around. Which is about the time Mom thought it would be a good idea to hire an ex-art teacher who lived a couple streets away to start giving me drawing lessons. Oscar snorted loudly. Notice how he complained about the lack of excitement in his story. But then it turns out there were actual meat-eating dinosaurs in it. You're such a one-upper, Sketch. It was a harrowing tale, agreed Nova. She was grinning, though her thoughts were roiling in the back of her head. Adrian had mentioned his mom, and now she found herself comparing his face to pictures she'd seen of Lady Indomitable, the 6th and final of the original Renegades. The resemblance was clear. Nova could picture her effervescent smile easily, a smile that rivaled the captain's in brightness and charm, and one Adrian had clearly inherited. His mother had been a renegade too, would probably be on the council today if she were... Nova's heart squeezed. If she were still alive. She racked her brain, trying to recall what had happened to the superhero, but all she knew was that she had died a long time ago. Nova had never really cared that much. One less renegade to worry about. But now she found herself succumbing to curiosity, wanting to know what had happened to her, but not knowing how to ask. No more stalling, Insomnia, said Adrian, yanking her attention back. It's your turn. Oh. Shaking her head, Nova flipped her hand through the air, like the story was so dull it was hardly worth mentioning. In fact, she had been born with her power. What she thought of as her real power, the ability to put people to sleep. She had a vague memory of her mom once joking about how hard it had been to breastfeed Nova as a baby, because she kept dozing off every time Nova nursed. But the power they knew about, the fact that Nova never slept, that had come later, when for weeks, every time she shut her eyes, gunshots rang in her ears. Bang. 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 It happened when I was 6, she said. picking at bits of fuzz on the blanket. I just stopped sleeping. But you could sleep before then? Said Ruby, her gaze on the library. Sure, not as much as most kids, but some. Could you still, though, if you wanted to? Said Oscar. Or is it impossible for you to sleep anymore? Nova shook her head. I don't know. It's been a long time since I wanted to. What happened when you were 6? Asked Adrian. She met his gaze, and the memory was right there. The dark closet. Evie's crying. The man's remorseless stare. I had a dream, she said. I dreamed there were these tiny little squiggly dinosaurs that kept trying to bite my toes, and when I woke up, I thought, that's it. Never again. Oscar and Ruby laughed, but Adrian's gaze only softened. What a nightmare. She shivered. Your parents must be saints, said Oscar, pulling her attention toward him. To put up with a kid that never slept? I hope you were good at entertaining yourself. His words struck her in the chest. She flinched, and Oscar blanched, his eyes widening in horror. I'm sorry. I forgot. The unexpected apology caught Nova off guard, and the sting of his words was quickly replaced with suspicion. Did they know? How did they know? Your papers mention dumb. Oscar rubbed the back of his neck. Adrian cleared his throat. You live with your uncle now, right? Nova's gut clenched again, even though she knew Adrian's question had been well-intentioned. An attempt to draw all their thoughts away from the single explanatory line they must have read when they reviewed her fake papers. Both parents were killed by an unknown villain gang during the Age of Anarchy. Currently resides with Peter McLean, paternal uncle. Yeah, she stammered. He took me in after... She swallowed. They died a long time ago. How old were you? Ruby asked, her voice soft, though her attempts to be calming only made Nova's hackles rise. She fixed her gaze on Ruby. 6. From the corner of her eye, she saw Adrian tilt his head curiously. 6 when her parents died. 6 when she stopped sleeping. How had this edged so treacherously close to the truth? Without looking at him, Nova pulled herself to her feet. I'm going to scout out the roof. We might have a better view of the alley from up there. Ruby and Oscar traded looks, and she could tell they wanted to stop her. Or maybe apologize, though the words didn't come. And Nova was glad for it. She didn't want an apology, or pity, or sympathy, or even kindness. She didn't need those things from anyone. Least of all, a bunch of renegades. Chapter 22. Nova stayed on the roof for more than an